I have been a prisoner in this room for 6 months. I tried to escape, but cowardice chained me down. My useless legs are not the only shackles holding me back. I fought against it, but it was futile. The ones to blame, those damned awakened. Fate is cruel. Randomly. People awaken supernatural abilities, but exactly 24 hours later, the system drags them into a different dimension. Survivors are a myth. To return, you must endure that hell for 1 year. But time is twisted there. It moves 10 times slower than on Earth. Knowing their doom is approaching, some scum use their final 24 hours on Earth to unleash chaos. Since death awaits them anyway, they treat our world like a lawless playground. A real-life Grand Theft Auto before the end. One of those monsters destroyed my life. My parents were slaughtered. And my legs? They were crushed beyond repair. Now, 6 months into my despair, the blue screen of death appeared before my eyes. The window mocked me. Ability avatar. Time until teleportation 24 hours. Damn it. I cannot even stand. I'm dead meat in that world. How can a cripple survive 10 years in hell? Reluctantly, I geared up, cursed this cruel fate. I refused to die like this. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit me. What exactly does this avatar skill do? I focused my will and activated it. Instantly, a perfect copy materialized before me, but the sensation. My consciousness was torn between two bodies. Seeing the world through two pairs of eyes was nauseating, but the timer ticking down the final 5 minutes terrified me more. I stared at my doppelganger, and a devilish plan formed in my mind. Technically, this clone is also me, right? Could I send him to the slaughter instead? Ignoring morality? I shoved my clone straight into the dimensional portal. Miraculously, the portal accepted the sacrifice, but as he vanished, our sensory link remained intact. Damn! The sensory feedback was overwhelming. My skull felt like it was splitting open from processing two realities at once. Panic seized me. I scrambled to cancel the skill instantly. The connection severed. I emptied my stomach in the bathroom, trembling, but I was still here. I had cheated death curious. I summoned my avatar once more. There he was. I have to admit, I am quite handsome, but without dual control, this ability seemed worthless. Suddenly, a system notification froze me in place. Mission complete. Return to Earth alone without utilizing the Karma Shop. New achievement unlocked. I had gained the power to open the dimensional portal freely, once every day. The system declared me the fastest awakened to ever return to Earth. I checked my balance. 2 million karma. This currency is the reward for changing the fate of the other world. Be it through salvation or destruction, heroes earn it, and demon kings earn it. But did I break the system? Did it count as a return because I unsummoned him? The system believes I conquered that world and came back. Whatever I did not do it on purpose, but I will take the reward. It is time to browse the Karma Shop. Body enhancement caught my eye. 10,000 points, pocket change. I am filthy rich. I selected the recovery status immediately. The moment I purchased it, energy surged through my lower half. My dead nerves began to fire. Pain and pleasure mixed as bone and muscle knit together. The very chains of my isolation were shattering. My legs were not just healed, they were reforged with superhuman strength, high on adrenaline. I turned back to the shop. What else could I buy? I chose to evolve the avatar ability. My clone looked sharper now. But the true upgrade was the mind. My consciousness successfully split into two independent streams. It was no longer just a puppet. It was an autonomous extension of my will. Best of all, I suffered no feedback from his pain. I needed a servant. Done. Even better, the upgrade allowed for a second clone. Calling them Clone 1 and Clone 2 was too boring. Since I was craving ketchup, I decided to keep it simple. You are Hans, and you are Hines. My new workforce was ready for duty. Hans would venture into the other world. Hines would handle the chores and training. As for me, I had the most critical task. I used Hines to face the world outside. Stepping into the sunlight, I felt nothing. No panic, no fear. The Mind Core passive skill shielded me from mental instability. Now, let us check on Hans in the dimension of hell. He had already attracted a predator. A beast caught his scent and saw a free lunch. A shadow panther lunged. I only had a rusty dagger. But fighting without the fear of death makes you dangerous. Steel flashed and blood sprayed. With a final strike, Hans brought the beast down. Catching his breath, he spotted a settlement nearby. A bald warrior approached, introducing himself as Malcolm, the village chief. He grinned, his voice booming. "We welcome all travelers to our humble home." He eyed Hans with respect. "To walk these lands alone, you must be a warrior of great skill. Rest here tonight, and travel when the sun rises." As they walked, the cunning old man pried for secrets. Realizing my clone was a traveler from another dimension, Hans accepted the room offered to him, his heart lightened by conversation after 6 months of solitary confinement. But as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, a shadow invaded his room. Meanwhile, back in the real world, my true name is Xiang Yun. I was celebrating my fresh start, feasting happily, while Hines pushed his body to the breaking point in the training room next door. I attempted to sync with Hans in the other world. Error. My avatar was dead. Confusion struck me. He was supposed to be safe. Then, the system logs flooded my mind. His memories replayed the betrayal. It was that old man. His kindness was a mask for a monster. But then, an anomaly occurred. I tried to reconnect with the corpse, and the link snapped back into place. Back in that cursed realm, old Malcolm and his lackey scoffed, disappointed that my avatar was just an average human. They mocked him, claiming his potential was merely that of an elite skeleton, nothing more than trash to be recycled. The truth hit me like a truck. Malcolm hadn't just killed Hans, he had raised him as an undead thrall. My avatar stood as a skeleton, stripping him of humanity, but granting him the skills of the undead class. I wasn't the only victim here. The room was filled with deceived adventurers. Suddenly, the door creaked open. It was a thug from the tavern. The man's eyes bored into the skeleton, searching for any sign of life. Suspicion clouded his face, but he simply barked an order. A coercive dark force tried to compel Hans's body to move. Hans knew he could break the control, but that would blow his cover. Thanks to his mana affinity skill, he analyzed the magic binding him while pretending to obey. A realization dawned on him. He could usurp this power. He could control it. 1 week of infiltration later, Hans had secretly mastered the dark arts. He cast his first spell, seizing control of a lesser being. It was a crude start. His limit was currently a single undead minion at a time. He sensed a presence, a rat that had plagued him for days. Finally, the pest was in his grasp. With a surge of necrotic energy, he killed the beast and raised it. Now, he had eyes and ears to explore the outside world. Through the zombie rat, named Alfred, he watched. A guard was complaining about verifying an order from the old master. The guard unlocked a heavy padlock. Through Alfred's eyes, Hans burned with curiosity about the secrets hidden in that warehouse. Seizing the moment, Alfred scurried into the forbidden zone just as the doors parted. Inside, the air was heavy with dread. An overwhelming aura crushed down on the tiny animal. Hans sensed it immediately. This was a death trap. Outside, voices drifted in. "Good work," one said. "But when does the maturation process actually begin?" His partner shuddered. "I feel my life force draining every time I step out here." The master, however, remained glued to this spot. They questioned the heavy defenses. Why protect this village so fiercely? Who would dare invade? Observing from the shadows, Alfred realized the truth. That pressure came from a fragment of the immortal king. Information secured. Now to find the head of the snake. Alfred shifted his focus, hunting for the village chief's location. The undead rat melted into the darkness. Using shadow movement, Malcolm paused, his eyes narrowing. "Just a rat," he muttered. But as Alfred emerged, Malcolm's grin turned predatory. He sensed the dark mana coursing through the creature. He knew. A rat becoming undead naturally. The old warlock questioned the impossibility of it. Alfred's connection faltered, and he collapsed. Malcolm looked around, noting that this area was drowning in dark energy. He turned to his subordinates, his voice cold. "Who was in charge of the warehouse today?" "The master," they replied. Alfred's lifeless body lay on the cold stone, far away. Hans swore a blood oath. "I will avenge you." He whispered a prayer for his fallen scout. The scene shifts, revealing the grim reality of the village. A guard stormed out, furious that a rat had escaped, cursing the old man. He pointed at a shambling skeleton. Get in line. You're drifting. He stomped his boot into the dirt, screaming, "You brainless idiots." A fist cracked against bone. He punched another undead in the face, his rage boiling over. I said, "Get in line." The guard crouched, grabbing the skull of the victim he just struck. Well, look who it is. He recognized the skeleton, the arrogant elder who had once dared to rebel. He leaned in, mocking him about the threats made to his family. "Speak up," he taunted. "Oh, that's right. I cut out your tongue. Bored." He tossed the skull to the ground like garbage. A twisted smile formed as he reminisced about the day they hunted the villagers for sport. Suddenly, the skeleton on the ground snapped its jaw open. The guard froze as a chilling voice echoed, "You should be happy to join your wife." As he pointed to the line of the dead, the old skeleton lunged. Bony fingers clamped onto him as the retribution for his sins began. Suddenly, the creature sinks its fangs into its master's arm. The man recoils in sheer terror. "What is wrong with you?" he screams, commanding the beast, "Stop immediately." "You damn traitor," he curses. Mana gathers in his palm as he prepares to execute the rebellious undead. But from the shadows, another undead lunges, clamping a rotting hand over his mouth. He struggles desperately, but the grip is iron tight. The first creature bites down harder, bone crunches under the pressure. Hidden within the crowd, Hans watches the chaos unfold with cold eyes. The curtain has risen. He marks this moment as the beginning of his bloody vengeance. Outside, Hines plays his role to perfection. "My younger brother is in there," he insists to the guards, his voice trembling with feigned concern. "He hasn't left the village." A guard blocks his path, but Hines demands to see the authority. Suddenly, a menacing presence approaches from behind. What is all this commotion? It is Malcolm, stepping forward to introduce himself as the village chief. The guards stiffen, surprised by his sudden appearance. Hines bows respectfully. When asked for his identity, he drops the bait. "I believe my twin brother, Hans, is hidden somewhere nearby." Meanwhile, Hans steps through a dimensional portal. Utilizing the unique tactical advantage of dual bodies, he infiltrates the underground chamber unopposed. With Hines keeping the old monster distracted above ground, Hans finally lays his hands on the prize. The Immortal King's fragment pulses with a terrifying, ancient energy. He realizes the truth instantly. The fragment isn't just absorbing energy. It is connecting to the void within him, filling the missing piece of his soul. But he is not alone. His gaze shifts to the other undead lurking in the darkness of the chamber. The aura here is different. Unlike the trash mobs from the previous zone, these creatures radiate genuine, lethal power. "Why do these legendary treasures always look so vile?" he scoffs, pressing the fragment against his chest. And he decides to consume this forbidden power. Boom! A shockwave of mana explodes from his body, above ground. Hines continues his charade, explaining their twin connection to Malcolm. He taps his temple. "We share a mind." "That is how I know exactly where he is." Malcolm narrows his eyes, finding the story difficult to swallow. Suddenly, the chief's face twists in horror. "The fragment! Someone is tampering with the energy signature." "Kill this fool immediately," he roars. Dark mana surges as the guards draw their weapons. "You bastard!" they shout, lunging at Hines. But in the blink of an eye, swoosh, Hines vanishes into thin air, leaving the guards striking at nothing but shadows. Deep underground, Hans is drowning. A tsunami of negative emotions crashes into his psyche. He clutches his head, screaming in agony, even with his mind core filtering the power. The pressure is threatening to crush his sanity. Any lesser man would have gone mad by now. With a final roar, the accumulated energy detonates all at once. System alert, requirements met, evolution commencing. Infused with the power of the King's Fragment, he ascends to the rank of Demolic Immortal Wizard. Ding, new skill, acquired Malignant Wisdom. Mastery over the darkest arts and forbidden knowledge is now his to command. Elsewhere, a subordinate grumbles about the situation. "That imbecile Jeffy has caused me nothing but trouble." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Thinking it is his master, the man stiffens instantly. "Stop your babbling and check the fragment." The order echoes. "Yes, sir." He rushes to the window, shouting for Jeffy. "Check the fragment." Now, no answer. He bangs on the cell door. "Jeffy, are you listening?" Kaboom! A blinding light erupts from within the chamber. knocking him back. He calls out again, voice trembling, but a heavy footstep lands before him. Suddenly, cold, dead hands seize him from all sides. Hans steps from the shadows, his undead legion looming behind him. Lovely weather we're having, isn't it? The man's eyes bulge in sheer terror. How can that thing be real? Panic sets in. He thrashes wildly, trying to escape the grip of the dead. Desperate, he pushes back and casts a banishing spell. Go back to hell. But the magic fizzles out like smoke. It has no effect. Hans approaches slowly, his presence overwhelming. How rude, he chides smoothly. Is that how you greet a guest? He looks at the dark mana fading from the man's hand. Ah, perhaps this clarity is the effect of malignant wisdom. I understand the structure of your magic simply by glancing at it. In the distance, another explosion rocks the foundation. Hans steps forward, his voice cold as the grave. Children of death, advance. Leave no survivors. Slaughter every human in this village. The undead horde surges forward like a tidal wave. Destruction spreads as the army obeys his absolute command. Hans points to a fallen minion, but he is interrupted. Malcolm appears, his disguise burning away in an aura of power. You should have stayed a simple skeleton. The elder Marcos Giocali sneers, revealing his true form. His eyes blaze with fury. What have you done with the immortal king's fragment? Hans meets his gaze, unfazed. Long time no see, old man. Do you remember me? Thanks to you, I lost my heart. He taps the glowing core in his new chest. But don't worry, I took a replacement from your mansion. Marcos shakes with uncontrollable rage. You dare put that treasure in such a trash body? Die, he screams, unleashing the Deathfinger spell. A beam of concentrated death shoots forward, but Hans catches the attack with his bare hand, interrupting a conversation. Malai, you really have no manners. Silence. Marcos roars, losing his mind. I will. I poured every ounce of my resources into the maturation process of that vessel. The elder rages against his fate. He refuses to accept that his path to godhood ends here, and certainly not at the hands of a skeleton turning his legacy into a pile of bones. Desperate, the elder invokes the Thorn of Darkness spell, but Hans watches the incoming attack with cold analysis, scoffing at it as nothing more than a beginner-level enchantment masquerading as high-tier magic. The spell connects. Marcos sneers, declaring that the fragment of the immortal king only obeys him because he was the one who awakened it. Vowing to shatter Hans's bones for his experiments, the elder unleashes his next technique, broken ectoplasm, but Hans shrugs off the binding effortlessly. He complains about the cliche of shouting out skill names, his patience running thin. He roars at Alfred's killer to just hurry up and die. Marcos pauses, confused by the name Alfred. He demands to know if this skeleton knew a villager, or if he infiltrated their ranks with prior knowledge, but words are useless now. Suddenly, the very energy thorns turn against their master. Marcos shrieks as his own spell tears into him. The elder realizes with horror that Hans is adapting to dark magic at an impossible speed. He trembles, wondering, is this the true power of the fragment? Deciding he has no time to waste, the elder initiates the Pact of Destruction. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, the dark ritual takes a gruesome turn as a hooded cultist backstabs his own ally. The chaos spreads instantly. The aggressor asks, "What is your problem?" But the betrayed cultist collapses, vomiting pure dark energy as his life force is forcibly extracted. His screams pierce the night as the corrupt energy bursts from his body, infecting everyone around him in a chain reaction of death. Marcos raises a sinister artifact, confirming that the souls of his dark mages are being harvested to fuel his own strength. He places the cursed object upon his brow, activating the Crown of the Broken and unleashing the domain known as the Resting Place of Death. Hans stares him down, his voice dripping with disgust. Did you really sacrifice the souls of your own followers just for a temporary power boost? The elder sneers, acknowledging the fragment's protection, but commands the flame of drained souls to obliterate his enemy. However, the darkness recoils. Marcos' eyes turn pitch black as the magic consumes him instead. As the dust settles over the defeated elder, Hans yawns. I almost fell asleep listening to that skill name. He steps forward, ready to end this farce. Let's just finish this already. He looms over the defeated elder, offering a mocking thank you. After all, thanks to this fight, Hans has finally mastered the nuances of dark magic. Marcos gasps, realizing his end has come. Is this how I die? Hans delivers a brutal strike, smashing him into the dirt. "You look ridiculous," he scoffs. Staring down at the corpse, Hans's thoughts turn to his lost friend. "Are you watching, Alfred?" He looks up at the pale moon, a silent prayer escaping him. "I have avenged you. Rest in peace now, my little friend." The scene shifts to a majestic castle under the cover of night. Inside the sanctuary, a solitary figure kneels in deep prayer before a holy statue. The figure lifts her head. It is a woman of immense grace, but her eyes suddenly widen with shock and realization. She bursts through the doors, calling out for Bishop Martin. The bishop greets her calmly, but Saintess Ristar cuts him off, her voice trembling. "Contact the others immediately." She delivers the terrifying news she has detected the energy signature of the immortal king's resurrection rising from the west. The color drains from the bishop's face. Martin scrambles to convene an emergency council, left alone. The Saintess's mind races back to the ancient legends. She recalls the chronicles of the immortal king, an entity whose last awakening plunged the entire continent into an age of darkness and ruin hundreds of years ago. Her expression darkens with resolve. Gazing out the window at the distant horizon, she clenches her fists. "I swear, I will not allow that nightmare to descend upon us again." Back on the battlefield, Hans surveys the carnage. The victory was sweet, but the cost was high. His undead troops have been decimated. A dark chuckle escapes him. The beauty of necromancy is that the dead are never truly gone. They are just raw materials. But first, he needs to address his own injuries. His arm is in bad shape. He spots a fallen skeleton with sturdy bones. Without hesitation, he rips the arm off the pile of remains. "This one looks high quality," he notes with satisfaction. Hans activates his passive skill, Super Recovery. The magic fuses the foreign bone to his own frame seamlessly. He flexes the new limb. Perfect articulation, now fully restored. He turns his attention to the corpses littering the ground. Time to replenish the ranks, don't you think? He focuses on a fresh corpse, extending his hand. "Rise," he commands. "Become my subordinate." Channeling his mana through the skill, Malicious Wisdom, he draws upon the infinite reserves of the immortal king's fragment to fuel the spell. The dark magic floods the target's body, contaminating its residual mana, but the pressure is too great. The soul fragments shatter, and the skeleton collapses into a useless pile of dust. Hans tilts his skull in confusion. Why isn't this working? His remaining minions stand around him in awkward silence, offering no answers. After several more failed attempts, the system finally clicks. He's starting to grasp the delicate balance required for high-tier resurrection. His gaze falls upon the corpse of Marcos, the Elder. This is the prize. Hans prepares to raise him as a sentient undead to extract intelligence. But the mana flow feels wrong. He pauses. He lifts the limp body and scans it. Empty. The old man has no soul remaining. Inspecting closer, Hans rips open the shirt to reveal a complex magic circle branded onto the Elder's chest. He realizes the truth. The soul was artificially extracted upon death as a security measure. He drops the corpse, disappointed. But then a thought strikes him. Even without a soul, the vessel itself is powerful. A new plan forms. He will craft a high-level undead warrior, implanting a synthetic ego to grant it self-awareness and combat prowess. Hans begins the ritual, corrupting the residual mana in Marcos' cells. He scrubs away the last traces of the old personality and forcefully inserts a new, loyal ego. Dark energy swirls, and the body rises. It has been reborn as a death sorcerer. Hans is stunned. Not only is the creature sentient, but it can speak. "Your name is Malcolm," Hans declares. "Obey me." When the creature hesitates for a fraction of a second, Hans punches him in the face. "I said, obey." Malcolm immediately bows. "Yes, master." Hans gazes down, realizing his memories are gone, yet a cold resolve tells him to make the enemy pay for his sins. He summons Malcolm immediately, and as the loyal servant answers, Hans grips his new staff, admiring its formidable power. Standing triumphantly before the mountain of defeated corpses, he plants the staff into the earth and exhales a heavy breath. Amidst the carnage, one face stands out, a zombie whose features trigger a spark of recognition in the depths of his mind. He places a gentle hand on the creature's head, identifying him as the tragic young man who was forced to kill Jeffy. As he grants them mercy, turning away from the burning village, Han Sung-hyun, back in his apartment, prays for the boy and his family to find eternal rest. Satisfied with the hunt, He grabs his smartphone and begins scrolling through the market data. His eyes widen at the loot his avatar secured, wondering just how high has the price of gold climbed these days before checking his total earnings. Suddenly, reality glitches the avatar. Hans materializes right in his living room, a terrifying skeletal malfunction. Han Seong-hyun screams in panic. System cancel the avatar immediately and collapses back into the safety of his room as the apparition vanishes. Gasping for air and feeling like he just stared death in the face, he realizes he must prioritize upgrading his mental defenses. He tears open the Karma Shop interface, and seeing his points have skyrocketed, he instantly selects a skill upgrade. A crisp system notification chimes, confirming that his mental fortitude has transcended human limits. He has acquired Tranquility, a passive high-rank skill that shields his mind from all external shock and psychic trauma. Han Seong-hyun begins packing heavy gold bars into his bag, feeling the calming effects of the skill syncing with his main body. He chuckles to himself, finding it amusing how the system always seems to grant him exactly what he needs at the perfect moment. It is time to cash out. He heads to the bank and dumps the gold on the counter, leaving the employees completely flabbergasted. Han Seong-hyun walks out of the bank with a fortune in his account, waving politely and telling the stunned staff to keep up the good work. But he has a secret, for safety. He has used necromancy to hide Hans within his own shadow, masking the skeleton to avoid panic. He sighs, thinking perhaps he's being too paranoid about potential dangers in the city. Boom! A massive beastman crashes through a store window right behind him, roaring in triumph alongside a masked villain. The beastman laughs, asking how one place held so much gold, while his partner frantically urges him to move before the heroes arrive. The masked thief leaps onto the beast's massive back, and they prepare to bulldoze their way to freedom. Han Seong-hyun deliberately steps into their path, feigning righteous anger and shouting, "Stop! Someone call the police on these villains." He knows exactly what he is doing, acting the part of a powerless citizen expecting the Guardians to save the day. The Beastman sneers and delivers a devastating punch directly to Han Seong-hyun's face. Han Seong-hyun hits the pavement, covering his face as if in agony, watching through his fingers as the thieves laugh and run. The masked man cheers, believing their escape is guaranteed before the slow-moving Guardians can even respond. They rush toward their getaway driver, Portal, but the Beastman skids to a halt when he sees her collapsed on the ground. He kneels to shake her awake, but the terrified girl only points a trembling finger at the darkness behind them. The villains turn, and the Beastman's blood runs cold as he stammers, "That thing, that is no Guardian." While Han Seong-hyun plays the victim, his shadow erupts, and Hans the skeleton rises to seize the villains by their ankles. Moments later, a squad of association guards rushes down the alley, shouting that the criminals are cornered. But when the team breaches the warehouse, they stop dead in their tracks, confused by the sight of the unconscious thieves. One guard inspects the battered Beastman, realizing someone else destroyed these villains and vanished without a trace. Another notes the smoke is still rising, meaning the vigilante must still be lurking nearby. As the captain orders a perimeter sweep, a dark shadow glides silently across the floor, undetected by anyone. Safe in a quiet alley, the shadow solidifies, and Han Seong-hyun steps out, stretching his limbs and sighing in relief. He walks casually down the street, smirking as he mutters, "It is good to let off some steam every once in a while." Meanwhile, in another dimension, his second avatar, Hines, throws his arms up in victory, staring at the towering gates of a dark castle. Hines grins, confirming that old Malcolm was telling the truth about this legendary city. He steps toward the entrance, declaring, "This marks my grand debut in the new world." But as he crosses the threshold, the atmosphere shifts. He frowns, wondering, why is the city so desolate, realizing there are no guards and the streets are lawless? Ahead, a brutal thug looms over a trembling child, growling, "I warned you about the deadline." The thug turns to a young woman, his voice dripping with malice. "You have 3 days to pay 2 silver coins, or you pay with your life." Hines contemplates the trouble brewing before him, but coldly decides, "This has nothing to do with me." Yet, as fate would have it, he brushes past the young woman, their paths colliding. Terror fills her eyes as she bows, apologizing profusely, but Hines halts her retreat. His voice is calm as he asks, "Do you know this city well? I require a guide." The girl freezes, staring at him in bewilderment. Who are you?" Hines simply flicks 2 silver coins into the air, introducing himself with a glint of wealth. "Consider me your future employer." He catches the coins with a sharp snap and offers a proposition. Now, let us discuss the terms of your contract. Moments later, the young woman, Dawn, leads him to a towering structure by promising, "This is the finest Inn Xanthu has to offer. You will be safe here. You will." She introduces him to the proprietor, Diana. "Is it to your liking?" Hines ignores the question, tossing a coin to Dawn with a command, "Return at daybreak. Do not make me wait." Lying in the unfamiliar bed, Hines stares at the ceiling. He rationalizes hiring Dawn as a mere charitable act, a whim to pass the time. Outside the inn, the city falls silent, and he decides to let consciousness drift away for the night. But peace eludes him. The mattress is like stone, and a sudden sneeze escapes him. Just then, an echo of a sneeze answers from outside, shattering the silence. What was that? Hines moves to the window, peering into the darkness, his eyes widen in genuine surprise. Dawn is sitting on the cold cobblestones, shivering as she wishes him a good night. Confusion ripples through him. Why would she endure the freezing cold to wait for him until dawn? The next morning, over a steaming meal, he breaks the silence. "You have no need to wait for me in the cold." Her eyes light up with agreement, but he quickly chides her. "And do not call me Mister." He gestures sharply to her untouched plate. "Are you planning to starve eat?" He pushes more food toward her, sensing her desperate hunger. Tears prick her eyes as Dawn whispers her thanks, devouring the warm meal with a smile that could melt winter snow. As they traverse the streets, she explains, "Welcome to Xanthu, the western jewel of the Thalia kingdom." To Hines, it resembles a typical medieval town, unassuming and plain. However, a recurring symbol painted on every corner seizes his attention. He swipes a finger across the mark on a wall and freezes. It is not paint, it is dried blood. The girl watches him with uncertainty, and a sudden memory from the previous night flashes through Hines' mind. He turns to Dawn, his gaze piercing. "Did you smell deer soup last night?" The girl flinches, stunned that he noticed her secret. She smiles sheepishly, tapping her nose. "I have exceptional senses." Hines nods, accepting the answer, before pointing to the bloody mark. "What is this?" Dawn's expression darkens. "That is the crest of the Veralac organization." Hines pauses, the name stirring a ripple of recognition deep within his memories. Suddenly, he halts, sniffing the air. "What scent do you catch right now?" Dawn inhales deeply, her face brightening. "Freshly baked bread. You must try it." Despite his reminder that they just ate, she darts ahead, laughing. There is always room for bread. But as she runs, a cold wind howls through a dark, silent alleyway nearby, carrying the stench of malice. In the shadows, a figure is violently dragged into the darkness, leaving only a streak of crimson on the ground. Days pass, and Hines waits for Dawn, noting she has never once been late until now. Instead of the girl, the thugs he encountered earlier emerge from the crowd. The leader smirks, cracking his knuckles. "We need to have a little chat, outsider." Hines remains unfazed, extending a handful of coins with a bored expression. It is a small offering, but perhaps it will help maintain public order. As the men laugh, Hines spots the same blood-red symbol tattooed on the leader's neck. The mark of Veralac. Dawn's warning echoes in his mind. Stay out of the alleys. Leave the city while you can. A fragment of a memory surfaces, one of the thugs asking, "Why take that little child?" The pieces click together. They didn't just take anyone, they took Dawn's brother. Hines turns, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "Wait." He decides the time for observation is over. His fist clenches, mana gathering silently. One of the thugs steps forward, sneering, "What's wrong?" But before violence erupts, Dawn suddenly bursts onto the scene, shouting his name and frantically searching for Diana. The thugs glance at Hines. What is our brother curious about? Hines instantly masks his killing intent, changing the subject. "I merely asked if the silver was sufficient." He displays an empty pouch, feigning defeat. "You have taken everything I have." The thugs leave, and Hines turns to Dawn, his tone stern. "You are late. You will go without food today." But she interrupts, her voice trembling. "My little brother. He is gone." Tears stream down her face. "He was getting better with the food you gave us, but now he has vanished from the face of the earth." Hines recalls the thug's conversation about kidnapping a child. His eyes narrow. Was it the Veralac? Dawn nods, sobbing. I heard them whispering about harvesting a child. Hines tries to reassure her. I will pay their ransom. Money is no object. But she screams in despair. My brother Aaron will die. They do not want gold, she cries, clutching his arm. They want blood. Hines freezes, the gravity of the situation crashing down on him. Why would they need blood? Dawn looks up, terror etched into her soul, because this city is nothing but a cattle ranch for vampires. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a powerful figure inhales the air, his eyes glowing. The scent of dark mana is thick today. From the rooftop, he muses. Was there a struggle over the immortal king's fragment? He sighs with dark disappointment. I intended to harvest it only once it had fully matured. The vampire grins, revealing razor-sharp fangs. I do not know who stole the advantage, but I can smell their trail. His aura flares. The hunt begins now. Back on the street, Hines questions the existence of these monsters. A shadowy presence lurking nearby confirms the grim reality. Dawn explains through her tears. Every gang, even Veralac, is puppeted by vampires. She falls to her knees. Even if we escape the walls, no one survives the wasteland. Her voice breaks, the sound of utter defeat. We were just trying to survive. Just trying to live one more day. Despair swallowed her whole, convinced that this dark place would be their grave. Suddenly, Hines seized her face, his roar shattering her trance. Wake up! His voice cut through the panic. We are running out of time. Tell me, do you have any idea where they took your brother? Doden stared at him, doubt clouding her eyes. Why would a stranger risk his life for her? But he simply smirked, exuding an overwhelming confidence. Do not worry. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. When it comes to making scum suffer, I'm the absolute expert. The hunt had begun. Meanwhile, inside a filthy tavern, the air reeked of greed. A thug slammed a pile of coins onto the table, betting it all on a single hand. Where did you score this fortune? His partner asked. Just ripped off some clueless tourist, he laughed. Boom. The door exploded inward as Hines made his entrance. The thug scrambled to his feet, rage flaring. Who the hell do you think you are? His partner sneered, recognizing the face. Look, it is the tourist we robbed. Did you come back to donate a few more pennies to the cause? But the guard outside had already been silenced. In a blur of motion, Hines seized the thug by the throat. The child, where did you take him? The man struggled, his arrogance still intact. You fool. Do you have any idea who you are dealing with? Smack. Hines cut him off with a brutal blow. I know exactly what you are. Trash who destroys families for a handful of coin. Just pure trash. With a single devastating punch, consciousness left the man's eyes. Hines stepped over the body. Two left. The remaining thugs snapped into action. Killing intent filled the room as one drew a jagged knife, ready to spill blood. Hines walked forward, his stride steady and fearless. He knew the outcome before the fight even began. They lunged at him from both sides. The blade struck true, driving hard into Hines's abdomen, but instead of tearing flesh, the steel halted with a dull thud. The thug's eyes went wide in disbelief. Impossible. Hines capitalized on the shock, smashing a fist into the attacker's jaw. He tapped his chest with a grin. High-grade, Korean ballistic vest. You never stood a chance. The final enemy roared, swinging a heavy axe with lethal force. Clang, an invisible barrier shimmered into existence, stopping the weapon cold. What is this magic? Before he could process the impossible, Hines crushed his wrist and slammed him into the floorboards. The trio was neutralized. Hines glanced at his gear, a satisfied hum escaping his lips. Thank the system I packed my inventory with magic items. He surveyed the carnage. Is that it? Maybe I overprepared. But fate had a sense of humor. Footsteps thundered from the staircase. What is this mess? A fresh wave of enemies poured into the room. They charged like a pack of rabid dogs. Hines sighed. I definitely spoke too soon. Moments later, bodies littered the floor. Hines panted, sweat dripping down his face. Why are there so many of them? He gritted his teeth and ripped a blade from his shoulder, ignoring the searing pain. He had lost count of the takedowns. Now, only one remained conscious. Hines planted his boot firmly on the man's skull. I will ask once, Where's the boy? The thug spat blood, defiant to the end. You will regret this. The boss is coming, the man wheezed, a wicked grin on his face. He will end your miserable existence. Thanks for the tip, Hines replied coldly. But you should worry about your own life first. Hines kicked open this back door. Aaron, a small figure, trembled in the corner, shrinking away from the light. Please, let me go. Hines softened his expression, stepping closer. It is okay. Your sister sent me. The boy blinked, hope flickering in his eyes. You know my sister. Let's get out of here, Hines urged. I will explain on the way. But freedom was not so easily won. A heavy shadow fell over the window. Thud. A massive bat landed, its eyes glowing with malice. A voice, smooth as velvet but cold as the grave, echoed through the room. Who dares touch the food in my personal restaurant? Interrupting my meal is a grave sin. Smoke swirled and formed into a figure. A vampire stood before them, radiating an aura of death. Are you from the Order of Audacity? The monster's gaze shifted to the boy. Is this the appetizer's brother? He smiled, revealing razor-sharp fangs. You have no idea the nightmare you have stepped into. Hines shoved Aaron behind him, shielding the child. I am just a tourist who got robbed, and I decided I do not like bullies. The vampire's eyes narrowed, bored by the bravado. Blood magic began to swirl around his fingers. I prefer the vintage of a young child's blood. Die. Run, Hines screamed, shoving the boy towards the exit. Roaring with effort, Hines engulfed his hand in magical flames. He lunged, gripping the vampire's throat with searing fire. Burn, you leech. With a massive heave, he hurled the creature back. Go. Aaron, don't look back. He had bought a second of time. But the vampire recovered instantly, dusting himself off. Nice dodge, the monster mused. The predator tilted his head. You are faster than I expected for a human. The vampire blurred forward, a perfect warm-up before dinner. Hines braced himself, shouting one last command. Do not come back, no matter what happens. Steel clashed against claws. Hines blocked the first strike, but the vampire was too fast. The second hand shot forward like a spear. Chink, claws pierced right through Hines's chest. Impressive durability, the vampire noted casually. But the gap between our levels is absolute. Music. You will make a gourmet meal. Hines coughed blood, his vision swimming. He realized the terrifying truth. He is just toying with me. Lifted into the air like a rag doll, Hines refused to give up. He swung a desperate punch. The vampire caught it effortlessly. I think I will start with a taste of the main course. The vampire's grip tightened around his throat, choking the life out of him. This useless struggle ends now. The beast lunged, fangs aiming for the jugular. The vampire hissed a deadly warning, but Hines had already made his choice. If he couldn't overpower this monster, they would burn in hell together. An inferno erupted. Flames suddenly engulfed Hines's body, catching the vampire completely off guard. The creature recoiled in shock, wondering if this was some hidden artifact or high-tier magic. It was a desperate gambit born in the heat of battle. Hines had noticed the high-proof alcohol pooling on the floor earlier. He realized he could turn the entire room into a death trap using his inventory items. You lunatic, the vampire shrieked, disbelief in his eyes. Do you really intend to perish with me? Wreathed in living fire, Hines shoved the monster back with raw power. The vampire scoffed, mocking him as nothing more than a stubborn piece of weak meat. But Hines silenced him with a savage headbutt. As he threw the beast to the ground, he reminded him that this gourmet food body had high resistance and regeneration rates. I am not on the menu today, Hines roared, broken and scorching. The vampire finally begged for mercy. Boom! A massive explosion swallowed the area, painting the city skyline in chaotic orange light. Amidst the destruction, only a lone tower remained standing. Lying amidst the embers, Hines looked up. The destruction was truly a masterpiece of chaos. As he reflected on the carnage, he realized surviving this might actually complicate things. His body was crumbling to ash, yet he accepted this fate with a warrior's calm. Mission accomplished. He had saved the girl. In the distance, Diana clung to her brother, screaming Hines's name toward the raging inferno. Time passed. Life returned to normal for Diana, until a peculiar customer interrupted her shift. I left the payment on the table, the man said smoothly. She thanked him, but moments later, another young man stepped up. Is there room in line for me too? She smiled professionally and offered him a seat, but as their eyes met, her heart skipped a beat. She knew that gaze. Tears welled up as she rushed to embrace him. Hines held her close, whispering, "Did you really think a trap like that could finish me off?" In truth, his previous avatar had been incinerated. Han So-hyun knew the cooldown to summon it again was a full week, but he couldn't leave Diana in despair. He had been forced to improvise. The only option was to assume direct control of a new vessel. He had declared to the system, "Activate backup. This is now Hines 2. He had returned in this pre-made avatar, worried she wouldn't recognize him, but he underestimated her. Diana saw past the face directly to the soul essence burning within. Diana's expression turned serious. "You cannot go back there," she warned, trembling. "The vampires. They will be hunting you." Hines smiled confidently. "Don't worry. I have already tied up the loose ends." Besides, he thought, with the immortal king's hands at my command, mere vampires are nothing but fodder. Safe in his room, Hines checked his status. 10 days until the interdimensional transmission. It was a longer delay than he had calculated. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. A high-ranking vampire who had been stalking the city crashed in, seizing him by the throat. "It was you, wasn't it?" the creature hissed. The vampire had tracked the magical residue from the forest directly to him. His cover was blown. The monster tightened his grip. "Is a mere tourist walking in the territory of a murdered vampire? Do you take me for a fool?" Hines tried to struggle, to summon his strength, but his new avatar was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. This guy was a monster on a different level. The vampire sniffed the air, confused. Strange. No scent of dark magic. No smell of our kin's blood. Hines played the fool. "What are you talking about? I was just sleeping," he gasped, feigning ignorance. "Still playing games," the vampire sneered. "Let's see how you talk after this." He sank his fangs deep into Hines's neck. "I will ask you one more time, slowly." As the venom spread, Hines touched the wound. The system locked his speech. He could no longer lie. System alert, transformation imminent. His DNA was being rewritten in real time. Race changed to vampire. He had obtained the lesser bloodline. The predator released a crushing wave of killing intent. "Are you truly unrelated to the Oath of Daring?" The command echoed in his blood. Every cell in his body screamed to submit to the superior vampire. I am just a traveler," Hines stammered. But then, an anomaly occurred. He realized he could defy the command. His mind core skill acted as a divine filter, straining out the instinct of submission. The vampire paused, sensing no deception but remaining suspicious. "Perhaps I was mistaken. Follow me. We have work to do." Hines calculated his odds. He would play along to gather intel. He followed the creature to the Azanthu branch headquarters of the Veroslak clan. The atmosphere inside was suffocating. The Lord Vampire entered, greeted by a legion of creatures of the night. Whispers filled the room. Why did the Lord bring such a weakling? Suddenly, a female vampire latched onto him, eyes gleaming with hunger for fresh meat. "I am Rosalika," she purred, offering him a goblet of crimson liquid. "And who might you be, little one?" "I am Hines," he replied, keeping his guard up. "Relax," she whispered. "We are both of lesser blood here." She pressed the glass to his lips, insisting he partake in the freshly drawn blood. Hines knew he had to drink to maintain his cover. He took a sip, and to his horror, his new vampire physiology roared in delight. The bloodlust was intoxicating. He quickly used his mind core to block the taste and smell. "It is delicious," he lied, playing the part. Rosalika giggled, flirting openly as Hines decided to probe for information about this lesser blood status. She realizes he remains completely ignorant regarding the intricate hierarchy of vampire bloodlines. The vampiress explains, "Those of lesser blood serve as mere knights, while the pure bloods, like the vampire lord, stand as the true nobility." She continues, "Above them rule the clan leaders, the royal blood, and beyond even that, sacred blood is an object of worship." Rosalika concludes with reverence, "Our faith lies in the progenitor, to whom we owe our absolute and eternal obedience. From the balcony, the vampire lord commands attention. Since we are all gathered, I shall peer straight to the heart of the matter. Peer, a pure-blooded noble, reveals a grave concern. The fragments of the immortal king, once held by the oath of daring, have vanished. Tiapol, another of pure blood, adds darkly. They were tracked entering the city, only to disappear into thin air. Han questions the nature of these items, and Rosalisa scoffs. Do you truly not understand the gravity of this? She explains that dark sorcerers nearby were cultivating these shards, making him realize these were the very artifacts from the Oath of Daring. The Lord issues a decree. Scour your sectors, leave no stone unturned, and report every anomaly immediately. Later, beneath the harsh daylight, Rosalisa winces. My skin feels as if it is catching fire. I cannot endure this exposure. Han acknowledges the weakening effect of the sun, but she urges him onward. We cannot afford to linger here. She laments the wasted effort of moving their fragments here. He interrupts her sharply. Do they possess pieces of the immortal king here as well? Rosalika confirms the truth. The dark sorcerers intended to fuse their shards with those held by the vampires. A realization strikes Han. This is not a setback, but a stroke of destiny. The pure bloods must be guarding the prize. Gripping her shoulder, his voice turns cold. I need the exact location of those fragments. Now. The vampiress laughs mockingly. Why would a lowly being like me hold such secrets? Suddenly, Diana speaks up. I might know the answer. She clarifies for the stunned necromancer. I believe I know where the immortal king's fragments are hidden. The revelation leaves him thunderstruck. Han Sung-hun presses for details immediately. She nods. Yes, though the memory's old. It happened over a year ago. Diana recounts her time cleaning tombs, noting how members of the Veralac organization visited the stone chamber every single Friday. A vile, rotting stench seeped from that place. She shudders. Han Sung-hun decides instantly. This is the target. He thanks her for the intel, insisting he will handle the danger alone while they remain hidden. But the young woman grabs his arm, her eyes filled with concern as she calls out to him. She senses a shift in his scent, a dangerous change. With no other choice, Han Sung-hun admits her instincts are too sharp to fool. He reveals the grim reality, but vows, I will not let this darkness touch you, do not worry. Diana refuses to let go, offering herself. If the hunger becomes too much, you may drink my blood. She whispers, just please, do not lose yourself. Han Sung-hun gently places a hand on her head. You talk too much. He turns away. That is enough. He demands only the location of the stench, focusing solely on the mission. Night falls over the cemetery, bringing with it screams of agony. Inside the chamber, a cold voice commands, stand up! Tiapol looms over a battered man, sneering. Do you have a death wish? He offers a cruel game. Survive one strike of the sword, and freedom is granted. The desperate man raises his blade to strike. Suddenly, crimson tendrils erupt from Tiapol's hand. They coil around the victim, piercing him a dozen times in an instant. The man's life force is drained until he is a husk. Tiapol sighs. How utterly boring. Leaving the corpse suspended in the air, he summons a minion. Dispose of this trash. Bring me a sacrifice that can actually bleed. Yes, Lord Tiapole. The servant bows, dragging the body. But then he freezes. Who goes there? Without warning, a legion of skeletons bursts from the shadows. Tiapol whirls around. How did these filthy things breach my sanctum? He shouts, clear this filth away. But a giant skeleton crushes a servant instantly, summoning a wall of bone spikes from the earth. Tiapol is forced on the defensive. Trapped. He demands, what is this monstrosity? Is this a necromancer from the Oath of Daring? He snarls. How did you find this place? Han stands before him, a silent reaper. The vampire realizes words are useless. Fine, it does not matter. Killing intent floods the room. I will extract the answers from your severed head. Tiapol lunges, shattering the skeletons in his path. One of the undead soldiers is completely pulverized by the vampire's overwhelming power. Han smirks at the threat, and the destroyed skeleton knits itself back together in seconds. Han challenges him. Just try it. At his command, skeletal hands and razor-sharp thorns erupt from the ground, engulfing the vampire lord. A vampire reinforcement bursts onto the scene, shouting, the followers of the vampire lord are outside. I have come to assist. Tiapol barks an order. Focus on supporting me. The demolish is overwhelmingly strong. He shouts to the newcomer, asking to buy time for reinforcements. Music. But suddenly, Han Sung-hyun sinks his fangs into the ally's neck. The victim gasps. Why? Is there blood on me? Tiapel screams at Han Seong-hyun, his voice trembling with shock. Have you lost your mind? Han Seong-hyun ignores him, extending a hand toward Tiapel. The vampire instantly recognizes the energy signature. It is forbidden black magic, he wonders. Are he and the demolish working together? He desperately commands Han Seong-hyun, stop this madness at once. Tiapel lets out a blood-curdling scream. Devouring the blood of one's own kin is a cardinal sin that corrupts the very soul. The bitten vampire begins to wither away instantly like a dried leaf. Standing over the desiccated corpse, Han Sung-hyun coldly states, that madness does not work on me. He has acquired blood magic. He notes that with this new power, the scales of battle have tipped. Han Seong-hyun analyzes the situation. I can break the barrier. But Hans interrupts, warning him. Master, there is not enough time for finesse. Han Seong-hyun declares, in that case, I will smash through. With a devastating attack, he obliterates the chamber's ceiling. Both of them look up as debris rains down, exclaiming, we found it. The object we sought is finally here. It is the second fragment of the Immortal King. Hans approaches the relic, extending a skeletal hand. The moment he touches the artifact, an intense torrent of memories and malice slams into him. He realizes that even with his filters, the fragment contains an ocean of negative thoughts. All the mental processing power of the clones is instantly focused on Hans to withstand the pressure. A massive pillar of dark energy erupts from the location. At that moment, the hostile vampire arrives with his army of followers. The enemy commander wonders, did I arrive too late? He spots a figure floating ominously in the sky. The vampire barks to his men. Fire, shoot him down immediately. The entity in the sky takes the hits head on, but it does not matter. Hans forcibly absorbs the fragment directly into his chest. Tiapel appears from the shadows, striking Hans from behind, but the vampire lord freezes as he observes the creature. The regeneration ability is evolving into something far worse, true immortality. A system notification rings out. He has also acquired the Calamity tier ability, Forbidden Knowledge. The entity's information window updates. He is no longer a mere lich. He has ascended to an archlich down below. A knight spots a disturbance and asks, music. Is something burning over there? His companion confirms, pointing out the location is dangerously close to a Xanthu city. The man coughs as he catches a falling particle. The knight instantly commands, turn the horses around. I must report this phenomenon to the saint immediately. He stares at his hand in horror, realizing these are not ordinary ashes falling from the sky. It is death itself. The vampire and Han Seong-hyun stare up at the figure dominating the air. They identify the sign of the Immortal King's resurrection. The vampire's face goes pale with terror. The vampire, music, whispers in disbelief. Magnificent. He became 10 times stronger just by absorbing that single piece. Fueled by the fragment's power, Hans's rank skyrockets, and his dark magic capacity expands explosively. He now possesses the traits of malignant wisdom and forbidden knowledge. With this ascension, Hans has gained unconditional mastery over dark magic, inheriting all its deepest secrets. Hans grips his staff. Ominous dark smoke rises from the earth, enveloping the vampire army. The vampire lord panics. Is this an illusion? He shouts. What is the plan? One of his minions screams. We need to retreat, but a hand made of pure shadow seizes him. The vampire turns just in time to see a soldier hurled high into the air. Suddenly, shadows erupt around him, piercing his body from every direction in a symphony of agony. Hans states, his voice echoing with power. Music. You are certainly stronger than the other purebloods, but now you are nothing but a blood bag for my master. Gasping for air, the vampire questions, Did you absorb the entire fragment? The vampire asks in shock. How did you manage to withstand so much condensed malice alone? Hans replies coldly. Is that what you wish to know? He reveals the terrifying truth. It is because I am not alone. Meanwhile, a silhouette emerges from the darkness behind the vampire. Han Seong-hyun stands triumphantly over the fallen body of the vampire leader. A system notification announces that he has met the conditions for growth. His lineage has evolved to pure blood. Satisfied with the surge of power, he states, "I can evolve even faster by devouring my own kind." His eyes glow with predatory hunger as he promises, "I will devour all vampires." Meanwhile, the surviving enemies regroup in the forest, trembling in fear. Roselica complains, "We wouldn't have been defeated so easily if Perita were here." But another vampire warns her, "Do not be foolish. That opponent is a monster." Perita arrives and analyzes the scorched earth. Noticing an excessive concentration of magical residue, she concludes the opponent is in a league of their own. As the sun begins to rise, she decides, "We must return to the main base and request heavy reinforcements." Back in the city, Han Sung-hyun moves like a phantom through the streets. A survivor runs desperately through the alleyways. He hides, trembling as he whispers to himself. The vampires who acted like gods were slaughtered in a single second. As he laments trusting them, a shadowy figure appears, placing a cold hand on his shoulder. Screams of the dying echo through the city as Han Seong-hyun hunts down the remaining members of Varkalak. No one is left alive. Meanwhile, far from the carnage, Hines hires merchants to safely transport Diana's children out of the danger zone. Sitting around a crackling campfire, he prepares a meal, sprinkling pepper on the meat. Hines serves the special steak to the two children. One boy smiles and says, "It is delicious." Hines replies warmly, "Eat well." He observes them with relief, glad the children look much healthier now that they are far away from the city of death. He asked if their uncle operated a store in the eastern district of La Palace, and the child nodded in confirmation. The boy hesitated, fear flickering in his eyes about how they would be received, but Hines placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry." A strange warmth filled his chest. In that fleeting moment, he realized he had grown attached to these children, and the thought of leaving them stung his heart. Hines realized just how much he had changed since descending into this world. It had been an eternity since he felt such human connection. The children's voices pulled him from his reverie. The girl looked up with concern. "Are you okay, mister, or is your blood sugar low?" Hines gave a gentle smile. "I am fine. I already had my fill by devouring the life force of the remaining vampires in the village." Meanwhile, in another location, Hans began his dark work, Rise. He commanded the corpses to stand as undead soldiers, ordering one to breach the entrance. Gazing at the dimensional storage, he marveled at its convenience. It truly is an endless abyss of utility. Hans calculated that with enough research, opening a subspace gate back to Earth wasn't just a dream, but suddenly an explosion of mana struck the portal, pulverizing a skeleton guard. A female vampire emerged from the shadows, her eyes glowing with malice. "Still scurrying around our city like a rat," she sneered, her aura flaring. "Are you not underestimating the Night Clan a little too much?" Ovore Vaskoslak, a true noble of the bloodline, stepped forward. "Tell me, are you truly a member of the Oath of Audacity?" Hans straightened his posture, embracing the role. "I am indeed a proud member of the Oath." But the vampire screamed. "Liar, you raided our sanctuary and stole the Immortal King's fragment," she hissed, summoning her blood weapon. "But the truth no longer matters." She launched herself at him, her killing intent suffocating. "Because you will die either way." Her scythe crashed down, but Hans caught the blade with his bare hand. He leaned in, his eyes analyzing her combat patterns in split seconds. Then, with a burst of speed, he leaped backward, leaving the vampire stunned by his reflexes. The vampiress narrowed her eyes. To possess such physical might, a pureblood is not an easy prey. Suddenly, crimson energy erupted from the ground, trapping Hans. Ovore laughed triumphantly. "My clan possesses the greatest blood sorcerers. This barrier was woven specifically to seal your escape." Hans analyzed the mana structure. He could shatter this cage if he went all out, but he needed time to adapt to this overflowing power. The vampire raised her hand, mana condensing. "I will crush your skull and rip the fragment from your cold, dead corpse." Hans smirked beneath his mask. "Then that leaves me only one option." He tapped into his persona Hans, the agent of chaos. He declared with overflowing arrogance, "I am your death." His voice dropped an octave. "Even if I retreat now, I shall return to claim your soul." Deciding that a true villain needs a theatrical exit, he took a deep breath. Music. Han Seong-hyun commanded mentally. System cancel summon, and his avatar vanished into thin air. The blood sorcerer stood frozen, their minds unable to comprehend his sudden disappearance. Ovore roared in confusion. How did he bypass the barrier? Suddenly, she spotted a silhouette atop the city walls. A distinct sound pierced the air, and the sorcerer collapsed. She looked down in horror. A silver arrow protruded from his chest. Holy energy burned his flesh. Her subordinate screamed, "We are doomed." The Order of Paladins, the elite executioners of the Supreme God, had surrounded the tomb. The church's army was closing in. Ovore cursed the necromancer's name. Rage twisted her beautiful face. Did he stay behind just to use us as bait? She swore a blood oath. I will find him. I will kill him no matter where he hides. Meanwhile, back in safety, Han Seong-hyun cheered. Hans had survived, though the skeleton minion grumbled about the close call. Unsummoning the avatar felt like cheating, but it worked. However, the memory of his final words, incarnation of death, hit him like a truck. Han Seong-hyun buried his face in his hands, screaming internally, "Urgh!" He rolled on the bed, kicking the sheets. What kind of third-rate villain dialogue was that I could die of cringe right now? He wondered what possessed him to say such edgy lines while the avatar, Hans, sat silently beside him. But as the embarrassment faded, a spark of pride remained. Against all odds, he had single-handedly manipulated a clan of vampires and saved the girl in the city. Actually, he muttered, if you ignore the cringe, I sounded like a real dark hero. He stretched his limbs. For causing that much chaos, the reward should be massive, right? Expecting a decent payout, he opened the system store. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The balance read over 700,000 points. 700,000. How I spent everything on the last upgrade. He realized the implications. Did inciting a war between the dark mages and the vampires generate this much karma? Jackpot. He wasted no time. He selected his unique skill for an immediate upgrade. A holographic window appeared. Avatar summon limit increased. He scanned for more. Is that it? No. New combat abilities. Then, a second notification chimed. New special skill acquired persona. Persona. He tilted his head. Is this like a mind core? He let out a dry laugh as he read the description. A skill that uses an avatar as a vessel to contain and process emotions. Han Seong-hyun went silent. The system had analyzed his psychological state and determined he needed this, and he knew exactly why. He thought about the connections he made, the strangers he protected, the enemies he crushed. A shut-in who hadn't left his room in 2 years was achieving impossible feats. And the reason was simple. To him, this entire world felt like nothing more than a game. The illusion shattered, forcing him to face the cold reality he was still a prisoner within his own room. The dam broke. A tsunami of suppressed agony, loneliness, rage, and despair crashed over him all at once. Desperate, Han Seong-hyun summoned his faithful servant. Hans, take this filth from me. Pour these rotting emotions into the vessel. The toxic energy flooded out of his body. Han Seong-hyun gasped in relief. Yet he noticed the darkness didn't vanish. It merely found a new home. He looked at his creation with sudden concern. Had he just poisoned his own avatar with his human weakness? But the undead knight stood tall. Fear not, master, Hans declared. Agony and despair are old friends of mine. They cannot break me now. A chill ran down Han Seong-hyun's spine. He realized that Hans's voice, it wasn't just a system command anymore. A terrifying thought took root. Hans, he whispered. Can an avatar fed on raw human emotion develop a soul of its own? His thoughts were cut short. Boom! A thunderous blast shook the very air. Smoke rose rapidly outside. Another villain, Han Seong-hyun, turned away, muttering, The Guardians will handle it. They always do. It's not my war. But Hans's voice cut through the air like a blade. Master, does one need a reason to purge evil? Han Seong-hyun froze. Silence fell. With his mind cleared of the emotional fog, the truth became blindingly sharp. He wasn't indifferent. He was hiding, just like he always had. He hated the villains more than anything, yet he cowered behind excuses. Hans was right. The world's order had crumbled, and chaos was the new ruler. His eyes hardened with cold resolve. Fine, if the world has no rules, then I will become the law. Far below, the city burned. 2 guards watched the carnage, their faces pale. This isn't random anymore. one whispered. It's organized terror. His partner gripped his weapon, trembling. Where the hell are our reinforcements? From the shadows, a masked figure watched. The villains had united, pushing the city to the brink of total collapse. A pity to let such a feast go to waste. The necromancer mused. Dark mana coalesced, forming floating, unblinking eyes. Go, he commanded, releasing them into the night. Become my senses in the void. Hunt down every sinner hiding in the shadows. In a dim hideout, a thug snapped his fingers. Ashtray. His lackey laughed, dragging a terrified young man forward. Here you go, boss. As they prepared to extinguish cigarettes on the victim's face, a floating eye hovered silently above, recording every sin. Elsewhere, a mother huddled over her child, sobbing, Please, let us go. The abuser raised his belt, unaware that judgment was watching from the ceiling. Crash. Glass shattered as a thief pried open a shop window, thinking he had scored an easy payday. Music. Back on the rooftop, the masked ruler surveyed his domain. The city is teeming with filth, he whispered, and I see it all. Shadows surged. He materialized behind the thief, lifting him by the throat like a rag doll. You are nothing but trash, he hissed, and your punishment begins now. In an instant, he was in the home, gripping the abuser's neck from behind. Let me show you true pain, he promised. He loomed over the aggressors like a god of death. I will carve fear deep into your wretched souls. He leaned in, his aura suffocating. Remember this terror. If you ever dare to sin again, the darkness will come for you. That night, the city did not sleep. It screamed. High above, the masked necromancer felt the rush of power. It's not enough, he muttered. Surrounded by his legion of floating eyes, his hunger for justice grew. I need to scour every inch of this filth. Standing at the apex of the skyline, he made a vow. He would be the purifier. He would be the darkness that swallowed the wicked. Dawn broke, silencing the screams. The masked man stretched, inhaling the morning air deeply. There was a twisted satisfaction in it, spending the entire night sweeping the human garbage off the streets. But there was a flaw. The eye of darkness withered in sunlight. He needed a scout that could walk in the day, something innocuous yet omnipresent. He couldn't exactly march an army of undead through downtown. He needed a subtle solution. Splat. A pigeon dropped its payload on his shoulder. You little pest, he growled. I should turn you into a thrall. Then, lightning struck, an idea. A surveillance network that was everywhere, yet noticed by no one. He recalled an ancient spell, the art of beast enslavement. Music rises. The scene shifted to a secluded cave. Hans stood surrounded by the chaotic fluttering of captured pigeons. The necromancer concentrated. Direct control was too clumsy. He needed something that looked natural but spread like a plague, a magical contagion. Too much power kills the host, too little, and the link breaks. It was a delicate balance, but the formula was finally clicking into place. He wove the final rune for the slavery contagion. Hans brought the test cage forward. Is it ready, master? Suddenly, the bird mutated. A grotesque monstrosity burst from the cage. Another failure. 3 weeks of research, and he was still creating abominations. His eyes narrowed. He turned to the final test subject. Failure was not an option this time. The bird panicked, flapping wildly. Be still, he commanded, calibrating the mana flow with surgical precision. This was it. The definitive version of the slavery contagion. Hans clutches the bird tightly, a wave of relief washing over him as the ritual ends. But suddenly, the pigeon bursts from his grip, catching him completely off guard. It soars into the heavens, melding perfectly with the flock above. To the naked eye, it appears to be nothing more than an ordinary creature. Now comes the true test of the contagion. It descends, landing among its unsuspecting kin. 3 pigeons gather, unaware of their fate. Moments later, a chilling transformation takes hold. Their eyes shift, glowing with unnatural light. The experiment is a resounding success. Hans gazes through the vision of his new spies. They have become his living eyes and ears. Fly, he commands. Find my enemies. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a man tracks the flock's movement above him. The memory of Hans's chilling parting words haunts him, the voice that introduced itself as death incarnate. The knight hastens his pace, approaching the command tent. He bows low before Archbishop Latius to deliver his urgent report. Tuskson speaks gravely. After breaking the captives, we confirm the truth. The vampires are not allied with the immortal king's bloodline. Latius frowns. It is not enough. We need more clues. The immortal king's power swells with every passing second. Suddenly, the cross upon his chest erupts in holy light. The saint is calling. A divine revelation. The immortal king's vile presence has been pinpointed once more. It pulses from a cave to the north. Thank you, holy lady, Latius whispers. I shall not fail you. Deep in the ancient woods, the gaping maw of the cave comes into view. Back in the cave, Hans stands ready. His familiars were meant to be his warning system, but they have encountered something unexpected. He only needed to verify the link, but a sudden chill runs down his spine. Something is wrong. On the surface, the familiars move erratically, scattering in blind panic. Their terror is palpable, yet the vision cuts out. Why is the information not reaching him? Realization strikes him like a lightning bolt. It wasn't a monster. They encountered humans. A battalion of knights tears through the undergrowth. Hans narrows his eyes. Humans in this desolate wasteland. This is no coincidence. It is an ambush. Through the pigeon's dying gaze, he sees them. Dozens of soldiers encircling the entrance. Thwack. Then an arrow pierces the bird, and the connection snaps. A soldier bellows his name into the darkness. Hans, your dark illusions end here. The paladin steps forward, aura blazing. No evil can hide from the divine gaze. Your path ends now. His voice booms like thunder. Hans surrender and face the judgment of the Almighty. Hans studies the man's armor. That emblem. He recognizes it from his time in Varalaske, a paladin of the Holy Order. But how did the Order track him here? This is bad. Divine power is the natural predator of his dark magic. The paladin charges without hesitation. Clang. Hans catches the blade with his bare hand, dark mana flaring. The knight sneers. I never intended to let you speak. He presses the blade closer. Save your lies, warlock. Your tongue cannot deceive the faithful. Hans sighs, unimpressed. You are just as stubborn and brain dead as you look. Hans lashes out with a burst of energy, but the paladin deflects it with a casual wave of his hand. A crude trick, he scoffs. His eyes burn with righteous fury. Hans, you shall not taint the word of God any longer. Mom. Heavy strike slams into Hans's chest, gritting his teeth through the pain. Hans retorts. Is punishing evil truly a crime in your twisted eyes? The paladin roars back. The moment you touched that forbidden power, you became the very monster you sought to destroy. What ridiculous logic, Hans mutters. Suddenly, his mana flickers. Something vile is interfering with his magic. A steel-clad fist connects with his jaw. The impact sends him flying. He crashes through the trees, wood splintering around him. Hans struggles to his feet, tasting blood. He's completely surrounded. Commence the chant, the paladin commands. The choir begins a haunting, unified hymn. The holy melody pierces his mind. He feels his strength draining away with every note. He could slaughter the choir to stop it, but he refuses to harm the innocent. He summons a shadow clone instead. The paladin seizes the opening and strikes him with a sacred artifact. Now, the paladin screams, restrain the heretic. Light erupts as the choir unleashes chains of binding mana. A chain wraps tight around his leg, then another. He is completely immobilized. Damn it, he thinks. I was too arrogant. Suspended in the air by glowing shackles, Hans sighs. I really did let my guard down. His body is paralyzed. His magic is sealed. Below him, the men chant in fervent prayer. This trap was meticulously planned. A warrior steps forward, smirking. Do you have any idea how hard we worked to catch you? I'm sure you did, Hans replies dryly. The man points a finger. No evil has ever broken these bonds. Have you finally accepted your fate? A low chuckle rumbles from Hans's throat. Then he bursts into laughter. Negotiation was never an option. Accept my fate. Hans grins savagely. That isn't going to happen. Farewell, you church dogs. Catch me if you can. The warrior blinks, confused, but raises his weapon to strike. You think I'll let you leave? the warrior shouts, charging forward. Hans looks at him with pity. No matter how strong the cage, it cannot hold a ghost. Hans issues the command to the system, release summon. In an instant, his body dissolves into mist and vanishes. The warrior swings at empty air, staring in disbelief at the empty chains. The scene shifts to a bustling modern city. Who the hell was that guy? Someone wonders in the distance. Meanwhile, lying in his bed, Han Sung-hyun lets out a long, exhausted sigh. This is becoming a serious problem. He stares at the ceiling. I've made too many enemies. Wherever he goes, chaos follows. His mind drifts to the Shadow faction and the oath of daring he swore. Memories of the ancient vampire clan, Veroslak, flood his mind, followed by images of the continent's supreme power, the great divine order. Suddenly, he freezes. Wait a minute. Han Sang-hyun stands abruptly, pointing a trembling finger at the holographic screen. The Karma Shop. Confusion clouds his eyes. Why was I rewarded? The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. It was the chaos. He was being paid for the turmoil he caused across the entire continent. He shakes his head, pushing the thought aside. I will deal with that later. For now, I must focus on the original plan. Shadows coalesce in the dark alleyway. A traditional white mask emerges from the gloom. The masked man whispers, "It is time to harvest the fruits of my research." He activates the dark magic. It behaves like a virus, a controlled entity that infects and spreads the moment it encounters another living being. With this, his network of eyes and ears expands exponentially. Soon, the entire city of Seoul will be under his absolute surveillance. Suddenly, his senses spike. Through the eyes of a stray cat, he thinks, have they arrived already? A magical signal flares in the distance. He smirks. Found the first one. Inside a dimly lit studio, terror reigns. Please save me. A woman crawls on the floor, begging the man looming over her with a knife. I'll do anything, just spare my life. The attacker steps back from the railing, indifferent to her pleas. The woman looks up, hope sparking in her eyes. She spots a man with glasses walking outside the window. She screams with everything she has, "Help, I've been kidnapped, save me." But the man simply walks away. Where are you going? Can you not hear me? Despair crashes down on her as she's thrown violently to the floor. It's useless, she sobs. The kidnapper laughs, grabbing a fistful of her hair. Scream all you want. It doesn't matter how loud you get. He leans in, his voice dripping with malice. Thanks to my ability, only I can see your screams. Your suffering is for my eyes alone. He drags her to a microphone. Now, scream louder. The maniac raises his knife, eyes gleaming. You're going to be in the top 3 of my entire collection. Crash. The studio window explodes inward, showering the room in glass. The kidnapper spins around, stunned. What kind of ability is that? The masked man steps through the debris, his voice calm, sound suppression and invisibility. The masked man stares him down. Your cheap tricks don't work on me. Your disgusting hobby ends today. Panic rises in the kidnapper's chest. He grabs the woman. Who are you, a guardian? How did you get in here? He presses the blade to her throat. One step closer, and she dies. The masked man's response is cold as ice. Is that so? In the blink of an eye, the woman vanishes and reappears safely behind the hero. The kidnapper gasps. A returnee! Rage overtakes his fear. You dare steal my prey, he roars. I'll kill you both. He lunges with the knife, but suddenly, his body betrays him, freezing midair. The masked man tilts his head. Judging by your words, this isn't your first time doing this, is it? He walks up to the paralyzed killer and places a hand on his forehead. Shall we check? He invokes the dark art, necromancy, lament of the dead. A horrifying vision floods his mind. The killer attacking victim after victim, ignoring their desperate pleas for mercy. The masked man pulls back, disgusted. A serial killer. I don't need to see anything else. The verdict is instant. Death. Dark energy consumes the killer. He screams in agony as his very soul is shredded by the ability. The masked man watches the lifeless body float in the air. Even death is too much mercy for trash like you. He needs soldiers for the war to come. Rise. He begins the transformation, draining every drop of blood from the corpse. I didn't expect to forge one so soon. The body convulses and morphs. A powerful intermediate undead is born aghast. The masked man commands his new minion, "Come, you might be quite useful." He glances at the unconscious woman. I should clean this place up before I go. Outside, the night is lit up by flashing sirens. Police and onlookers have swarmed the crime scene. Park Hyun-chul, the rugged leader of the Special Abilities Criminal Investigation Division, stands amidst the chaos. An agent rushes over with a tablet. "Sir, the recordings confirm it. It's the same serial killer we've been hunting." The agent swallows hard, but a returnee got to him first. There's no body, just traces of dark magic in the bloodstains. Park Hyun-chul scoffs. At least the idiot deserved to die. But he rubs his temples, irritated. This complicates everything. His eyes narrow. People who get drunk on power and play hero are just as dangerous. Then he spots something on the wall. A symbol of a Ha-Ho mask is burned into the concrete. It was an execution, and the executioner left a calling card. A confused officer looks up at the dark rooftop. Who is that lunatic up there high above? The masked man strokes a white cat. I just wanted to see the detective's face. Meanwhile, at the South Seoul branch of the Returners Association, chaos is brewing. Someone yells for the manager. An assistant bursts into the office, looking frantic. "Manager, I need a moment." She stares at the sleeping figure at the desk and sighs. "Here we go again." She shakes branch manager Yoon Ji-yoon awake. "It's an important matter." Written Psalm. Ji-yeon groans, wiping sleep from her eyes. "What's the problem this time?" The assistant slams a file down. A cooperation request from the skill management department. Ji-yeon scans the file. "The 3 jewel thieves." She frowns. "Is there a connection to the recent murder?" The report is specific. Suspect is a dark magic user, wears a long coat and a Ha-Ho mask. Ji-yeon leans back, exhausted. "Public safety is an absolute mess," she grumbles. "I almost feel like handing this case over to that guy." The assistant glares at her. "Manager." Despite her frustration, a wicked thought crosses her mind. He has the skills she needs. With the right leash, he would make the perfect hound. June lets out a heavy sigh, lamenting her situation. Why can't he just sign up as a guardian already? But her assistant points ruthlessly to the mountain of paperwork. "Quit dreaming and get back to work." Snapping completely, she hurls the papers into the air. "I just want to smash every villain in existence." Meanwhile, Han Seong-hyun stretches his limbs, feeling refreshed. Smashing those villains really hit the spot. He muses on his methods. Unless they are true monsters, he spares their lives. A simple terror curse is punishment enough. Gazing at his reflection, his eyes narrow. It is time to hunt down the organization responsible for this chaos. His work here is done. Now, Han Seong-hyun turns his gaze toward the wider world. Nearby, a desperate father cries out for Diana and Aaron. Tears stream down his face as he crushes his children in a hug. "You both did so well. I'm so sorry." The children comfort their weeping father. Watching from the shadows, Hines feels a wave of relief. The man is a good father. Good. That means there is no need for threats or violence today. The father grasps Hines' hand, overflowing with gratitude. Little Diana steps forward, her eyes filled with memories of their journey. She wraps her small arms around him. Hines smiles gently. "This isn't goodbye. I promise to visit, so stay healthy." The girl whispers a confession. "I was scared when you changed, but I'm glad the real you is a good person." Her words strike a chord. Was it the influence of the persona system? The Hines persona was a cocktail of negative emotions and attention-seeking. Yet, as an infiltrator, he was granted a calm and composed nature. The duality is fascinating. Aaron asks the question on everyone's mind. "Where will you go now?" Hines looks to the horizon. "I am going on a pilgrimage to the capital, Thaleria." The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Thaleria. Han Seong-hyun stands amidst the crowd. "I have come here for one purpose only." This is the heart of the Goddess Church, the home of the greatest temple on the continent. Slipping into a dark alley, he checks his surroundings. The coast is clear. It is time to unveil his 4th avatar. System Avatar Summon. Heinrich materializes. This new body possesses the warrior spirit trait, granting massive combat bonuses. Han smiles. Walking through a holy city in a vampire's body was just asking for trouble. He tosses a heavy pouch to Heinrich. Go forth, walk in the light. Inside the temple, a priest calls out, next believer, step forward. Heinrich approaches the counter. He upends the bag, and a waterfall of gold and jewels crashes onto the table. The priest's eyes bulge. Good heavens. How much is this? Heinrich puts on a serious face. It is my entire fortune. I wish to dedicate everything to the goddess and serve as a holy knight. Watching remotely, Han Seong-hyun grins. His previous avatars were monsters. An undead, a dark wizard, a vampire. All children of the dark. But this time is different. He will become a holy knight, wielding a sacred sword beloved by all. Heinrich nods with absolute certainty. A mustache-twirling instructor steps forward, eyeing the gold. I see your devotion. As an instructor, I will make you a fine knight. But a scribe slams his hand down. We cannot just accept a stranger because he has money. This is against protocol. The instructor laughs him off. Relax. The training will reveal the truth. If he is wicked, he will break. He turns a sharp gaze to Heinrich. Do you have the confidence to survive? Heinrich doesn't blink. Absolutely. Cut to the training grounds. Heinrich gasps for air, sweat pouring down his face. A massive stone sphere rumbles toward him. This is pure madness. He braces himself, muscles bulging. He catches the boulder with his bare hands. It has been a month since this hell began. I thought the Holy Order was noble. Turns out, it's just a gathering of masochistic perverts. Heinrich grits his teeth, his arms trembling under the crushing weight. Nearby, the instructor screams at trainee 121, Focus, have you forgotten the code? Never stop praying, even in pain. Sing, let the goddess hear you. The trainee sobs, reciting the holy verses through the agony. The instructor bellows the secret of their strength. Pray, let your faith restore your broken flesh as you train. One more rep, do it for her. The young man screams to the heavens. Goddess. Heinrich observes the chaos. Crazy as it is, the method works. One believer cheers. My back pain is completely gone. Hit me harder. Instructor. Another flexes his biceps as a spiked mace slams into him, barely leaving a scratch. Surrounded by shouting zealots, Heinrich sighs. Is the perversion really necessary? On the balcony, Marco watches with a grin. That new recruit is a monster. Even before the baptism of light, he possesses immense strength. I cannot wait to see what he becomes. Heinrich feels the gaze on his back. Why are they staring? I hate standing out like this. But there is no time to complain. Heinrich pants heavily. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. He grimly concludes that without his indomitable warrior spirit and monstrous regeneration, his body would have collapsed long ago. His physique and stamina have leveled up, but he realizes that a far more dangerous problem looms over him. Suddenly, a massive hand clamps onto his arm. An instructor grins, asking if he finished leg day, before inviting him to a session of holy chest cultivation. Another muscle-bound fanatic interrupts, declaring, on a glorious day like this, only a solid back workout will suffice. Heinrich recoils in horror, hissing, Get away from me, you muscle-brained perverts, escaping the chapel with a weary sigh. Collapsing beside a colleague, he groans that these fitness freaks hunt him down daily. His friend laughs, noting that the elders simply have sky-high expectations for him. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd as a group of novices announces a grand arrival. The atmosphere tightens. It is Grand Archbishop Ladius of the main church, accompanied by the fearsome Sir Tuskson. His colleague whispers, They just returned from the expedition. Heinrich's eyes narrow, recalling the cold steel of that holy knight's sword pointed at Hans. A chill runs down his spine. Have they been hunting for Hans this entire time? At the altar, a priest's voice booms, announcing that the time has come for the sacred baptismal ceremony for those who have qualified. The priest explains that while unprecedented, urgent circumstances have forced them to advance the schedule, he commands the chosen trainees to step into the light as their names are summoned. His colleague is confused by the 6-month deviation, but Heinrich smirks internally. I have a pretty good idea why. It is desperation. He deduces that the holy knights need fresh cannon fodder to hunt down the heir of the immortal king. Regardless of their motives, this is the perfect stage to save time and test a dangerous theory. He prepares to unleash the synergy of his persona and mind core abilities. Just then, the high priest calls out the first trainee, Max Warawan. The voice is thunderous, Do you swear to dedicate your soul to the Lord God and live by the sword of a holy knight? The trainee accepts. The baptism is a transaction one sacrifices their mana to the deity, losing the ability to cast magic, but gaining immense destructive holy power in return. But the power is not equal. The magnitude of the blessing hinges on a single factor: the depth of one's faith. The purer the devotion, the more genuine the heart, more free of all lies and doubt. The mightier the holy knight born from the light. Finally, the priest calls the next name Heinlich. He steps forward with feigned reverence, declaring that this moment is the sole reason for his existence. Heinlich analyzes his strategy. Until now, his mind core only suppressed external stimuli, but today, he will invert the flow. Activate persona ability. He forcibly injects the raw emotion of blind faith into his own psyche. As the high priest begins the extraction, Heinlich uses the mind core to ruthlessly filter out every speck of distrust and cynicism. His mana transforms, becoming a crystalline substance of pure devotion. To break the limits, he channels the combined mental fortitude of all his avatars into this single vessel. The high priest gasps in terror and awe. A shockwave of golden energy explodes through the hall, forcing the other novices to shield their eyes. Trembling fingers point upward as the holy power surges, engulfing the very head of the deity statue in a blinding halo. An instructor grabs him, now addressing him with respect as Sir Heinlich. The high priest declares that despite being a rookie, his power already rivals the priesthood itself. He is urged to continue his divine path. Heinlich bows, playing the part of the humble servant perfectly. He obtains the holy baptism ability and wonders if he has reached the ceiling of this power. He breathes a sigh of relief that his deception held, yet a nagging feeling tells him the trick was not entirely unnoticed. He realizes the God of this church is less a divine being and more like a cold, calculating system. When he opened his mind, something stared back. If he had to describe that alien sensation in human terms, it was curiosity. Is he being watched by the heavens? He decides to tread carefully and use his borrowed light only for his own justice. Meanwhile, in a shadowy chamber, a fist strikes the window frame. This situation is maddening. Ladius grinds his teeth, lamenting that months have passed without a single whisper of the immortal king's heir. He cannot bear the shame of facing the saint empty-handed. Sir Tuskson warns that the Thalia kingdom will offer no further aid, strongly suspecting the interference of a shadowy vampire organization. He stabs a finger at the map, highlighting that their pursuit of Hans caused catastrophic friction with both the vampire clan and the defense circle. Ladius hangs his head, crushed by the suffocating political pressure mounting from the kingdom. Tuskson delivers the final blow, using their failure as justification. The extermination squad is to be disbanded and recalled to the capital immediately. As he storms out, a dark realization settles in. They are surrounded on all sides by enemies, and their reinforcements are hopelessly insufficient. Standing alone in this corridor, he wrestled with his inner demons, questioning his next move. Suddenly, a sharp noise pierced the silence. He looked down to see the new Holy Knight recruits, but he raised a hand, signaling them to hold their position. But the air was already thick with tension. Seeing a fatal opening, one trainee lunged forward, his weapon gleaming with lethal intent. Steel bit into flesh. Heinlich deliberately took the blade to his flank. Using his own body as a shield, in a split second, he retaliated, driving a devastating elbow strike straight into the attacker's face. The trainee collapsed, consciousness fading instantly. The duel was over, and the remaining knights bowed their heads, declaring Heinlich's absolute victory. At that moment, the system aligned within him. By fusing his super regeneration with holy power, he awakened a new ability: the Crusader combat technique. Steam rose from his side as the wound knitted itself together in seconds. The defeated opponent groaned, looking up in disbelief. Did you allow yourself to be hit on purpose?" Heinlich's eyes remained cold. It was a necessary sacrifice to guarantee the win. Yet, as he clenched his fist, he knew this power was insufficient. To survive what was coming, he needed to evolve even further. A whisper rippled through the crowd. "Did you feel that? His holy power rivals the instructors. No, it matches the high-ranking knights." "Don't get ahead of yourself." Sir Tussin emerged from the shadows like a mountain. He declared that Heinlich was still a fledgling, too inexperienced for the title of Holy Knight. "And I suspect," Tussin added, "you feel your own weakness more than anyone. The instructor's aura flared. I will forge you into a true weapon. He extended an invitation that sounded more like an order. Come with me to the Temple of Rosalia. Sir Tosin turned to the gathered knights, his voice leaving no room for argument. He confirmed they were departing for the great temple immediately, daring anyone to object. Heinrich's determination burned bright. He voiced his acceptance instantly. Tosin nodded, commanding him to fall in line. We leave now. Do not lag behind. As they strode toward the teleportation circle, Heinrich hesitated. Sir, grant me a moment to pack my gear. But Tosin didn't break stride. Denied. Someone else will handle the logistics later. Stepping onto the glowing runes of the magic circle, Sir Tosin placed a heavy hand on the young warrior's shoulder. Trust me, once we arrive, the truth of your training will be revealed. The recruit nodded, steeling his resolve. Mana enveloped them, warping space and time. As the light faded, they stood upon hallowed ground. Heinrich gazed up in awe. So this is the legendary Great Temple of Rosalia. The two warriors walked toward the massive structure, the greatest sanctuary of the Divine Church, beating in the very heart of the continent. This was the epicenter of faith, the sacred domain where the Pope and the Saint resided. The massive doors parted. Saint Rar stood waiting, offering a warm welcome to Sir Tosin and Heinrich after their arduous journey. Sir Tosin bowed with formal grace, thanking the saint while presenting the young recruit. Heinrich lowered his head, a discreet, knowing smile touching his lips. He knelt in reverence before the holy figure, meanwhile, far away from the light of the temple. Darkness ruled the city. Hans stood on a rooftop, looking down at a building where bodies littered every floor. In the palm of his hand, a phone screen glowed. Social media was exploding with images of the massacre he had just committed. He sighed, without intending to. He had become an internet sensation after wiping out that human trafficking ring. But as he scrolled through the comments, his eyes narrowed. Something didn't add up. The rescued victims spoke of a divine retribution society. It wasn't just a gang. It was a web connecting multiple criminal organizations. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he would hunt them all down. But first, the hooded man needed to liquidate the spoils of war from his last mission. He adjusted his mask, ensuring his identity remained a mystery. Walking around with looting items from unknown sources was a one-way ticket to becoming a suspect. He needed a shadow market, a place where questions were never asked. He headed straight for the underground gambling house. The air inside smelled of smoke and greed. An attendant approached, but the masked man slammed a heavy bag onto the counter. I'm here to sell. The attendant sneered, waving him off. We don't deal in trash. The masked man's voice dropped an octave. Is that so? I heard you had a taste for specific items. He upended the bag. Gold coins cascaded onto the table, ringing like a bell of doom. The attendant's eyes went wide. He recognized the emblems of the trade syndicate, the very group wiped out by the masked lunatic, and the hooded man leaned in. Are you interested now? Sweat beaded on the attendant's forehead. He forced a nervous smile and pointed to the rear. The back door. Go straight. Do not stray from the path. He pushed through the heavy door, entering the inner sanctum. A man in a sharp suit and a mask awaited him. Are you the seller? The newcomer nodded. He tossed a bag of rare coins to the negotiator. I need payment, but not in cash. The negotiator examined a coin, testing its weight. Not cash. Then you refer to goods. What is it you desire? The seller raised a single finger. I want a lottery ticket. Specifically, the first prize winner for this week. Dirty money was useless if he couldn't spend it in the light. He needed clean, legal funds for his civilian identity, Han Sung-hun. The negotiator chuckled darkly. Laundering money through a lottery win, the commission fee will be astronomical. The seller didn't blink. Name your price. The suit checked his ledger. I have a ticket worth 6.1 billion won. The redemption period expires in 4 months. The hooded man nodded. Good. I'll take that one. And 2 more, just like it. The negotiator paused, stunned. Wait, the bag you gave me? It doesn't cover that kind of value. The client remained calm. Don't worry, I have plenty of inventory. He waved his hand over the counter. Heavy gold bars materialized from thin air, crashing down with a thud. Is that enough? The negotiator lunged forward, grabbing his arm. Who are you? That was spatial magic. Where did you get a subspace storage tool? The hooded man glared at the hand touching him. His aura flared, cold and threatening. I didn't come here to chat. Let go and finish the deal. Now. The negotiator bows, terrifyingly eager to close the deal. But as he leaves, the metallic tang of fresh blood lingers in the air, a scent that cannot be ignored. A heavy hand lands on his shoulder. The hooded figure warns him with a cold edge in his voice. From now on, we play by the rules. We keep the business clean. Back on the neon-lit streets, he clutches the lottery tickets in his trembling hands. First prize. He can barely comprehend that his dream has actually become reality. Collapsing onto a bench, he stares at the winning numbers. A fortune rests in his palm. The question now is, what empire should he build first? But more importantly, he needs lackeys. Handling the grunt work himself is beneath him now. It would be so much more efficient to have loyal subordinates to clean up the mess. He pushes the logistics aside. For now, he simply breathes in the cool night air, savoring a moment of peace he hasn't felt in ages. Just months ago, this district was a living hell, a lawless zone ruled by a ruthless human trafficking ring. Now, life has returned to these streets. He smiles, feeling the dark satisfaction of knowing he was the one who purged the filth. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Where do you hail from? The hooded man tenses instantly. He didn't sense any presence approaching. The stranger raises a hand, smirking. Relax, no need for hostility. The newcomer gestures casually, his demeanor disarmingly smooth. I am just here for a friendly little chat. Hines steps back, disgusted. Creeping up and sniffing me, do you have a death wish? The stranger leans in, his eyes gleaming. Tell me, are you a vampire? A sharp grin reveals his fangs. Because I am level 6, a pureblood from the Dotmere dimension. The vampire presses on, his aura flaring. Your name, when did you return to Earth? Hines freezes. He needs a cover story, and fast. He adopts a confident persona. Call me Hines. And as for my return, it was recent. Wait. Why is he answering so obediently? Hines narrows his eyes. Is this a mental manipulation skill? The stranger chuckles, mistaking his confusion for rookie nerves. He straightens his coat, preparing his formal pitch. I am Gamma. He flashes a sleek black card embossed with the blood-pact insignia. My duty is to shepherd lost lambs like you into our fold. Hines eyes the card skeptically. Gamma's expression darkens, his voice dropping to a whisper. Out here alone, you won't last a week. You need us to survive. Hines plays along, asking about the power levels he mentioned. Gamma ignores the question, eyes gleaming with greed, and clicks a remote key. A luxury car's lights flash nearby. Step in. We can speak freely inside. Hines nods, masking his true intent. Fine. Lead the way. Watching from the shadows, a woman touches her comms earpiece. The hunt is on. Target is on the move. I am in pursuit. Meanwhile, Gamma pulls the car into a secluded, dimly lit garage and kills the engine. They descend into a gloom-filled corridor. Hines glances around the dungeon-like walls. Charming spot. Gamma begins his lecture on the vampiric factor. It is the source of our strength. Gamma explains, the blood pact possesses the technology to quantify your exact potential and levels. Shelves line the walls, packed with glowing elixirs and strange specimens. In the center of the room, an ominous magic circle pulses. Stand there, Gamma commands. Hines hesitates. Every instinct screams trap. This entire setup reeks of foul play. Gamma grows impatient, urging him forward. Hines calculates his odds. If things go south, he can simply cancel the summoning. He steps forward, but stops cold. A human skull lies at the edge of the circle. The air is thick with the vile stench of black magic. He turns to Gamma, eyes narrowing. This isn't just necromancy. It is a hybrid fusion of forbidden arts. How is this possible? Since the returners appeared 20 years ago, dimensional science has stalled. Gamma explains. The laws of physics clash with magic, slowing progress. To blend such volatile energies successfully. The blood pact is far more dangerous than he anticipated. A cultist in dark robes approaches, extending a hand. Your arm, now. A silver blade flashes. Just a prick. Blood levitates from Hines' wrist, coalescing into 5 perfect crimson spheres. Gamma observes the formation intensely. Level 5. Look at the stability of those orbs. His regeneration factor is elite. He turns to his subordinate, a hungry excitement in his eyes, and the purity rating. Gamma exhales in relief. He feared a high-level monster from an unknown dimension, but a level 5 manageable prey. Hines sighs internally. All this drama for a mid-tier ranking. Gamma's smile turns predatory. At level 5, we don't need to dismember you to harvest the core. He signals the start. Yes, Lord Gamma. The cultists chant. Suddenly, invisible chains of mana bind Hines tight, locking him in place. He knew it. This wasn't a test, it was a harvest. The ritual is far too complex for a simple scan. He prepares his mana. Come forth. Hans. Crash. The steel door explodes inward. Debris flies past a shocked Gamma. The tracker woman bursts in, her aura blazing. That is enough. She blurs into motion, striking a cultist with bone-shattering force. Her squad floods the room. Gamma, you are under arrest for kinslaying. Gamma sneers, recognizing her. Lady Jinsaran, breaking and entering. How uncivilized. Hines watches the chaos unfold, a spark of recognition in his eyes. Jinsaran glares, her weapon drawn. I had my doubts about the rumors, but this. She points her blade at Gamma's throat. Release the prisoner, surrender, or die. Gamma looked down at her with a sneer. You are nothing but a small, loyal, and naive slave of the Blood Pact. His eyes burned with arrogance. Why should we be slaves? He demanded. We are apex predators, far stronger than humans. Why should we follow their laws and hide in the shadows? Jinsaran glared back, her voice steady despite the danger. It is exactly because of bloodthirsty militants like you that we are forced to live in secrecy to survive. Gamma simply smiled, his expression chilling. That is merely your delusion. He turned his gaze to the others. I wonder if your companions share that sentiment. Sudden movement, a blade flashed in the dim light. One of the men struck his teammate from behind, driving steel into his neck. Mignon cried out in horror, Traitor, what are you doing? But before she could react, pain exploded through her body. The traitor seized her by the hair, dragging her head back. Why? The answer is pathetic but simple. In my home dimension, I was a lord, he spat. I held status, I commanded absolute authority. But here on this wretched planet, his voice trembled with rage. I rot in a basement and work as a nightclub security guard. Not all vampires live in luxury like you do. Gamma stepped forward, basking in the chaos. He revealed the true scope of his ambition, a rebellion against the pact, fueled by the blood of the kidnapped low levels. Since the system no longer allows us to accumulate karma to grow stronger, Gamma explained, we were forced to innovate, and we found a loophole. A method guaranteed to shatter the limits of their power. Above them, Hines' body drifted in the air, suspended by unseen forces. Fear gripped Jinsaran's heart. You, she gasped. Did you dare tamper with the forbidden arts? Gamma's smile widened into a predatory grin. He gestured to the captive vampire. Where do you think all the missing ones went? She stared at him. You are creating monsters. Bloodthirsty abominations. Have you forgotten why our kind was hunted to near extinction? The term bloodthirsty was not just a name. It was the taboo of cannibalizing one's own kin. This is evolution, Gamma countered. When a vampire consumes the essence of a kin from a different dimension, the distinct vampiric factors do not destroy each other. They merge. The result is power that defies logic. Absolute, overwhelming, but the price of admission is steep. Fail to control the surge, and the mind shatters. You become a beast, enslaved by an eternal, maddening hunger. That madness made us a global threat, Gamma admitted smoothly. But after endless experimentation, we found the key. We learned to purge the lingering will from the blood. His eyes gleamed with malice. And all of you, you will serve as excellent research material. Energy hummed as the magic circle beneath his feet roared to life. Hines watched closely, realizing this array wasn't meant to merely restrict power. It was a refinement seal. It was designed to distill living vampires into a pure enhancement drug with zero side effects. Gamma held the crystallized result in his hand. The traitor scrambled forward, desperation in his eyes. The deal, fulfill your promise. I risked everything following you, give it to me. Gamma nodded benevolently and tossed the pill. The man caught it and swallowed it in a single, desperate gulp. Agony ripped through him. He began to scream as his bones cracked and shifted, his body twisting into a grotesque, monstrous nightmare. Realization struck him through the pain. This was the true form of cannibalism he had only heard about in legends. The beast snatched Jinsaran by the throat, demands for power consuming his mind. Music. The monster growled at Gamma. Your promise was the drug in exchange for the vampires I brought. Give me more. Gamma raised a hand calmly. Patience. There is a process to greatness. He glanced at the entrance. Besides, our esteemed guest is still waiting. He smiled down at this terrified Jinsaran. Please wait just a little longer. Blood trickled down her neck as she gasped. Please. Stop. Hines watched with calculating eyes. He was eager to test the limits of his own potential. 2 pure bloods, 4 low bloods, a feast awaited. He analyzed the energy signatures. The efficiency of interdimensional cannibalism was undeniable. Suddenly, space warped. Hans materialized directly in the center of the formation. Not bad stealth, he quipped dryly. But your security measures absolutely pathetic. Dark mana flared. 2 armored skeletons rose from the shadows at his command. His voice dropped an octave. From this moment on, no one leaves without my permission. The mutated vampire recoiled at the undead presence. Gamma barked in order. Do not panic, hold your ground. Bone spikes erupted from the mutant's flesh. With a roar, he lunged, shattering one of the skeletons with a single, devastating punch. Blind with rage, the beast charged at the necromancer. Die! Hans stood his ground, his eyes scanning the creature's unstable form. Interesting, Hans noted. So a vampire's appearance shifts based on their dimension of origin. He slammed his staff onto the stone floor. Thud massive spikes burst from the earth, impaling the mutant in midair. As Hines leaped into the fray, Hans sighed. Sloppy. I wanted to capture them with minimal blood loss. Hines landed, grabbing the impaled, thrashing Traitor by the shoulder. Don't worry about the mess, he scoffed. He sank his fangs deep into the mutant's neck. There is plenty more food where this came from. Gamma's composure cracked. He stared in disbelief. Is he truly cannibalizing his own kind? The traitor's consciousness faded into terror. How could I betray my companions, only to end like this? He struggled weakly. I cannot die like this. Hines pulled back, wiping his mouth. Trust me, the mental contamination is a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the young vampire froze. A strange heat coiled in his gut. He realized the foreign vampiric factors weren't just mixing, they were synchronizing. Evolving. A system window flashed before his eyes. Ability acquired hybrid evolution. His hands morphed, fingers elongating into razor-sharp talons. He flexed his new claws, feeling the raw power hum. Now this, he said, turning his gaze to Gamma, makes me dangerous. I think I'll put your blood cult to good use. A chilling smile curves his lips as he delivers a grim ultimatum. Anyone foolish enough to resist faces 2 fates. Become fuel for his hunger, or soldiers in his legion of the dead. Without hesitation, Han Sung-hyun sinks his fangs into the vampire's neck. A blue holographic window flashes before his eyes, perception skill acquired. He instantly grasps the terrifying potential of this new ability. It grants him the godlike power to see through an enemy's stats and physical condition. The system reveals that these vampires possess a unique trait known as bloodline power, and with his forbidden skill, hybrid evolution, he can devour their very essence and steal these powers for himself. Gamma watches in trembling horror from the shadows. Trapped in the ritual circle, he cannot comprehend the monster before him. How can he devour his own kind and keep his sanity intact? Han Seong-hyun steps closer, his presence suffocating. Do you wish to know the secret to conquering the madness? He leans in, whispering into the trembling vampire's ear. It is simple. Crush the whispers that beg you to feed. Gamma's eyes widen in disbelief. What kind of insanity is that? As Gamma's body dissolves into ash, a new notification chimes. Skill stealth has been unlocked. The ability to erase his presence, and a perfect weapon for a hunter. Han Seong-hyun places a hand on the fading corpse to plunder its final secrets. Memories flood his mind. He learns of a superior named Beta, and a terrifying name resurfaces. The Society of Divine Retribution. Staring at the grisly ritual site, his eyes narrow. Just what are those bastards plotting? The scene shifts to a sleek red car tearing through the night city. In the passenger seat, Jin Saran stirs from her slumber. Han Sung-hyun glances over. Are you finally awake? Panic seizes her. She grabs his collar, eyes blazing with fury. Where are you taking me, you filthy traitor? But he remains calm, pointing to the rearview mirror. Look closely. That is the vampire I captured earlier. Jin Saran blinks, realization dawning on her. I apologize. Please explain. Please. He recounts his escape during the mayhem. It was the perfect cover when the vigilantes raided the hideout. She lowers her head, grateful. Thank you for pulling me out of that hell. She formally introduces herself. I am Jin Saran of the Nocturnia clan. Han Seong-hyun demands answers. Why are brethren tearing each other apart? She explains the rift splitting their society. It is a civil war between the bloodthirsty radicals and the peaceful moderates. Jin Saran sighs. We found proof. The radical captain kidnapped one of our own. That mission led them straight into the trap. She leans back, relief washing over her. We survived. Now we must warn the elders of their treachery. But the necromancer knows better. This is not a simple dispute. The rot goes deep, reaching the highest seats of the radical faction. Jin Saran studies his profile. To which clan does my powerful savior belong? Noting his overwhelming aura, she shows respect. Shall I call you elder? He shakes his head. Treat me however you wish. I have no clan. I am a returnee who has just arrived back on Earth. He admits he only followed Gamma to satisfy his curiosity about the blood packs. Seeing an opportunity, she extends an invitation. Then join us. The moderates do not hunt humans. We have stable supplies of blood. As the car races through the tunnel, he weighs the offer. Jin Saran offers to take him to their sanctuary. They pull up to a secluded mansion. We have arrived at our destination. Suddenly, a small figure rushes out to greet them. Sister Saran, the little girl, Nahi, buries her face in Jin's coat. Is my sweet Nahi doing well? She gestures to the tall stranger. This is Mr. Hans. He will be joining our pact. Han Sung-hyun offers a stiff greeting to the child. Jin Saran smiles. I will show him to his quarters. Play by yourself for a moment. Okay. The girl nods, asking her to return quickly. As they ascend the stairs, his curiosity piques. That child? Is her youth merely a disguise? Jin shakes her head. No. Nahi is not a returnee like us. He is confused. I thought all our kind came from the other side. She was born here, a human child. Her father was the returnee. He turned her to save her from a terminal disease. The truth clicks into place for Han Sung-hyun. This is why the government fears them. To the humans, they are an invading species. Jin Saran's expression darkens. It is a forbidden technique. Converting a human drains a massive amount of life force. Her father sacrificed everything. He just wanted his daughter to walk under the sun without fear. They stop before a guest room. Here we are. Jin Saran bows slightly. Rest now. The night has been long. Call me if you need anything. She turns to leave, but a familiar gesture catches his eye. That voice. He has heard it before. A memory from a live stream flashes in his mind. Wait. You are BJ Orchid. Jin Saran freezes, her face flushing crimson. She gasps. That catchphrase. Don't tell me you are a subscriber. Han Seong-hyun quickly denies it. No, it just popped up on my algorithm a few times. She lets out a breath of relief. I used to dream of being an idol. She confesses with a shy smile. When that failed, I turned to the camera. He curiously asks for her age. She reveals she is 22 years old. Her awakening happened at 18. Now, she turns the question on him. He immediately deflects. He says, I will tell you later. His evasion leaves her completely bewildered by his reaction. Jin Saran wonders if she stepped on a landmine. Meanwhile, back in the safety of his room, Han Sung-hyun sighs in relief. He assumed she was younger and had been speaking informally this whole time. He realizes with horror that at 20 years old, he is actually her junior. Sitting on his bed, curiosity takes over. He decides to investigate her online fame. He discovers a sudden hiatus announcement on his phone. She disappeared immediately after posting that final notice. Han Seong-hyun comes to a chilling conclusion. If he had not intervened, That post would have been her epitaph. It was far too close of a call. The next morning, the house shakes with a furious roar from downstairs. Han Seong-hyun jolts awake in his room. Rage fills the air as they fail to find any evidence in such a massive location. He descends while the angry voice continues to demand answers. Finding her on the phone, he asks, "What went wrong?" Jin Saren greets him, forcing a smile. "Did you sleep well?" She reveals her colleagues arrived only to find the radicals' base reduced to ash. She sighs, commenting that the culprits went too far in erasing their tracks. She then says, "I want to ask you for something," but he cuts in, asking her to mark the location of the radicals' base. She looks at him skeptically. "Did the blood bags not suit your taste?" she teases, but he quickly calms her down. She believes he simply wants to avoid dangerous territory. Jin Saran agrees to assist him. She estimates his power level is merely 6 or 7 by Earth standards. Unaware of his true strength, she hands him the phone with the coordinates. She says, "You will be safe if you avoid them." But internally, she is already plotting to turn him into a true blood brother. Jin Saren offers to cook, but he politely declines. He flashes the map on his phone. He claims to have spotted excellent restaurants nearby. With a deceptive smile, he says, "I am thinking of going out to explore some good places to eat." Cut to a restaurant littered with corpses. Han Seong-hyun stands amidst the carnage and comments, "The meal was delicious." The restaurant owner, collapsed and broken, curses him with his dying breath. Han Seong-hyun watches coldly. The enemy snarls, "Your clan will hunt you down without leaving a trace." Han Seong-hyun simply asks, "How do you intend to find me?" He explains with a smirk. Thanks to the hiding skill he stole from them, he is a ghost to their sensors. The cameras are dead. The restaurant is silent, with surveillance neutralized. He shrugs. "I had no problem with that." He grabs the man by the collar. His voice drops to a growl. "Where are your other comrades?" A vision flashes before his eyes. A hooded figure issues a warning. Reading the boss's mind, he uncovers their plan. All Gamma members will gather tomorrow. Members will. The radical leadership is assembling. He grins. It is the perfect chance to wipe them all out in a single strike. Han Seong-hyun decides he must move immediately. But first, he must sanitize the scene. He invokes a devastating new skill, Blood Flower. A system window appears. This flaming blossom burns only the target he desires. He unleashes the technique to incinerate the physical evidence. He plans to use hiding to mask the magical traces. With a simple gesture, the cleansing is complete. He states confidently, "With this, no one will be able to track me." Suddenly, agony pierces his chest. He clutches his heart. His body is evolving once again. As power surges through him, a notification chimes. His lineage has evolved into true blood. The system brings more gifts. Due to hybrid evolution, he has acquired the blood flow amplification skill. The transformation is not over. His regeneration has ascended to hyper-regeneration. He realizes he has transcended humanity. He is now a true blood with godlike potential. He decides to test these new powers immediately. He slices his own wrist. Crimson drops float in the air, defying gravity. The blood obeys his command and returns to the wound. He watches the artery knit itself together in an instant. The synergy between his skills is flawless. A terrifying realization hits him. If he can absorb environmental blood during battle, he will be truly immortal. Gazing at a portrait on the wall, his ambition grows. If true blood is this strong, how incredible must the holy blood be? Cut to a cheerful live stream. Jin Saran excitedly thanks a fan for 1 million cheeses. She calculates this will finally cover her blood pack expenses. She freezes as Han Seong-hyun enters the room. He stands at the door, watching her perform in silence. She turns awkwardly, face flushing. She apologizes and tells him to ignore her. She huddles for a moment, dying of embarrassment. Then she snaps. She scolds the intruder, shouting, "Knock before you enter." Taking a deep breath, she regains her composure. She stands and asks, "What is it?" But the answer comes from the bed. Han Seong-hyun breaks the silence. "A letter has arrived, addressed specifically to you." He slides the mysterious envelope into her hands. Jin Saran tears it open. Her eyes widen. Photographs. Damning evidence of the radical faction's atrocities. But the question burns in her mind, who provided this? Analyzing the brutal methods, she murmurs, "This style. It mimics the Haho mask. A memory surfaces. Lord Hines was the only soul who knew the radical's location. Since that day, the tips began flowing. Jin Soren fixes her gaze on the man before her. Doubt gnaws at her as she studies him. Is he in league with them, or is this merely a twist of fate? As questions linger, night descends, draping the world in starlit darkness. Perched high upon a rooftop, Han Seong-hun receives a signal. His avatar confirms the target the radical leaders have convened to plot against the Haho mask. Activating his perception, his eyes shift. He detects a shimmering, invisible barrier sealing the building's exterior. They are clustered on the first floor. He senses their signatures, the distinct spiritual energy of Gamma rank members. He commands Hans to merge with the shadows. It is time to slaughter them in a single stroke. The avatar crashes through, shattering the window and invading the hall. Han Seong-hun touches down, aura flaring, warning the criminals to prepare for death, but as the dust settles, he pauses. I thought they were gathered here. The hall is desolate. He scoffs, and here I plan to hunt the Haho mask. Suddenly, reality warps. A cadre of unknown vampires materializes within a shattered mirror. One sneers, questioning the arrival of this fresh meat. The creature steps forward, bloodlust evident. Perhaps he is prey for me to hunt as well. Turning to his superiors, he asks, Lord Beta-wan, Lord Beta-shin, do you recognize this intruder? A cold voice replies, unknown. However, his pressure. It is at least level 7, despite his unfamiliar face. The other muses. It seems a wanderer has crawled back from the abyss. Han Seong-hun sifts through the stolen memories of the radicals. The hierarchy is clear, 1 alpha, 2 betas, and 13 gammas. The 2 betas stand before him, but the true threat lies elsewhere, the masked figures from the Society of Divine Retribution. Their energy is completely void. The vampire leader snaps his fingers, ordering his minions to drag the insolent intruder to his feet. And bring the rat hiding in the shadows as well, he commands. The subordinates surge forward. Han Seong-hun realizes his stealth is broken. They know everything. If they want to fight, he will give them a war. His eyes glow cold. I will end this in an instant. Skill. Activate blood flow amplification. He becomes a blur using acceleration. He weaves through the vampire horde, planting a devastating blow squarely into a vanguard's face. A vampire recoils, pointing a trembling finger. That arm. Why are you cannibalizing your own kind? Han Seong-hun ghosts behind him. Save your surprise for hell. He grins. The true performance begins now. The ground cracks, and skeletons claw their way to the surface. Panic erupts. A vampire shoves his ally, screaming, Forget him! Survive first! Desperate to flee. They slam into the exit blocked. The invisible barrier repels them with a violent shockwave, throwing them backward. Hans, the skeletal summon, blocks their path. Han Seong-hun laughs darkly. Did you think you were the only ones capable of erecting a barrier? Hans hisses. From this moment on. Han Seong-hun finishes the sentence with chilling finality. This is a death match. There is nowhere to run. In a flash of steel, a vampire's head flies from its shoulders. Beta-wan freezes, shaken to his core. Is this lunatic insane? This overwhelming pressure bot. It far exceeds a mere level 6 or 7. It must be a trick. Beta-wan roars, charging forward with the pack. Han Seong-hun merely extends his hand, his fingers warping into razor-sharp claws. Beta-wan braces himself. The deadly talons slash toward his eyes. Skill. Activate skin hardening. A metallic sheen covers his flesh, deflecting the blow. Han Seong-hun raises an eyebrow. Oh, you blocked it. Then I suppose I must put in some effort. His fist launches forward like a cannon, colliding with the defense and shattering it like glass. Beta-wan's eyes bulge in disbelief. His ultimate defense. Broken. He realizes with horror that he has been utterly surpassed in both power and speed. Han Seong-hun swats him aside like a fly. The other vampires scream. Protect Lord Beta-wan, kill the assailant. The predator faces the prey, his voice dripping with disdain. Where do you weaklings find such arrogant confidence? He tears through the remaining vampires, dismantling them with terrifying ease. Watching his subordinates fall, Beta-wan realizes the gravity of his error. This enemy is a monster. Panic sets in. He must strike now, while the monster is distracted. Morphing his arm into a jagged blade, Beta-wan lunges, screaming, Die! Han Sung-hun simply parries the lethal strike with his bare forearm. He grips the blade, halting it instantly. Useless. Steam rises from his arm as it regenerates in seconds. I have absorbed your kin's blood, he explains coldly. With every second, my power grows infinite. And now, he activates a new ability. Stealth Mastery Invisibility. He vanishes into thin air right before Beta Wan's eyes. The Beta spins wildly, sweat pouring down his face. Where the hell did he go? Han Sung-hun materializes silently behind him like the Grim Reaper. A blade pierces the Beta from behind. Han Sung-hun whispers into his ear, I am right here. A cruel smile spreads across his face. Checkmate. As he clutches the corpse of Beta 1, the world pauses. A holographic window shatters the silence. His skill has ascended. Behold the blood mystery. The energy no longer resists him. It obeys. He clenches his fist, feeling the rush. I am no longer bound by limits. My will is absolute law. Beta Shin watches in horror, his voice trembling with disgust. You monster, devouring your own kind like some bloodthirsty vampire. That explains your twisted power. The enemy spits. But Han Sung-hyun's expression remains colder than ice. And does it matter? He tilts his head, eyes glowing. Are you done crying? Come at me. Join your other half in oblivion. Or are you paralyzed by fear? Enraged, Beta Shin charges, but Han unleashes the blood mystery, and a crimson storm swallows the battlefield. The force is cataclysmic. Beta Shin is blasted backward like a rag doll against a hurricane. In a blink, Han materializes beside him. You call this a dirty trick? He strikes, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Brace yourself. This might sting. Gripping his enemy's fate in his hands, he whispers, let me teach you a final lesson. The killing blow lands. Checkmate. From the shadows, the masked figures watch in stunned silence. To think the Ha-Ho mask had such a monster on his side. The leader's eyes narrow. Prepare the orb. Must we eliminate the intruder? A subordinate asks, his hands trembling as he clutches the ancient artifact. Energy beams tear through the air, striking Han, but he vanishes, reappearing instantly behind the attacker. He murmurs, a fascinating technique. The beams miss their mark, vaporizing one of their own instead. Han dusts off his shoulder, unimpressed. Pity. It lacks true destructive power. Terror seizes the survivor. The gap in strength is absolute. Desperate to flee, he turns to his commander for salvation. But salvation never comes. The leader's hand clamps around his throat like a vice. Leaving so soon? You have served your purpose, he whispers coldly. Shoving his subordinate toward Han, he screams, die for our freedom, for the Divine Retribution Society. Space warps around the leader as he activates a dimensional escape. Han Sung-hyun watches the cowardly display. He recognizes the swelling energy, a self-destruction curse. How irresponsible, he scoffs. You think a living bomb will stop me? With a casual wave of his hand, he intercepts the doomed man. A curse of this level is child's play, he declares, his aura flaring. I will dismantle it piece by piece. His eyes lock onto the core two unstable orbs within the body. Found you. He reaches in to extract the source. Darkness erupts from his silhouette, towering over the fallen. I am the sovereign of death, Han proclaims. Did you truly think you could escape my domain? Boom! A projectile slams into the earth, cutting off the leader's retreat. The masked commander freezes, panic setting in. The spatial barrier is impenetrable. He realizes with dread that his teleportation has failed. He barely moved an inch. I am still alive. He reassures himself, trembling. I just need an opening. But a chilling presence looms behind him. A hand crushes his chin, forcing him to look up. Found you, Han whispers. I intended to toy with you longer, but I hate chasing rats. We will do this my way. The masked man's eyes go wide with terror as he realizes what comes next. Intrusion. He screams as Han's consciousness drills into his skull, tearing through his mental defenses to plunder his memories. Show me everything about the society, Han commands. Suddenly, the leader's head begins to distort. A mental failsafe triggers. Han narrows his eyes as the mindscape crumbles. Memory protection protocols clever. Han Sung-hyun stands firm within the collapsing mind. A phantom manifests before him. Impressive. The entity speaks. I never expected the Ha-Ho mask's ally to reach this deep. It is him. The The true leader of the Divine Retribution Society has been watching through his pawn's eyes all along. The entity nods, acknowledging his presence. You possess great power. Why not join us? Han smirks, unimpressed. An interesting offer. And what exactly is the grand purpose of your little club? The leader smiles. It is simple. We seek liberation for all returnees, to forge a new world where we, the awakened, rule supreme. Awfully ambitious for a group that just crawled out of the shadows, Han mocks. But the figure shakes his head. You are mistaken. We have existed in the dark for centuries, fighting an eternal war for our freedom. The pieces click together. Han realizes their bloodstained hands have been shaping history through terror long before today. Han demands more answers, but suddenly, ping, a crimson warning flashes. Mental core is forcibly regulating emotional instability. Alerts flood his vision, screaming danger. The leader tilts his head. Does your little system truly control you? Make the wise choice. The voice echoes. Han answers not with words, but with a fist that shatters the projection. The image flickers, reforming. So, you choose war. The leader's voice deepens. But here, in the mental realm, mana is useless. Only will matters. The pressure intensifies, and in this domain, you are nothing compared to me. Han steps forward, undaunted. You think you own the concept of will. Shadows of his past begin to swirl around him. Agony. Loss. A world reduced to ash. Scenes of his tragic history flood the void. Standing amidst the debris of his memories, Han Sung-hyun remembers exactly why he fights. With veins bulging, he extends his hand and declares, "You cannot defeat us." Heinrich maintains a steady, grueling count, reaching 1,021, muscles screaming. He hauls the chain with titanic force, feeling the massive weight drag against him. He rips the gargoyle statue from its pedestal, finally ending the set at 1,022. He releases the chain, gasping for breath as he surveys the results of his hellish training. A blue system window flashes before his eyes. He has acquired the holy art of Kudurika and ascended to the power level of a high priest. Walking down the corridor, realization dawns on him. He has surpassed his physical limits through sheer willpower alone. Now that he meets the requirements to become a holy knight, he questions if it is time to discuss the next stage of his destiny. His steps falter as the soft humming fills the air. Amidst the flower garden, he spots the divine figure of Saint Restar. Yet, stripped of her ceremonial grandeur, she appears to be just an ordinary girl. She turns to face him, offering a warm greeting. Lord Heinrich. He bows respectfully, returning the gesture. Saint. Heinrich asks why she's alone, waiting patiently for her answer. She gently extends a finger, revealing a tiny ladybug perched upon it. She admits with a smile that she lost track of time, captivated by its small beauty. Heinrich realizes the truth. Her focus wasn't on the magnificent flowers, but on this single, fragile life. Saint Restar locks eyes with him, her expression shifting. Congratulations on achieving the blessing, Heinrich. A chill runs through him. She notices his evolution instantly. She encourages him to take pride in his strength, and he thanks her with humble gratitude. The tolling of the tower bell breaks the silence. She warns that the service is starting and invites him to the chapel, an offer he accepts. As he follows, he reflects on the history classes that explained her deep-seated obsession with Hans. In the distant past, a young Saint Restar gazed upon a world turned to ash. The first immortal king had stained half the continent, transforming it into a land of absolute death. Even when the nations of the world united their banners, they were powerless against his overwhelming might. Yet, the nightmare did not end there. His heart was recovered by his closest ally, a twisted dark sorcerer. Reborn as the second immortal king, he brought ruin to the great Western Empire, though the Chosen One destroyed him. His heart shattered into 3 fragments, scattering evil across the lands. Since then, the Great Divine Order has stood as the vanguard, always ready to spill blood whenever the shadow of an immortal king rises again. Heinrich understands now. It is only natural for her to harbor such hostility and obsession toward that ancient terror. But Heinrich speaks with conviction. You don't need to worry anymore. Hans is different. He possesses a surprisingly kind and noble heart. Meanwhile, Han Seong-hyun watches the clash of souls. His avatar stands face to face with a sinister spiritual manifestation. Heinrich prepares to focus, but elsewhere, in the dark cover of night. A figure hacks violently, spitting a mouthful of blood. An assistant rushes in, panic in his voice. "Is your excellency all right?" But the vampire shoves him aside. "Get out," he roars, concentration shattered. He realizes with horror that he is being pushed back in the mental battle. In the spiritual realm, Han Seong-hyun's avatar launches a devastating punch. The impact is catastrophic, blasting the avatar into the distance. The manifestation reforms, but the vampire knows his early advantage has evaporated. Terror grips him as he senses the opponent's true nature. It has become uncontrollably strong, as if a legion of warriors merged into a single entity. The spiritual form begins to crack and crumble. Is this raw power or a skill level beyond comprehension? Back in reality, the vampire grits his teeth. There is no time to analyze the impossible. He grabs his assistant, screaming an urgent directive for the Soul Branch. Cease all operations, erase all data, go dark immediately. It is the highest priority alert for the Korean branch. Desperation in his voice, he shouts for them to inform the commander at once. His final words chill the air. There is a monster in Korea. As the dust settles, Han Seong-hyun's avatar surveys the debris of the spirit form. He collects a glowing fragment, deciding to dissect its secrets. A translucent system window shattered his view. The entity had successfully devoured the karma of its prey, forcing a dark evolution. His rudimentary dark magic had ascended to the path of true sorcery. But power comes at a price. He realized the fragment was merely a remnant drifting through the mental realm, and absorbing such unstable karma had exacted a heavy toll. His level had plummeted. He dives into the memories stored within the shard. His eyes narrow. "I will hunt down the Divine Retribution Society, no matter where they hide." Target locked. The avatar pinpoints a hidden structure deep in the forest, the Society's Korean branch. "I won't give them a single second to escape." He vows to rip their secrets from the shadows right now. Destruction rains down upon the building. Amidst the rubble, a wounded cultist groans in agony. "They told us to evacuate, but they didn't say a monster like this was coming." Han Seong-hyun's avatar looms over him. Has the evacuation order been given? The man smirks, claiming his sacrifice wasn't in vain. Strange energy begins to envelop his arm. The avatar scans the area. They have indeed destroyed the critical materials. "Is that so? What do you plan to do now?" Han snatches a document from the man's grasp with a cold glare. "Your desperate attempt to save this single piece of data has just revealed everything." His eyes scan the records of past atrocities, but then he freezes. Silence fills the room as he stares at the document. The specific incident mentioned here. It changes everything. Unforgivable. As the corpse behind him crumbles into dust, his vow shakes the air. The Society of Divine Retribution. For stealing my life, I will slaughter every single one of you. He once believed he had no choice, that he was merely a victim of circumstance. He thought it was just a cruel accident, but the truth is far darker. The architects of his ruin were none other than the Society of Divine Retribution. Han Seong-hyun buries his face in his hands. This enemy operates on a dimension far above anything he has faced before. He needs power. No matter the time, no matter the cost, he will build an empire to crush them. "I need a plan," he whispers. His mind sharpens like a blade. It is time to test his new ability, Refined Blood Crystal. He begins compressing the blood energy accumulated within Hines, refining it into a pure essence. This crystal will be the key, implanted into another vampire to forcibly evolve their lineage. A blood inheritance will forge an unbreakable soul bond. He will embrace those who kneel, but for those who resist, absolute destruction awaits. Meanwhile, deep within the city, Jinsaran gasps in disbelief. Did Hines really handle the hardliner faction alone? She wonders. And now, he demands an audience with the moderate faction leader. Hines' voice cuts through. "The trash has been disposed of. Now take me to your leader." She hesitates, claiming she needs to verify his claims. But Hines has no patience for bureaucracy. Boom! He unleashes his aura. Is this proof enough? The sheer pressure leaves Jinsaran paralyzed with shock. She stands frozen. His presence is overwhelming. At least level 7. It is a realm of power she cannot even comprehend. Before the faction leader, the report is given. Hines annihilated the hardliners single-handedly, and now he intends to devour what remains. The leader swirls her wine, intrigued by this monster's proposal. Your ambition is unsettling, she muses. Hines remains cold. I have no interest in tyranny. My goal is order, and the extermination of anyone linked to the Society of Divine Retribution. Can peace and vengeance coexist? She asks. That depends entirely on where you draw the line. Hines counters. He sees the hesitation in her eyes. If words fail, violence is the only language left. But the leader smiles. Very well. She pauses. But tell me, what makes you think I would agree so quickly? She claims to trust her own intuition. She offers to aid in the absorption of the hardliners. Take her, she commands. Jin Saran, she will serve as the bridge between us. Jin Saran bows, accepting the order, but Hines knows this is more than just an alliance. The detailed plans for absorbing the hardliners begin now. Wine flows as silence hangs heavy. Hines watches, calculating. He reveals his true intent to rise as the leader of this new centrist faction. Glasses clink. The takeover of the Blood Pact has officially begun. Later, he issues a command to Jin Saran. Do not move. This might hurt. This. She nods, steeling herself. Hines steps behind her. Let us begin. The refined blood crystal sinks into her back. Arg, I feel something changing. The energy burns through her veins, hotter than fire, circulating with terrifying power. Bones crack and reshape. Muscles swell with new strength. I have been reborn, she gasps. This body, it feels foreign, yet perfect. Hines notes the result, a 30% stat increase. She rises, her eyes different. What is your command? Master, the title confirms it. The blood bond is complete. He has essentially founded a new clan. Jin Saran suggests they need a name worthy of this new lineage. A name. Hines ponders. It must be striking. It must represent their nature. Since his blood, the blood of a hybrid, is the catalyst causing these mutations, so he decides on the perfect title, Heterosis. From this day forth, we are Heterosis Hybrid Vigor. He looks toward the horizon. Tell the hardliners to prepare. I will forge this group into the strongest weapon in the Blood Pact. Back in reality, Han Seong-hyun analyzes the situation. Hines has secured his position, but against the society, it is not enough. The enemy is global. They are everywhere. He needs more preparation. He must expand his dominion in the other world and accumulate massive amounts of karma. His mind raced with catastrophic schemes inciting wars, orchestrating acts of terror. But suddenly, Hans froze. A sharp realization cut through his dark ambitions like a blade. Collateral damage. Innocent blood would stain his hands. He needed a different path, a method to unleash chaos without dragging the guiltless into the abyss. His gaze fell upon an old book resting on the table. He hesitated, weighing his options. Should he simply erase the situation and move on? But as he turned the pages, destiny revealed itself. The text spoke of an ancient legend, Hans, the wicked demon king who threatened humanity, and Heinrich, the righteous hero destined to stop him. The script was perfect. The demon king amasses forces of darkness, providing the very stepping stones the hero needs to ascend to greatness. A smile crept across his face. It was the ultimate virtuous cycle. He could purge the wicked and harvest massive amounts of karma simultaneously. His heart raced with the thrill of the plan. He would orchestrate this masterwork one step at a time. With resolved eyes, he turned and summoned his loyal servant. Harley, attend to me. Han Seong-hyun looked upon Harley, his fifth avatar, the one blessed with the adaptation characteristic. The stage is yours, he declared. It was time to push that unique ability to its absolute limit. There had to be a catalyst to trigger the evolution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Hans's mind. Donning a mask to conceal his identity, Hans spoke into the shadows. In the heart of the ruined city lies a secret, a hidden passage opening to an underground laboratory. This was the grave of the fallen society. Without hesitation, he stepped into the cold darkness of the subterranean research facility. The air reeked of twisted science. Here, they had defied nature, conducting vile experiments to graft demonic flesh onto human hosts, creating grotesque chimeras. And there, suspended in a containment tank, was the prize he sought. An anomaly that didn't just survive, it devoured the strongest traits of everything it touched, evolving endlessly. Hans identified the substance immediately: dragon's blood. He lifted the shimmering vial, the crimson liquid swirling with ancient power. "If Harley's adaptation holds true," he murmured, "and I fuse this with my forbidden knowledge." His voice dropped to a whisper. "He will be reborn as the ultimate biological weapon." Gray clouds wept over the world, rain drumming rhythmically against the leaves. Saintess Restar stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the towering cathedral. Heinrich approached softly, shielding her from the downpour with an umbrella. "What burdens your heart, Saintess? Why do you stare so intently into the rain?" "It is nothing," she lied softly. "Perhaps it is just the gloom of the weather. Yet I feel a heaviness, a suffocation tightening in my chest like a warning." Concern softened his eyes. "Please, do not linger in the cold. Falling ill would be a disaster for us all. Let us go inside." Watching from the distance, Hans smirked. As expected of the Saintess, her intuition is terrifyingly sharp. Even buried deep within these isolated mountains, behind layers of double barriers, she still managed to catch a faint scent of his secret hideout. But fortune favored the bold. She hadn't pinpointed the location yet. Excellent, Hans thought. This buys me enough time to execute the final stage of the experiment. The dragon's blood was hungry. It would consume, adapt, and assimilate the very essence of its prey, evolving with every drop. Fusing the twisted data from the Society of Divine Retribution with his own dark wisdom, the formula was complete. Finally, the perfect test subject was born. Harley's voice roared. "It is time to ascend." Meanwhile, in the sacred hall, the bishop turned his gaze to the young hero. "Heinrich, you are the sword and shield that guards the righteous." His voice echoed with solemn weight. "Heinrich, do you swear your soul to the path of the Holy Knight? Will you stand as the eternal protector of the innocent?" "I swear it, your grace," Heinrich vowed, his voice steady. The bishop nodded. "Then rise, Heinrich Landguard, Holy Knight of the Great Divine Order." At that instant, a golden notification flashed before Heinrich's eyes. He had achieved enlightenment. The conditions were met, unlocking the divine skill, Blessing Leap. Gasps rippled through the crowd. To receive a system blessing during the ceremony itself, it was unprecedented, undeniable proof that the divine gaze was fixed upon him. Heinrich trembled. For a split second, he had felt it again, the overwhelming weight of the divine will. It was just like his first baptism. The sensation of being watched by a higher power sent shivers down his spine. "Is this because I am a transgressor from another world?" he wondered. Shaking off the awe, he focused his mind. He needed to inspect this new power immediately. His eyes widened. Blessing Leap wasn't just movement, it was a top-tier spatial transcendence ability overcome with gratitude. He fell to his knees, offering silent prayers for such a broken ability. Two elders watched approvingly. "Such a devout young soul," one whispered. "I wonder which Knight Order will be lucky enough to claim him." A senior knight stepped forward to congratulate him. "Listen well, Landguard, for your training. You will be rotated through the various Holy Knight Orders to gain experience." He gestured to the formidable warrior standing behind him. "Allow me to introduce the representatives who have come to recruit you." The first stepped forward, armor gleaming. "I represent the Order of the Celestial Shield. We are the immovable wall, the masters of fortress defense." Another grinned ferociously. "I am from the Order of the Solar Wolf. We wield great swords and shatter the enemy lines with brute force." A scarred veteran spoke next, his voice like gravel. "I stand for the Order of the Thundering Claw. We are the ultimate masters of sword and shield combat." The question hung in the air. Which path will you choose? Hero. Heinrich didn't hesitate. His eyes burned with ambition as he shocked the entire hall. "I choose all of them." He wouldn't settle for one path. He intended to devour every combat technique the Holy Knights possessed, creating a perfect arsenal. But as the murmurs of shock faded, Heinrich's gaze drifted. There was someone else in the hall. "That knight with the purple hair," Heinrich asked, pointing. "Why have they remained silent?" The senior knight stiffened, hesitation flickering in his eyes as he struggled to explain. The female knight turns, her gaze sharp as steel. "Listen well. My order accepts nothing less than the absolute elite. She scans his aura, measuring his worth. I suppose you are not entirely hopeless. Your divine power rivals that of a high priest. Perhaps you are worthy of the trial. Heinrich narrows his eyes and asks, "What are the strict criteria for your holy order?" She offers no explanation, simply commanding, "Follow me." As their footsteps echo down the corridor, she reveals that her order is the shield guarding the temple's most vital fortress. Confused, he presses, "What exactly does that imply?" She begins to answer as she heaves open a massive door, declaring, "I will grant you the meaning, but only if you survive the test." Heinrich immediately recognizes the hooded figure in the shadows as a terrifying heresy inquisitor. The female knight instructs him, "Recite the text on the table, loud enough for the divine to hear your soul." A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes this isn't just a reading, it is a mystic artifact designed to expose spies and traitors. His pride wounded, he questions the ritual, snapping, "I am offended to have my devotion doubted." The female knight remains cold, replying, "It is merely a necessary procedure." "Unless," she challenges, "is there a specific reason you cannot read the sacred text?" Cornered, Heinrich begins to recite the ancient oath, swearing to maintain absolute silence under the direst of circumstances. The Inquisitor raises his gaze as Heinrich's voice grows louder, promising to cast himself into the fire to protect the truth. As the final word leaves his lips, a glowing seal sears itself onto his mouth. He recoils from the burning sensation as the Inquisitor signals the guards to enter. Clutching his face, Heinrich gasps, "Was that a prohibition spell against revealing secrets?" But the female knight corrects him with a solemn reverence. "No, it was a blessing." She explains, "It is the blessing of silence, a divine gift that physically prevents you from leaking classified information." Heinrich grits his teeth, insisting, "That is literally a restriction, not a blessing." The female knight halts before a massive gate, her expression grave. "Listen well," she reveals. "We belong to the Order of the Radiant Shield. Our sacred mission is to guard the deepest basement of the main temple with our very lives." Another knight steps forward, his voice grim. "This will be the first and the last time you ever see this place. Burn this image into your memory." He commands Heinrich to witness exactly what they are protecting, as two knights strain to push open the colossal gate. Upon entering the sanctum, the weight of the atmosphere crushes down on Heinrich. He finally understands why the Order's elite forces are stationed here. He witnesses a feminine figure, shrouded in chaotic energy and bound by heavy chains. The truth hits him like a hammer. In the deepest abyss of the temple lies the final fragment of the immortal king. The armored man assures the masked figure in the shadows, promising that this secret will die with him. Meanwhile, within a dark laboratory, a hooded figure mutters about the unexpected stroke of fate in locating the final fragment. His attention shifts as he realizes that Harley's assimilation procedure is far more volatile than his calculations predicted. As Harley coughs violently, body convulsing on the medical bed, the masked figure demands to know the cause of the failure. The man under the sheet gasps, "Something is boiling inside my veins." Glancing at the system monitor, the masked figure confirms the impossible. The dragon blood has fused with the host body. Eyes narrowing, he decides to double down and ramp up the procedure's intensity to the limit. Suddenly, the masked figure is stunned by a system notification. His skill proficiency has exploded, and his maximum number of avatars has increased. He questions this sudden growth, staring in confusion at the singular body thrashing on the bed before him. But a new system window flashes. The entity has acquired the special skill Physical Mutation. The basic adaptation skill evolves instantly into the legendary skill of Mutation Celebrating. The masked figure declares, "The gamble paid off. Our minds have finally synchronized." Harley, catching his breath, wonders if this power is the mutation's effect, noting that he feels as if he has evolved into an entirely new species. The masked figure begins furiously recording data in a logbook, stating, "The miracles don't stop there." He grins, celebrating that his avatar slots have increased through natural growth, an achievement that defies all known logic. Then Harley, picking up the book with a newfound confidence, says, "I will figure out the mechanics of the new avatar later." He proposes a field test immediately. Flexing his hands, he remarks, "This mutation is incredible. All my senses have been sharpened to a razor's edge." Suddenly, he spins around, eyes glowing. "I can even hear the heartbeat of the beast stalking me." A massive black panther lunges from the bushes in the forest clearing. Harley stretches casually and notes a larger physique is certainly advantageous for slaughter. A system notification chimes. He has acquired the gluttonous feast skill, allowing for instant digestion of any matter. He smirks, wiping blood from his lip. Using the physical mutation skill makes me absolutely starving. Clutching the creature's still beating heart, he assures himself that with this new power, no enemy can stand in his way. He bites into the raw heart, finding the taste intoxicatingly sweet and the fresh blood revitalizing to his core. He recalls rumors of a barbarian tribal alliance in the southern continent and plots his next move. A scene change announces the arrival at the port city of Tak. In front of the Sailors Guild, a crowd recoils in terror as a towering shadow approaches. Inside the tavern, customers whisper nervously, wondering what a savage barbarian from the untamed south is doing in the west. Harley kicks open the doors. As he enters, the air grows heavy with tension. He slams his fist onto the table and roars, "I came to exterminate the monsters of the northern mountains." Intimidated, the guildmaster agrees to ferry the novice mercenary, and Harley accepts the contract with a predatory grin. Meanwhile, miles away, a system alert rings out for Heinrich. He has achieved complete mastery over his weapon techniques. With a final, decisive breath, he declares the rigorous training complete. Walking through the grand hall, confidence surges through him. He has finally mastered the art of the weapon. But suddenly, his steps falter. A presence in the air forces him to freeze in his tracks. Through the veil of rain, he spots the saint standing in the courtyard, adorned in full ceremonial vestments. Heinrich approaches the soaked figure, and she turns with a serene smile. Fate brings us together once more. When asked about her strange behavior, she offers a baffling explanation. She is pouring her divine holy power into the earthworms to lift their spirits. A grotesque image flashes in his mind, monstrous, giant earthworms writhing in the mud. A chill runs down his spine as he dreads the consequences of her innocent meddling. Meanwhile, deep within the laboratory, chaos erupts. Harley's body violently convulses on the operating table, pushing his physiology to the breaking point. Hans screams his name, terrified that the subject has surpassed the limits of super recovery. But he refuses to let this experiment fail, eyes burning with madness and determination. The scientist prepares to intervene before the subject is lost forever. It is all or nothing now. Hans injects the remaining dosage of the dragon's blood directly into the vein. The reaction is instantaneous. Harley's body arches as the ancient volatile power ravages his system. A shockwave blasts Hans backward, sending him crashing to the floor. He scrambles to his feet, staring at the smoking form on the bed, his voice trembling as he asks, "Did the procedure fail?" But then, the masked figure turns. A heavy silence fills the room as he whispers a solemn apology to the agonizing Harley. Back at the temple, the atmosphere grows tense. Heinrich questions the saint. "Why do you wear the vestments of high ceremony?" Her eyes sparkle with anticipation. She reveals that a legendary guest is approaching, one powerful enough to track the elusive immortal king. Heinrich scoffs at the notion. Who could possibly possess the power to track Hans through his impenetrable barriers? The saint admits the method is a mystery, but she extends a formal invitation. She summons him to stand as an honorary guardian knight for the coming event. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he accepts without hesitation. Moments later, the great doors of the main hall swing open. The priest's voice booms, announcing the arrival of the illustrious Lord Granwood. Heinrich stands in formation, his warrior instincts tingling. The guard arrangement feels wrong, and doubt gnaws at him regarding this guest's true strength. He decides to verify the truth with his own eyes as three figures in emerald cloaks step forward. Meanwhile, in a frozen cavern, death hangs heavy in the air. Black-robed corpses litter the ground as a shadow moves in the distance. Panic rises among the cultists. One man shouts orders to defend the storage room, but his comrade is already consumed by despair. His voice cracks with terror. "How are we supposed to stop a monster like that?" Harley advances like a grim reaper, the young Cecily clinging to his back as he mows down the black-robed cultists. He pauses amidst the carnage, looking at the girl. "Is this the storage room you spoke of?" His memory flashes back to her urgent plea they needed to retrieve a specific artifact before making their escape. The young girl nods, confirming their destination. Cecily points a trembling finger toward an ornate chest. The branch of the world tree lies within. He retrieves the legendary item and places it in her hands, commanding her to grip it tight. Securely positioning her on his back once more, he announces their departure, but the terrifying speed of his movements forces the girl to beg for mercy. "Please," she cries out, "go slower." But there is no time for comfort. Harley ignores her plea, launching himself toward the cave exit with explosive velocity. Returning to the council meeting, Heinrich raises a hand, demanding attention. "I have a suggestion," he states, his voice cutting through the murmurs. Referi inquires about his plan. The knight's expression darkens as he speaks of the missing child. "Cecily Sewell, I believe I have located her." Referi is stunned. "Is this truth? Do you possess a tracking blessing?" But Heinrich shakes his head, denying any divine assistance. "I sense her presence alone," he explains. The admission draws immediate scorn from the group. A critic sneers, warning him, "Do not gamble our fate on mere intuition." The tension in the room spikes. With time running out, the scientist demands Heinrich provide a logical explanation for his bold claim. Back in the frozen wasteland, Harley reaches the mouth of the cave. A cultist spots him and screams the order, "Call it now." A piercing whistle echoes through the snow. Harley skids to a halt, the hair on his neck standing up as a massive vibration shakes the earth. The snow explodes. A colossal worm breaches the surface, towering over them like a living nightmare. Harley stares, perplexed by the sheer scale of the beast, but realizes there is no path around it. He charges straight at the abomination. "Do not block my path," he roars, unleashing a devastating attack against the giant worm. The monster unhinges its jaw, ready to swallow him whole. Harley catches the beast's maw with his bare hands. "I will save Cecily," he vows, his aura flaring, like a true hero. With superhuman strength, he hurls the girl away from the danger zone. "Where was your home?" he shouts over the roar of the wind. He lands softly in the snow, retrieving Cecily in one fluid motion. His voice turns solemn as he advises her, "Do not let yourself be captured again. Survive and live a long life." But the respite is short-lived. Two enormous, wolf-like beasts materialize from the blizzard, flanking them on both sides. Harley scans the battlefield, realizing the sheer number of monsters is absurd. He questions the sanity of the Vow of Defiance's plan, but a cold smile touches his lips. It doesn't matter. He will simply slaughter them all. As the battle reaches a fever pitch, the black-robed figures watch from a safe distance, trying to comprehend the anomaly before them. Who is this man? The leader seethes with irritation. Tomorrow was supposed to be the day of glory, the day he sacrificed the half-elf in the World Tree branch. Elder Nurab of the Vow of Defiance steps forward, his voice final. "This is the end." One of the cultists agrees, trembling. There is no way he can survive a horde of this magnitude. He declares with certainty, Harley is finished. A beast lunges, sinking its fangs into Harley's arm, but instead of tearing flesh, the creature recoils in agony as its teeth shatter against his transformed limb. Harley acknowledges the overwhelming odds, but fear is absent from his eyes. With a casual flick of his arm, he sends the massive creature flying into the distance. As the monster falls, a glowing magic stone bursts from its remains. Harley does not hesitate. Like a true predator, he consumes the energy instantly, fueling his unending rampage. A dark affirmation echoes in his mind. "As long as I devour these cores, my vigor is infinite." The thrill of slaughter intoxicates him as he crushes another foe. But suddenly, a chilling realization strikes him. His body is moving on its own. He struggles to regain control, but it is useless. His limbs react automatically, blocking attacks and consuming enemies with terrifying precision. A system window flashes before his eyes. Conditions met. Enlightenment attained. The skill Wild Instinct has been awakened. "Monster!" one of the cultists screams in terror. The heretics panic, asking Elder Nurab for orders as their formation collapses. The leader's eyes narrow with desperation. "Activate all summoning circles immediately." He curses his luck at revealing his trump card so early, but there is no choice. "Release those two," he commands. Harley grins savagely. "I'm starting to enjoy this beastly style." He prepares to deliver the killing blow, but then a crystal arrow whistles through the air and pierces his arm. "What the hell?" Shock ripples through him as he stares at the crystalline shaft embedded in his flesh. A barrage of crystal projectiles slams into him. The impact sends him flying backward. From the shadows, a hand made of crystal lowers a shimmering bow. The warrior finds himself trapped in a hall of mirrors. His reflection stares back from countless floating panels. The gem person steps forward. An overwhelming wave of telekinetic power crushes the air around them. Suddenly, Cecily screams a warning, incoming from above. Something massive crashes into the snow with earth-shattering force. The dust settles to reveal a demon. "You will not take another step," it growls. The beast grabs him, sneering. "Filthy half-breed." Harley's eyes widen. Demons are involved. The monster laughs. "Brute force is useless against me." Harley's body fights back on instinct. "I cannot be defeated," he roars, but the crystal arrow's curse begins to stiffen his limbs. The gem person flicks the finger. An invisible force smashes into Harley's face. The demon looms over him. "Give up, half-breed." It raises a massive fist for the execution. "This is the end of the line for you." Harley smirks through the blood. "Yes, it is certainly over." He chuckles darkly. "I never thought a demon could speak the truth." Boom! An explosion of holy power erupts. The cultists shield their eyes, blinded by the sudden radiance. Harley looks at his savior. "Took you long enough." Heinrich stands amidst the chaos, his holy sword humming with power. Moments earlier, Heinrich had questioned the saintess. Can we really trust a mere feeling? But a devotee quickly silenced his doubt. Saintess Rastar stood firm. Sir Heinrich is worthy of trust, even without the official blessing of exploration. She declared with absolute faith, the divine has marked him. A revelation has surely been granted to this man. The referee turned to the group. Revelation or hunch, it makes no difference now. I will follow any path that leads to the child, he vowed. Lead the way, Sir Heinrich. Back on the battlefield, explosions tear through the frozen forest. Heinrich parries a demon's charge with effortless grace. He readies his blade for a counteroffensive. Flash, with a single as decisive strike. He forces the beast to retreat. The demon hisses in pain. It recognizes the burning sting of divine power and superior swordsmanship. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, the gem person is under attack. A figure emerges from the smoke. Where do you think you are looking? The gem creature crosses its arms to block, but the impact is devastating. The attacker is blown back but lands on his feet like a cat. He wipes blood from his face and grins maniacally. That wasn't too bad, was it? He touches his empty eye socket. You took my eye, he whispers dangerously. So I will demand a price. Your gem will make a fine replacement. With a primal roar, he plunges both hands into the creature's forehead. He begins to rip the gem straight from its skull. Crack. He shatters the gem person's chest with a final blow. Standing over the corpse, panting heavily, he pulls a shard from his own mouth. He holds the glowing gem up to the light. Since you took my eye, you will serve as its substitute. Ding-ains, the system window appears. Body part transplantation complete. New skill acquired, gem psychokinesis. A cruel smile twists his lips. Now, I can kill from a distance. He looks toward the mountain peak. I wonder if those two are dead yet. Nearby, a panicked cultist screams. Who is that holy knight? Elder Nurab barks an order. Do not be rash. He tries to calm his men. It is just one man and a child. Release the remaining monsters, he commands. Cover our retreat. A subordinate turns to question him, but his words are cut short as a mace crushes his face. The holy knights have arrived. The vanguard charges forward, roaring. Crush the skulls of these damned heretics. Elder Nurab, the teleporter isn't ready, a minion cries out. Nurab crushes the artifact in his hand, his eyes filled with madness. There is no turning back, he screams. I will offer the souls of every follower here as a living sacrifice. The elder's insanity peaked as he prepared the forbidden ritual. He screamed into the void, commanding the incarnation of greed to descend upon them. Arms thrown wide in madness, he ordered the abomination to incinerate every living soul. A nightmarish claw tore through the summoning portal. The demon materialized fully, and at Narabi's command, prepared to turn his enemies into ash. But suddenly a blinding brilliance flooded the chamber. What is this light? The elder gasped. Even the demon recoiled, sensing a terrifying divine power. Boom! A judgment strike slammed into the beast from the heavens. Archbishop Ladius descended with holy scripture in hand. Apologies, he intoned coldly. The only one burning today is you, filth. Heinrich watched the resulting explosion with a smirk. Well, that wraps things up nicely. Harley turned, his voice soft. It is safe now. You can come out. Cecily rushed to him, trembling. It was so scary. That fear just proves you are alive, he assured her. He gently patted her head. As long as you are unhurt, nothing else matters. Meanwhile, Sir Heinrich surveyed the aftermath. Sir Tussin and Raffrey approached. Thanks to you, we made it just in time. But how did you know? Heinrich, the paladin asked. I am not sure. Heinrich shrugged. Call it a gut feeling. Raffrey rushed toward the girl. Cecily, he knelt with knightly grace. I am Raffrey of the Elven Kingdom. The elf offered a warm smile. Harley nodded approvingly. I am glad you can finally reunite with your people. How can I ever repay you? Cecily asked, but Harley shook his head. I did not do this for a reward. Admirable, Raffrey declared, but please, allow us to show our gratitude. The young elf asked Harley to sit. Raising a hand, he chanted, May the blessings of nature embrace you. Harley's eyes widened. This energy. Is it from the world tree? Raffrey nodded. A blessing only high elves can bestow. However, Cecily worried. Since I am not a high elf, the effect might be weak. Raffrey ignored the doubt and marked Harley's wrist. Consider this a blood oath. Call, and we shall answer. You did not have to go that far, Harley muttered. Cecily then handed him a sacred bundle of branches. Watching them, Sir Tussin whispered, That young man. His physical foundation is monstrous. Do you know him? Tosin asked. First time meeting, Heinrich replied, but I sense a profitable destiny between us. If your intuition says so, it must be true. Tussin agreed. The order must also show its thanks. With Harley backing Hubert, we could dominate the market. Raffrey then bowed. Lord Tussin, thank you for resolving this crisis. Now, the elf continued, it is our turn to repay the debt. The paladin grinned. Hearing that gives me confidence. I have but one request, Tussin stated grimly. Find the immortal king. Heinrich's eyes narrowed. So that is why they contacted the High Elves. The World Tree, the root of all existence, High Elves could channel its ancient power. With that authority, they could detect specific energy signatures anywhere nature existed. I will need assistance, Raffrey noted. What kind? Heinrich asked. To track him. The elf explained. I need a sample of the energy we seek, the aura of the immortal king. Heinrich sighed internally. I never thought I would have to go back to that place so soon. It is a sacred barrier, Raffrey warned, a complexity that even I cannot fully fathom. They ventured into the dark corridor. Space twisted around them, a labyrinth designed to devour intruders. We are here, the Heresy Inquisitor announced. Shattering a barrier of this magnitude would take days. And if we force our way in, every holy knight and high priest would descend upon us instantly. The Inquisitor peered through a crack in the door. The assault was imminent. Is that it? Raffrey whispered. A fragment of the legendary immortal king. He began the tracking spell. Realization hit Heinrich like a truck. The elf is not just tracking energy. He is tracking Hans. The entire elite force will be hunting him. A sly smile crept across his face. But this chaos, it opens a path for me. Heinrich clutched a hidden fragment. Tonight, the final piece belongs to me. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a voice boomed. The time has come. Inside the gloomy headquarters of the Challenge Vow, the leader spoke. Are all representatives present? A silhouette bowed. The Empire's here. Another voice chimed in. The East is also in attendance. Narabi has fallen, the leader stated coldly. He will not be joining us. You have heard the news, but the question remains, how did the Order and the High Elves track him so quickly? Are we getting sloppy? One member hissed. First Marcos losing the fragment, now Narabi's defeat. Another voice cut through the darkness. The Order's resurgence can only mean one thing. The heir of the immortal king has awakened. In the shadows, a second figure plots. This new heir. He could be the very weapon we need to turn the tide. The first voice sneers back. You suggest we ally with the imposter driving us into a corner. The reply is chillingly calm. Now that would be interesting. Elsewhere, Saint Rastar is baffled. How did they pierce through the myriad of barriers to find them? Hans grips the fragment, his mind racing. Of course. The saint didn't track him. She tracked this cursed object. There is only one solution. Hide the source. Hans prepares to seal the item within his personal subspace, but space rejects it. He realizes with a start that a simple subspace cannot contain such overwhelming power. He recalls how an awakened once smuggled the fragment back to Earth. The conclusion is dangerous. He must forge a subspace within his own flesh. He begins the forbidden process, fusing his very essence with the ancient artifact. The item dissolves into him, its power absorbed completely. Now, not a single trace of its energy remains for the world to sense. Hans exhales. The biggest headache is resolved. Now for the final act, erasing the evidence. With a casual snap of his fingers, he commands the flames, burn it all to ash. As he walks away from the inferno, he smiles. Everything is finally ready. He prepares to lower the very barriers that kept him hidden. With the shields down, his scent floods the land like a beacon. Come and find me, divine order. I will claim the final piece of the immortal king myself. Deep in a distant forest, a spectral light manifests among the ancient trees. Fury's eyes narrow as the energy locks onto a trunk. I have the scent. The immortal king hides in the monster forest to the west. Archbishop Ladius roars. Summon the paladins, gather every available archbishop. But a voice cuts through the tension. I am offended. Am I not important enough? Pure, of the great temple of Jiran, steps forward with arrogant grace. I shall join this hunt. The archbishop sighs in relief. The expedition squad is now truly god tier. Saint Restar steps up. I must go too. But Ladius is firm. No, even the cardinal marches with us. You are the pillar of our order. You must remain here. The archbishop then summons Lord Heinrich. Ladius commands him, you stay. Guard the great temple. Guard her with your life should the worst happen. Heinrich watches the paladins depart, his expression unreadable. He turns and whispers, I will keep only the saint safe. Soon, the continent's nightmare returns. Ladius draws his blade. This nightmare ends today. The divine watches over us. The crowd screams for salvation and peace. Heinrich turns to the worried saint. Peace, my lady. Do not worry. She frowns. Is this a divine revelation? He shakes his head slowly. No, merely a premonition. Music. Meanwhile, a hooded figure stalks toward the great temple. Hans expands his dark mana, senses sharpening. He can feel the sacred barriers humming in the walls. He realizes the internal defenses are still active. Stealth is useless here. He needs chaos. At the stroke of midnight, a signal flare screams into the sky. A guard jumps, terrified. What the hell is that? From the walls, horror strikes. Look, a horde of undead at the gates. Summon everyone. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, the search turns desperate. The knights report to Pure. We have scoured every inch. The cave is empty. Referi panics. Impossible. I am certain this is the place the World Tree would have screamed if the target moved. Ladius turns pale. Did he sense us? Did he trick us? The realization hits like a hammer. Return to the great temple. It is a trap. The archbishop sees the truth too late. This was all a diversion while their home burns. Hans reaches his destination. We finally meet. Music. The last fragment of the immortal king pulses before him. He presses the energy to his chest, power surging. As the mana flows, he declares, the time is now. Rise, immortal king. The tower bells toll doom. A voice screams orders. Knights scramble and panic through the corridors. Chaos erupts as the alarm shatters the silence. The undead horde is launching an all-out assault. Heinrich watches the carnage from the shadows, his eyes cold and calculating. Seeing the desperate situation, a wicked smile curls upon his lips. His orders were simple, guard the garden, but why stand idle? He decides to use the chaos as cover. Moving like a ghost, he prepares to infiltrate unseen. Suddenly, a knight commands a massive squadron to intercept him. Everyone, follow my lead. Do not stop for anything, Heinrich screamed, but panic clawed at his throat. The tunnel was flooding with far more knights than he had anticipated. There were faces here he didn't recognize. He forced his breathing to steady. Thank the gods. They remained oblivious to the truth that Hans had already breached the deepest level. The swarm of undead kept them occupied. But then, a terrifying pressure descended. The heresy inquisitor emerged from the shadows. He roared, ignore the fodder. The undead outside are merely a smokescreen. His voice thundered with grim revelation. The heir to the immortal king has already infiltrated the core. The inquisitor commanded a full charge toward the sealing chamber. Heinrich's mind raced. How did they uncover the location so terrifyingly fast? He sprinted forward, desperation fueling his steps. He had to intervene now, or this situation would spiral into an absolute catastrophe. They burst into the chamber, only to find it in ruins. Archbishop Ladia stared in disbelief. How did an intruder bypass our senses without a single trace? And there were no signs of a forced entry. A knight stammered. Could it have been teleportation magic? It is too late for theories, Saintess Restar declared, her voice trembling. She couldn't fathom how the immortal king's essence had been so close without triggering her divine senses. She clenched her fists, drowning in self-blame for her incompetence. If he truly revived, would they survive? Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Apologies for the delay. Heinrich stepped into the light, feigning exhaustion. The path was swarming with enemies. He lied smoothly. But fear not. From this moment on, I will take command of the vanguard. Sir Heinrich, Saintess Restar cried out, hope returning to her eyes. Please, lend us your strength. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, Hans surveyed the carnage. His undead army had been decimated. A smirk touched his lips. The guardians of this place were far more resilient than he had calculated. Malcolm, you were truly a formidable opponent, Hans whispered. Honoring the fallen. Rest now. You fought with the heart of a warrior. It took time, but victory is mine. He extended a hand toward the void. Come forth. The air vibrated as the immortal king's final legacy materialized. Hans dropped to one knee. Bowing before the fragment of ultimate power, the ritual began. Dark energy swirled, but a nagging sensation clawed at him. Why was the fusion incomplete? Do the fragments require more time to synchronize? His head snapped up. His instincts screamed of danger. The knights had arrived. The intruders were here to steal his destiny. Energy surged as he launched a counteroffensive with a single fluid motion. He blasted back 2 attackers. One knight collapsed, his armor shattered and body broken. Hold the line, Archbishop Ladius roared. The Bishop of Ceremony stepped forward, hands glowing. I will administer divine healing immediately. Holy light washed over the injured knight. Heinrich drew his blade, shouting, I shall join the fray. No, wait. Saintess Restar grabbed his arm. You must not rush in. She needed precious seconds to analyze the terrifying signature of the immortal king's power. Hold your position, she pleaded. Heinrich nodded grimly. It was perfect. His plan was to stall them anyway, feigning a duel against Hans to buy time. Hans looked down at the pawns of the order. Give up, he warned. The fragment belongs to me. But Ladius ignored the mercy, commanding his forces to press the attack. Hans gathered mana, considering a full-force explosion to wipe them out. But he hesitated. He could not bring himself to slaughter the innocent along with the guilty. That hesitation cost him. 2 blades tore through the air, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. He staggered back. What was that energy? Hans's eyes narrowed. It was the Saintess's enchantment. The speed and strength of these knights had been supercharged. If he hadn't amplified his regeneration, that strike would have been fatal. This battle was dragging on, and the risk of casualties was rising by the second. A decision was made. To end the snake, he had to cut off the head. Hans surged forward, targeting the command tower. The Bishop of Ceremony intercepted the blow. Sparks flew. Hans gasped. How could a mere priest react with such godlike speed? They didn't just block, they countered instantly. Their movements were firm, calculated. Hans felt a chill with someone reading his strategies. He tried to pierce their minds with telepathy, but suddenly, Heinrich materialized right beside Archbishop Ladius. Where are your eyes wandering? Heinrich taunted. With a heavy blow, he struck Hans. Saintess Restar observed the impact, realizing the truth. He hasn't fully absorbed the fragment yet. Now is our chance, she screamed, rallying the order. Strike now. Hans gritted his teeth, barely deflecting the torrent of attacks. He saw through their plan. They intended to overwhelm him with divine enchantments and relentless strikes, outpacing his regeneration speed. Such a transparent ploy, Hans scoffed, smashing a knight aside. But then Pure, the veteran knight, lunged forward. Try blocking this monster. Hans didn't flinch. You seek to provoke me with a strike that's slow, pathetic. Before the sword could land, The knight was paralyzed by a containment spell. Pure's eyes went wide. How is he reading every single move? He should have had mental barriers up, internally. Heinrich offered a silent apology to the veteran. I plucked the plan directly from his mind. Heinrich thought. Archbishop Ladius prepared his final strike. But Hans's voice rang out like a death knell. It is too late. The immortal king's fragment has awakened. A blinding light erupted as the artifact finally dissolved. Merging completely with his soul, Hans rose into the air, defying gravity. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated power exploded outward. Saint Tesra Star fell to her knees, crushed by the overwhelming pressure. No, she whispered in horror. We were too late. A silhouette of absolute darkness floated in the center of the room. The saintess knew it in her bones. The immortal king had truly returned. The entity turned its gaze upon them. His voice commanded the very air. Tremble in fear, dogs of the order. A holographic window flashed before his eyes. System alert. A new achievement has been unlocked. He has transcended death itself. The immortal king announces his return as the calamitous disaster from the outer dimensions. A knight roars to his squad. Faster, we must reach the sealing chamber and save the saintess. But upon arrival, the squad skids to a terrified halt at the threshold. One warrior trembles, whispering, that silhouette, could it truly be him? Looming before the immortal king, they fear they are too late. But Archbishop Ladius bellows, do not falter yet. This sanctuary seals the immortal king's full power. He declares with burning resolve, we shall stake our very lives to banish this demon. Ladius commands, all forces, strike the immortal king now. But the monster merely scoffs. Do you insects truly believe you can halt my ascension? You are not even worthy to gaze upon my status window. Suddenly, a system notification rings out his abilities have evolved. He proclaims, I have become truly invincible. With a chilling smirk, he beckons them. Step forward and witness the majesty of the immortal king. The king shrouds his face with a hand. The skill Eye of Darkness activates, flooding the chamber with malevolent energy. A single gaze is all it takes to plant primal terror and chaos deep within their souls. This power grants dominion over lesser demons. The Archbishop recognizes the legendary Eye of Darkness and shrieks, avert your eyes, do not look at him. The immortal king smirks. Now, it is your turn to despair. He charges his mana for a devastating blow. Raising his hands, he commands, let my dark legend rise once more. Instantly, bones and corpses begin to swirl around the entity. A knight screams, guard yourselves. A massive corpse golem stitches itself together before their very eyes. Archbishop Ladius warns, one hit from that monstrosity means death dodge, but one unfortunate knight is struck head-on by the beast's crushing blow. The immortal king watches the carnage with bored eyes, calling their desperate resistance utterly pathetic. Saintess Ra realizes she must end this nightmare. She steels her nerves, gathering her holy resolve. She knows if she falters, not just the church, but the entire continent will fall to ruin. The saintess cries out for Sir Heinrich. I entrust my holy symbol to you, she says, pressing the artifact into his hands. Please, accept this and retreat immediately. You must survive and become stronger. She implores Heinrich. One day, you will be the one to stop the immortal king. Saintess Ra commands her forces. Carve a path for Sir Heinrich, protect his escape with your lives. She doubles down, ensuring the future hero's survival. The knights charge blindly to stall the monster, but the immortal king merely sneers, calling them buzzing flies. Snatching a warrior from the air, he growls, I shall extinguish all of your lights at once. The king spins violently. He smashes the knight aside, mocking the fool for a wasted effort, but the battered man gasps, it matters not. Our objective is complete. I would discard this flesh 1,000 times, he declares. If it means saving Sir Heinrich, the hope of humanity, then die as you wish, fool, the king hisses, preparing to crush the man's skull. Suddenly a fist slams squarely into the king's face. It is Heinrich. He lands a direct hit, instantly activating his blessing skill, Leap. The knight blurs past the immortal king. With lightning speed, he strikes again. The king admits, your reflexes are indeed excellent. However, the king notes coldly, your blade is too blunt to pierce my skin. He counters with a lethal strike. Heinrich takes the impact head-on and goes flying. He realizes the blow shattered his armor, sending shockwaves through his very bones. As the battle reaches its fever pitch, Saintess Rar screams, "Why did you not flee? I entrusted the future to you." Heinrich spits blood and retorts, "I did not swear my oath to the church just to save my own wretched skin." Gripping the holy symbol tightly, he shouts, "How can a coward who abandons his comrades ever hope to protect the world?" He channels every ounce of his remaining energy, preparing for a suicidal charge against the immortal king. "My sword may be dull," Heinrich roars, "but even if this blade shatters into dust, I will bring about your end." A system window flashes. He has awakened a special skill, the third blessing, Sword of Light. He creates a stance, whispering, "It is time to write the conclusion." Heinrich surges forward like a meteor, slamming his blade directly into the immortal king. The immortal king actually praises him. What a splendid line. Now let us finish with the final act. He addresses an unseen audience, leaving the saintess and bishop stunned. With the blade buried deep in his chest, the immortal king grips the steel and asks the church's warrior, "What is your name, boy?" The young hero screams his name to the heavens, "I am Heinrich Landguard." The immortal king roars, "How dare a mere human wound me?" But secretly, a system notification confirms skill, death immunity activated. "I shall engrave that name in my memory," the king declares. He unleashes a final counterattack, sending the hero crashing to the earth. Heinrich wonders if the monster has fled. As he collapses from exhaustion, a comrade catches him, gasping, "It is unbelievable." You actually pierce the immortal king's heart. A weary smile spreads across Heinrich's face. The paladin hails this as the resurrection of the chosen one. Watching from the shadows, Han Sung-hyun applauds the performance, chuckling, "Now that is a heroic tale that brings tears to my eyes." The saga concludes with Hans reborn as the immortal king, only to fall before Heinrich's blade and the blessing of the gods. Leaning back in his chair, Han Sung-hyun smiles, declaring this the perfect rivalry between a hero and a demon king. He turns his gaze to the panel, his eyes gleaming. Now, it is time to reap the rewards. On the Karma Shop screen, shock washes over him. His value has skyrocketed by nearly 1 million points. Without hesitation, he selects the unique skill enhancement. A system chime echoes. His unique skill evolves, unlocking a brand new ability, special customization. Han Sung-hyun leans closer to the screen, intrigued. Customization? What is this? Mas. He opens the menu to tweak the immortal king's appearance, realizing this freedom is exactly what makes a game truly legendary. This new power unlocks two paths, the enhanced create avatar function and the revolutionary change avatar function. With change avatar, he can rewrite the very fabric of his existing legends, modifying their looks and stats at will. However, create avatar is where the real magic lies, allowing him to define a being's soul and form from the moment of birth. But as he scrolls, he reveals that the most game-changing update is a single, new detail. The gender selection feature has finally been added. Han Sung-hyun wonders what chaos would ensue if he tested this new option. Driven by curiosity, he attempts to press the female button, muttering, "You only live once," but is stunned to find the selection locked tight. Moving on, his eyes land on the essence selection option, a feature that generates a species by consuming a specific item. A thought strikes Han Sung-hyun. Could the world tree branch that Cecily gave him serve as an essence? He picks up the vase containing the branch. "I liked using it as an air purifier," he sighs, "but sacrifices must be made." With the vase in his grip, he declares that this ancient artifact should be more than enough to forge a high elf. The system detects the world tree branch energy surges as the elf generation begins, reshaping Han Sung-hyun's very form. Creation complete, his new elf avatar opens its eyes. With customization unlocked, he immediately begins sculpting a face of unearthly beauty. He refines the physique, lengthening the limbs until they are elegant, slender, and perfect. Since elves are masters of the elements, he decides to dump his points into one specific stat. He maximizes nature affinity above all else. Finally, he bestows a name upon this new legend Harris, the son of the world tree. Han Sung-hyun admires his handiwork, the chiseled body and flawless face. Now, that is exactly what an elf should look like. Suddenly, the newly created Harris glares at him, his voice dripping with disdain. "This is unpleasant." Han Sung-hyun freezes, touching the elf's face. What is happening? He wonders if the dark magic of Hans is consuming Harris from within. Panic sets in at the possibility of corruption. He shouts a command. "Hans, cancel the invocation immediately." He realizes the mental core clashed with the elf's high nature affinity, nearly destroying the new avatar. He decides to shelf Harris for now. Turning to his bookshelf, he pulls out another volume. Perhaps it is time to write the legend of the mercenary king. The scene shifts to his active avatar. I quite like this function, he mutters, feeling his ears twitch. The shopkeeper sighs in relief as the transaction ends. He thanks her for the items and steps out of the shop. Walking through the streets of Swall, he notes that Hubert found the perfect location. This truly is the city of artisans. But he recalls rumors of thugs harassing Hubert's shop. A dark thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should teach them a lesson. Inside a tavern, a man sneers at their tattoos. It is no wonder the South is mocked as a den of savages. The insults continue. They brought this upon themselves. The avatar rises, eyes narrowing. What did you just say? The sitting man waves him off. Not worth my time. Suddenly, another man steps up. Who is the bastard insulting the South? He points a finger at the first man, voice booming. I will beat you until you come to your senses. The avatar intervenes. He catches a wooden club and snaps it with a single hand. The attacker gasps. You bastard. Shocked by this display of raw power, the avatar realizes these men are authentic Southern warriors. A plan forms. He simply needs to approach them and forge a brotherhood. With close companions by his side, he can become the great hero of the South. A true Southern warrior. Suddenly, one of the men barks at him. Dress properly. Those clothes are only for festivals, you fool. The avatar blinks, genuinely confused. Do people not wear these clothes anymore? The man grows annoyed. I cannot stand to hear this nonsense. He challenges the avatar to a traditional Southern duel. The avatar accepts with a grin, but raises a finger. I have one condition. The tavern goes silent. Do you want to be attacked one by one? He asks. No, all three of you. Come at me at once. You dare insult our honor. The avatar scoffs, his aura flaring. Two of you can come at me. The rest, you better be ready to carry the bodies. Enraged by his mockery, the three warriors charge as one. Boom! A shockwave of pure power explodes upon impact. In a split second, two warriors are face down in the dirt. The last man standing trembles, staring at the monster before him. You insane lunatic. Gasping for air, the warrior accuses him. You fight like a demon, but you are no Southerner. He grits his teeth. How can someone with such godlike skill not bear the warrior's mark? The avatar's mind races. He realizes he made a cultural slip-up. He thinks, so the Southern tribes have a tattoo system. I need a lie, and I need it fast. He steps closer, his expression softening into a mask of sorrow. I am a warrior of the South. He lies smoothly. But the reason my skin is bare carries a heavy burden. He takes a deep breath, beginning his Oscar-worthy performance. It happened 20 years ago, a day that stained our history with blood, the grand duel to decide the next tribal chief. My father was a legend, a beast among men. He crushed every opponent and seized the championship with overwhelming might. He raised his fist to the heavens, basking in the glory of victory. The chief bowed in respect and, following the ancient laws, the chief offered his daughter's hand in marriage. He asked my father for his one true wish, but my father, his heart was already set. To everyone's horror, the champion rejected the princess. The woman was furious, screaming that he was unacceptable trash. She demanded an explanation for such a public humiliation. My father looked her in the eye and said, "There is a grave reason for my refusal." Then he dropped the bombshell that shook the tribe. We cannot wed, for the woman standing before me is my own sister, connected by blood. The princess turned to the chief, her face pale. Father, surely this madman lies. But the chief hung his head in shame, confirming the dark truth. He whispered, "Forgive me. You are not my biological daughter." The revelation struck her like a lightning bolt, leaving her shattered. The chief, consumed by rage and shame, roared to his guards, "Kill that insolent bastard." My father screamed to his beloved, "Run, I will buy you time." My mother, she was pregnant with me at that very moment. She could do nothing but watch as the man she loved prepared to die. My father fought like a god of war, holding back an entire army to save his wife and unborn child. But in the end, he fell a hero's death. My mother fled into the mountains, hiding in a desolate cave. She raised me in secret, away from the world. But the hardship took its toll, and she recently passed away from a terrible illness. He wipes a fake tear from his eye. That is why I have no mark. I am a child of exile. He looks at them with puppy dog eyes. Does my story make sense to you now? The warriors are sobbing, moved by this completely fabricated tragedy. They drop their weapons. We judged you wrongly. They embrace him, crying out that he is the truest warrior of them all. One of them sniffs, wiping his nose. I never imagined. Such a heartbreaking destiny lay behind your strength. Internally, the avatar smirks. My acting skills are absolutely god tier. Outwardly, he remains humble as they raise a toast to their new sworn brother. One warrior asks, "But brother, what brings you so far from our southern lands?" The avatar's eyes gleam. "Ah, there's a tale behind that as well. After my mother died," he continues, spinning another web of lies, "I was alone, destitute. I had nothing but the clothes on my back and the strength in my fists. I was lost in despair, ready to give up. But then, one man stopped. He didn't look away like the others. A young merchant named Hubert. He reached out a hand to a beggar like me and asked if I needed help. Hubert gave me a purpose, but now, that saint of a man is being threatened by filthy bandits. I cannot turn my back on my savior. That is why I am here." The warriors slam their fists on the table. An enemy of our brother is an enemy of the tribe. Their blood boils with righteous fury. "We pledge our blades to you. We will save your brother's brother." He thanks them, and they group hug in celebration. But in his mind, he is already calculating. Perfect. I'll use these meatheads to crush Hubert's enemies for free. Once the violence is done, the real game begins. Operation Pepper Trade. I'll import spices from Earth, a luxury worth more than gold in this world. In exchange, I'll flood the market with magical tools from here. Buy low, sell high. It's the ultimate win-win scenario. I'll use the profits to fuel my explosive growth. One warrior interrupts his scheming. "Brother, let us go to my friend's shop first." The avatar nods. "I'm counting on you all." He grins to himself. Having loyal pawns makes life so much easier. With Hubert's crisis resolved, the scene shifts. Under the cover of night, Harris approaches the massive city gates. He tips his hat to the guards. "Good evening, gentlemen. Is this the legendary Temple of Rosalia?" He flashes a charming smile. The name is Harris, skilled mercenary, problem solver, and a very close personal friend of Harley. He drops the name confidently. "Harley is an ally of the Holy Knights. I'm here to see the elven envoys. I require an immediate audience." The guard squints at the letter of introduction. It has a childish drawing on it. This handwriting. It's absolutely atrocious. Harris doesn't flinch. That just proves its authenticity. Only the great Harley writes with such unique passion. The guard sighs but opens the gate. "Follow me to the guest quarters." They arrive at a heavy door. "Lord Rafferty is expecting you." Harris steps through the threshold, the air growing heavy with mana. "Pardon the intrusion." An elf with an ethereal presence sits at the table. "It is a pleasure." He radiates nobility. "I am Rafferty Grandwood, High Elf of the Kingdom." He gestured for Harris to take a seat. As the man settled in, gratitude spilled from his lips for the rare opportunity. Behind his calm facade, he thought about the exhaustion of wearing a mask, pretending not to know these familiar faces. Yet, a part of him found this twisted play utterly fascinating. Through the heightened senses of a high elf, he perceived a shift in the atmosphere. Rayfari's eyes didn't just glow, they burned with a radiant, otherworldly light. It wasn't merely visual, the sensation was a vortex, dragging his very soul into the emerald depths of Rafferty's gaze. The high elf took a graceful sip, his demeanor shifting to one of intrigue. "Tell me, do you share a bond with Sir Harley?" His gaze fell upon the bracelet. The undeniable proof of their connection. It seems my instincts were correct. Harris moved to return the artifact, stumbling over an apology, but the high elf raised a hand. "On the contrary, to see a fellow kin bear that crest is a rare honor." But pleasantries were not the only reason for this meeting. Rayfari leaned forward, sensing the unspoken request hanging in the air. Harris didn't hesitate. I need to forge a contract with the spirits. I need to master the ancient power of nature. A strength I was denied for too long during my youth. Referee absorbed the words, his expression solemn. I see the fire in your heart. I understand your plight. He peered into Harris's core, seeing raw, untapped potential that could not be ignored. Let us step outside, Referee suggested, standing up. The wind speaks better than these walls. Under the open sky, the high elf returned to the weighty topic at hand. Ideally, I would guide you, he admitted with a sigh, but my time here is short. However, there is another path. He turned to Harris with a glint in his eye. Accompany us to the Elven Kingdom. Harris froze, the shock evident on his face. The Elven Kingdom, the sanctuary on the enamel continent. That was the holy grail of high elf education, but Harris stammered, do I even possess the qualifications to set foot in such a sacred place? By ancient law, only the blood of high elves may enter, Rafferty confirmed. But then, the pressure in the air grew heavier. However, fate allows for a single exception. Harris swallowed hard. And what is that exception? Rafferty smiled enigmatically. An outsider who possesses the soul and qualities of a high elf. The high elf stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Tell me, did you not feel the resonance when our eyes met? Before Harris could answer, the sensation returned with a vengeance. A cosmic force seized him, dragging his consciousness into the void. Reality shattered around him. When he opened his eyes, the world had changed. He stood in a realm beyond the physical plane. Where am I? Was this a mental landscape? No. The mana here was too pure, too divine. It washed over him like a cleansing tide. Suddenly, realization struck. A single, radiant leaf drifted down from the heavens, landing softly in his palm. As he watched, the light from the leaf began to take shape, morphing into a silhouette. Was this the elven goddess? No. The presence was far more ancient, far more primal. Harris looked up, awe trembling in his voice as he beheld the towering energy. It's the world tree. He tried to steady his racing heart, but the pressure was immense. The entity drifted closer, her touch like a phantom breeze against his cheek. She didn't speak, yet her gentle smile echoed in his mind. Harris was paralyzed. She cupped his face with hands made of starlight, her will flowing into him. Come. The Elven Kingdom awaits. Wait, Harris gasped, his mind reeling. Are you the world tree? What does this mean? Desperation clawed at his throat. Wait a moment, he screamed into the fading light. He reached out, grasping at empty air. I don't understand what you want from me. Snap. He was back in reality, staring at his own trembling hand. What was that? Rayfurry watched him closely. You felt it, didn't you? The presence of the world tree. The high elf leaned in. What did you see? An elf, Harris whispered, still shaken. Was that her? Indeed, Rafferty confirmed with solemn reverence. She chose a form your mind could comprehend to greet you. The high elf revealed the shocking truth. It seems the mother of all forests has developed a personal interest in you. Harris could only stare in disbelief. His mind raced. First the divine power, and now the world tree itself. Destiny was piling its chips on him, and the stakes were getting higher. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing in the city streets. A thug loomed over Hubert, malice dripping from his voice. I thought I made myself clear last week, old man. The threat hung heavy in the air. Close up shop, get out. The thug sneered. Why are you still breathing my air? Hubert, ever the gentleman, simply bowed. Please, forgive my rudeness. He calmly poured a cup, the aroma filling the tense room. An excellent batch arrived this week. Would you care for a taste? Smash. The cup shattered against the floor, tea splashing everywhere. You deaf old fool. The thug grabbed him. Abandon this place today, or bleed right here. Hubert didn't flinch. A pity, he mused. Don't you like tea? His eyes drifted past the thug. Your friends, however, seemed to enjoy it. What are you babbling about? Wham! A hand crushed the thug's face before he could finish. Han Si-young's avatar had entered the chat. With one fluid motion, he launched the trash out of the establishment. The remaining goons froze. Who the hell are these guys? Too late. The squad moved in for the kill. Screams of agony became the night's soundtrack as the aggressors were violently evicted. Later, peace returned with the clinking of glasses. Hubert bowed deeply to the brothers. I owe you my life. Tonight, the cellar is yours. Drink up. Amidst the celebration, a warrior eyed the avatar. You fight like a demon, but you look too clean. He grinned, music swelling in the background. The avatar needs a mark of power. He ripped open his shirt, revealing a jagged, glowing sigil etched into his chest. Now this is a true warrior's proof. Another warrior chimed in. There's a shaman in the southern region of Tarak. She is a master of the spirit arts. She can carve the mark you need. Say less. The avatar gripped Lu Wang's shoulder like a vice. We leave now. He hoisted his companion into the air. Hey, wait, Lu Wang protested, dangling helplessly. I haven't even finished my ale. Have mercy. Miles away, chaos reigned in a humble shop. Smash, herbs and potions scattered across the floor. A thug sneered at the trembling elder woman. You wretched old hag, did your hearing rot with your age? I said pay up. The shaman gasps in disbelief. That sum is astronomical. How could a humble elder possibly possess such wealth? The thug seizes her by the collar, his voice dripping with malice. Are you senile, old hag? Do you not understand the gravity of your situation? He points to his bruised face, rage flaring in his eyes. My day has been absolute hell, and your poverty is the final straw. He shoves her violently to the ground. Get me the coin. Beg, steal, or sell your soul, I don't care. As the elder tries to speak, the thug freezes. A shadow falls over him, and his eyes widen in terror. A scream tears from his throat as a figure manifests from thin air. It is Han Seong-hyun's avatar. With a single blow, he launches the scum into the horizon, effortlessly holding another bandit like a rag doll. He turns to the elder with a calm smile. Greetings, elder. I have come to request a spirit engraving. Trembling, the shaman points at the unconscious men. But what of these brigands? He shrugs casually. They will scamper off once they wake up and realize their mistake. She sighs, shaking her head. What a chaotic arrival. Still, she gestures for the saviors to enter her humble abode. Inside, the shaman cuts to the chase. You seek the mark of the warrior. Do you not? He nods eagerly. Yes, and I need you to sculpt it immediately. Her expression darkens. Heed my warning. While the mark grants godlike power, it devours one's life force like a parasite. He doesn't flinch. I am well aware of the price. Her eyes widen as she senses his aura. In all my years, I have never felt such a monstrous ocean of vitality. A spark of greed lights up her eyes. With this much energy, you could survive even the Supreme Warlord's mark. Hearing this, his eyes gleam with ambition. Then that is the one I want. Sculpt the Warlord upon me. But she waves him off immediately. Impossible, she sighs. That technique is a lost art. No soul has successfully carved it in centuries. His shoulders slump in disappointment. Well, that certainly kills the mood. Fine. Then I shall settle for the great warrior mark that Lu Wang spoke of. But the shaman grimaces. Even that poses a significant problem. He blinks, stunned. My supplies are depleted. She confesses, it has been an eternity since I last performed a ritual of that magnitude. Furthermore, a mark requires a tribute of valor. To earn the great warrior mark, you must prove your strength with a legendary deed. Her gaze turns north. In the Iron Fortress, a beast rules the mountains. Bring me the head of the ogre king that dwells there. You must slay it alone. Lu Wang's jaw drops in horror. Have you gone mad, old woman? Do you know what an ogre is? He turns to the hero, frantic. She is sending you to your death. That monster is a walking natural disaster, unbothered. The avatar reaches into his inventory and hoists a massive, gory object. You mean this thing? The shaman gasps, nearly choking on air. That is the ogre's skull. You hunted it by yourself. He scoffs, tossing the skull aside. A mere ogre is hardly a warm-up. Recovering from her shock, The shaman nods respectfully. Come back in a few days. I lack the spiritual energy right now, she admits, clutching her stomach. Sculpting requires immense stamina, and I have not had a proper meal in ages. He grins. Leave it to me. Replenishing vitality is my specialty. Before she can ask what he means, he vanishes like smoke. She sighs, staring at the empty spot. I just hope that boy doesn't stir up trouble. At the bandit camp, a guard spots him approaching. Who goes the avatar silences him with a single devastating punch. He stands over the fallen boss, dusting off his hands. We seem to run into each other often. The bandit trembles. Who sent you? You courted death when you threatened our shaman. The bandit's blood runs cold. Wait, that old hag was the legendary southern shaman? Terror seizes him. Mercy, we didn't know. We thought she was just a common hedge witch. We swear, never again. The avatar delivers a swift kick to the man's jaw, silencing his pleas. Ensure you keep that promise, or next time, I won't be so gentle. Lu Wang jogs over, wiping sweat from his brow. The perimeter is clear. He looks around. Now what? The MC smirks, eyeing the warehouse. Bandits always hoard the best supplies. Grab those crates. He lifts premium cuts of meat with a triumphant grin. Tonight, we feast like kings. Back at the hut, the avatar announces his return. The grandmother turns to receive him, wary. Her jaw drops at the mountain of provisions. It's just a light snack. He lies smoothly. Plenty of meat and wine for us all. Surely this is enough to refuel your spiritual arts. The shaman's face softens into a warm smile. You remind me of my late son, she muses. Then she sighs theatrically. Though with these old teeth, I doubt I can chew such tough meat. Will you not even try? The young warrior teases. Fine, she grumbles. Since you went through the trouble. Suddenly, the frail old woman tears into the roast like a starving beast, chugging wine straight from the jug. The avatar chuckles. I knew the women of the South had spirit, surrounded by clean plates. She pats her belly. Ah, that truly hit the spot. The boys stare in awe at her gluttony, wiping her mouth. The shaman's eyes turn serious. Now then, shall we begin the engraving? The needle glows red hot in the candlelight. Her voice drops to a whisper. Brace yourself. This pain will be unlike anything you have known. He lays down, his expression steely. Do your worst. My will is iron. He smirks. I've endured far worse. Before he can finish boasting, she shoves a rag doll into his mouth. The ritual begins now. She warns him, bite down hard on this doll. The engraving process is pure agony. She commands him to keep the object firmly between his teeth. Then she attempts to drive the mystic tool into the warrior's chest, but steel meets iron. She gasps in sheer disbelief. His flesh is impenetrable. The needle refuses to pierce his skin. Luong asks, is there no other method? The shaman smirks, reassuring him, there is always a way. She vows that the meat she feasted on will be repaid in full. With a primal scream, she channels her spiritual energy into the instrument. Her eyes glowing, she roars, witness the true power of a tribal shaman. She drives the needle down with devastating force. A system message flashes. The entity has fulfilled the hidden conditions. Enlightenment has been achieved. The warrior unlocks a new power, the Chaco-style combat symbol. His rank has evolved to Great Warrior. He traces the fresh glyph on his chest and marvels. This efficiency? It creates a monster far superior to the Biora enhancement. Power surges through him, clenching his fists. The young man declares, with this strength, I could rip an ogre apart with my bare hands. It is perfection, Tuzik. But the ritual takes its toll. The shaman stumbles, drained. He calls out, what is wrong? Are you injured? The elder waves him off, panting. Do not worry about this old woman. She wipes her brow, explaining, it has been ages since I was forced to exert such spiritual pressure. A brief rest will restore me. But the avatar has no patience for rest. He warns, we have work to do. Lu Wang asks, what work? The warrior avatar bellows, we need more meat. He claims grandma is too tough to feel pain and demands the other symbols. The shaman snaps, calling him a thick-headed brute. She demands they leave her to recover. Meanwhile, at the holy sanctuary, Saint Rar continues her vigil beside Heinlich's bed. Cardinal Peon steps from the shadows, asking, still praying for him, child. He warns her gravely, Your own divine spark will fade if you neglect your body like this. He urges rest, but she refuses, whispering, I cannot erase the image. Him standing alone against the immortal king, unyielding until the very end. Heinrich lies still, wrapped in bandages, a testament to his brutal sacrifice. The cardinal nods solemnly. It was like witnessing the genesis of a legend. Saint Rar gazes at him, convinced a new hero has been born. Suddenly, Heinrich speaks. Your eminence flatters me too much. The saint gasps his name. The cardinal leans in. Can you bear the pain, son? The young man smiles faintly. My body is whole again, thanks to the Holy One's divine grace. Saint Rar rushes forward, clasping his hand. She proclaims him not just a champion, but the savior of Alterica. Heinrich thinks to himself, finally. The stage is set. Han Seong-hyun narrates, now I can raise a glass to Hans, who plays the role of the Demon King. The cast for this grand play is complete. Elsewhere, the avatar wearing the Haho mask decides that since the hero has risen, the Demon King must now fulfill his villainous duty. Mana flaring, he declares, I will spread fear and infamy far beyond the horizon. His eyes glow menacingly over the city skyline. He laughs. I see them clearly now. He spots the filthy aura of criminals below. The avatar leaps from the rooftop, vowing to drag every sinner to hell. Chaos erupts at the hospital. Paramedics rush a stretcher through the doors, screaming for civilians to clear the path. A staff member recoils in horror, cursing. What in the hell happened to him? Another doctor realizes the truth immediately. The vigilante in the Haho mask struck again. A hand reaches out, sensing the dark, suffocating energy radiating from the patient. The detective turns to Han Seong-hyun. Do you understand what we are dealing with? Han, posing as the dark mage Anyong-jin, states, they messed with a predator far above the food chain. He examines the twisted body and warns, touch this curse the wrong way, and you will be joining him in the morgue. He shudders, calling the masked attacker an insane monster. As spectral chains bind the patient's spirit, Han explains, this black magic defies logic. His soul. It has already been enslaved for eternity. With a grim smile, he adds, if I were caught in a trap like this, I would wish I had never been born. The detective asks if there is a cure, but Han's face goes pale. He admits, I am an ant compared to this giant. He realizes the terror of having a mage of such caliber as an enemy. The detective stammers, It cannot be. Music. Han confirms the Haho mask is the culprit. He attempts to analyze the curse's structure, placing a finger on the victim's forehead. Instantly, the image of the Haho mask flashes in his mind. A psychic backlash slams into Han like a freight train. He collapses to the floor, gasping. The team leader grabs his collar, shouting, What did you see? Speak. With eyes full of madness, Han whispers, I feel like I need to die right now. The leader stares in disbelief. He is terrified of the Haho mask avatar, trembling in his superior's arms. He reveals the Haho mask. He looked back at me. Han falls into despair, wailing. He noticed me. The monster saw me peeking. I am doomed for tampering with his spell. The leader asks if there is a countermeasure. Han replies that only one escape remains. He sprints toward the window to commit suicide, screaming, I can escape to the afterlife this way. His superior grabs him, roaring, You idiot. The leader holds him back, explaining logic. The Haho mask only hunts villains. You are innocent, so you will be safe. Han pauses, blinking. He sighs. Actually, I do feel a bit better hearing that. Meanwhile, the other man questioned his own sanity, wondering if he was being foolish. But the leader felt his guard dropping, his body relaxing against his will, and panic began to set in. Chaos erupted. Hanong-hyun collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. His superior screamed his name in terror, desperately crying out for a medic to save him. Outside the window, the avatar wearing the Haho mask watched the turmoil with amusement. Its glowing eyes analyzed the scene, noting that the man inside possessed the aura of a capable dark mage. The avatar murmured to the wind, admitting it wouldn't mind crossing paths with him again, for there was no trace of malicious evil in his energy. The scene shifts to the glow of a monitor within a quiet apartment. The real Han Seong-hyun sat at his computer, realizing that the popularity of his alter ego, Hans, had spiraled completely out of control. His eyes scanned the news articles, the text reflecting in his weary gaze. The headlines were calling Hans the shadow hero, but instead of pride, a cold wave of anxiety washed over him. He knew all too well that this level of fame could mutate into a lethal problem. He buried his face in his hands, groaning as a migraine hammered against his skull. The path forward was becoming treacherous, and he wondered how he would maneuver through this minefield. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. He looked toward the entrance with suspicion. Han Sung-hyun cracked the door open, his voice sharp. "Who is it?" A familiar voice boomed. "Your chicken delivery has arrived." But as the door swung open, the young man froze, stunned by the visitor standing before him. Kong Tyson greeted him with a bright, nostalgic smile. "How have you been?" Tyson stepped inside, teasing his friend's disheveled look, before proudly flashing the police uniform he now wore. He tilted his head, questioning Han Sung-hyun's frozen reaction after all these years. The young man could only manage a nervous, awkward laugh in return. Tyson was the last person he expected or wanted to see. This wasn't just an old friend. This was Kong Tyson from the Skill Management Department's Criminal Investigation Division. Memories flooded back. Han Sung-hyun remembered that Tyson was the only one from his childhood who had truly stood by him. Even when Han had vanished into the shadows, living in hiding, Tyson had searched for him. Now, the officer took a sip of his drink, noting that Han Sung-hyun's aura had shifted. Tyson observed, "It's as if you found a new reason to exist." Han Sung-hyun lowered his gaze, replying softly, "One cannot stay trapped in the past forever." "Your parents wouldn't want that for you," Tyson added gently, raising his drink for a toast. He confessed, "I've been worried sick about you all this time, my friend." The young man shrugged, masking his emotions. "It's not so bad. I even step outside occasionally." The admission took his friend by surprise. Han Seong-hyun looked him in the eye and simply said, "Thank you." Tyson stared back, the weight of the gratitude hanging in the air. With a faint smile, Han Seong-hyun explained, "When I was at my absolute lowest, you were always there, appearing just like this." Tyson cracked open another can, the sound echoing in the small room. He looked at Han seriously and said that seeing him recover meant he could finally reveal the truth. Han Sung-hyun narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" The police officer leaned in. "Do you know why I became a cop?" He revealed that a singular purpose had driven him to join the Criminal Investigation Division. Tyson recalled that Han was like family to him, like a son to his own parents. After that tragic accident, Tyson had dedicated his life to the force. His voice dropped to a whisper. He no longer believed it was a random accident. There is a shadowy group known as the Society of Divine Retribution. They have been pulling the strings from the darkness for a very long time. The officer continued, his eyes intense. They are meticulous, leaving no trace, but the Ha-Ho mask? That vigilante gave us our very first real clue. Han Sung-hyun let out a forced, nervous chuckle. Internally, he panicked, wondering if he had gone too far by feeding clues to the authorities. Tyson promised, "I'll keep you in the loop, but this is top secret. Do not spread this." His friend replied innocently, "I have no one to tell anyway." While picking at his food, Han commented casually, "That Ha-Ho mask seems impressive. Why is the department so hell-bent on hunting him down?" At this, Tyson slammed his hand on the table, frustration boiling over. "Exactly. Why chase someone who is doing the dirty work for us?" The young writer nodded, secretly relieved to know his friend was an ally of the Ha-Ho mask. Tyson grinned, shaking off the anger. "Forget work. Let's drink until dawn to celebrate Han Sung-hyun's new beginning." As the night wore on and bottles piled up, Tyson slurred, "You should give up being a writer." Han shot back, "What's wrong with my writing?" The officer rolled his eyes, criticizing the cliché tropes of heroes and demon kings. He found the name Hans hopelessly boring. Han Sung-hyun protested, claiming it was a classic, but his friend showed no mercy. "That isn't classic, man. That is pure cringe," Tyson suggested. "If the idea is that overused, just pretend Hans is short for Hannibal Strauss." Han Sung-hyun paused, admitting that actually sounded pretty cool, and his friend sobered up for a moment, reminding him, "If you're going to be a writer, remember you can always write to me for help." Suddenly, Tyson's phone buzzed violently against the table. He checked the screen and his expression hardened. He stood up abruptly, announcing he had to leave. "My team leader is calling," Tyson explained. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, he turned to leave, but Han Sung-hyun stopped him with a heavy question. Is your grandmother okay? The police officer hesitated, his hand freezing on the doorknob. The silence stretched before he revealed that her condition had taken a turn for the worse. He looked back with sorrowful eyes. Han Seong-hyun, you might need to prepare yourself emotionally. The young man asked desperately, is there anything I can do? Tyson smiled sadly at his dear friend. Just focus on your life. I will handle the burdens. As the door clicked shut, Han Seong-hyun clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. A memory flashed before his eyes, holding Tyson's grandmother's warm hand. In the vision, she smiled kindly and asked, is the food good? Young Han nodded, and the grandma whispered, if you ever go hungry, just ask this old lady, okay? She smiles warmly, noting that Tyson's friend feels just like her own flesh and blood. Young Han Song-hyun nods with a heavy heart, the memory of his friend's grandmother surfacing. She was the shield who always protected him from the world. The grim truth strikes hard she is gravely ill, watching his lifelong friend suffer while he stands by helplessly. A bitter sense of uselessness gnaws at his very soul. But in the depths of despair, a spark ignites. It dawns on him he holds the key to salvation within his grasp. Staring at the glowing system interface, a smirk forms. Kang-tan, you'll regret mocking my naming sense. He makes his declaration. The characters you called cringe, they are the ones who will save us. The screen flashes, revealing the holy profile of Heinrich. To cure such an affliction, a high-ranking priest is essential, and Han Sung-hyun realizes he commands exactly such a being. Heinrich wields true divine power, acknowledged even by the archbishops. Saving the grandmother is well within his power. But a complication arises: how to deploy Heinrich without raising suspicion. If the official hero suddenly vanishes, chaos and rumors will follow. For now, Han Sung-hyun decides to bide his time, waiting for the perfect opening. Meanwhile, in a peaceful village, a young Aaron trudges along, clutching a heavy bag of apples. Diana watches concerned. Isn't that too heavy for you? The boy insists he is strong, but gravity disagrees, and an apple escapes, tumbling from the paper bag. Aaron scrambles after the runaway fruit. Wait, don't run, Diana calls out in panic. The apple rolls down the cobblestones, finally coming to a halt at a stranger's boots. A hand retrieves it. You must treasure your belongings, little one. Diana freezes. Her eyes go wide. She whispers the name. Lord Hines. He smiles warmly. It has been a while. How have you been? Aaron tilts his head, confused. Something is different about you. The traveler chuckles. My appearance has matured slightly. Diana steps forward. Why appear only now? 7 long months have drifted by since he last stood there. She narrows her eyes, her instincts sharp. If you have returned, you surely have unfinished business to attend to. He shakes his head. No business. I simply came to see you. Diana turns away, hiding her expression. I don't care about that. Her voice softens. Just make sure you visit us more often. He laughs, defeated. I truly cannot win against you two. He flicks a gold coin into the air. May I act as your employer once again? I require your information network. A bright smile breaks across her face as she accepts the contract. Elsewhere, in a shadowed hall, the vampire lord summons Jin Saran. Inspect the location selling magical tools I acquired. Jin Saran's eyes widen in shock. My lord, where did you secure items of such high tier? I have my methods, he replies enigmatically. Thanks to Diana, he has secured top quality artifacts and vital intel on the Droslak clan. Also, the spices you requested are in the warehouse. Have a contact handle the sales. Saren reports, the internal purge is complete. He pauses. What exactly do you mean? I identified and executed every traitor who feigned surrender or hid in the shadows. She lets out a breath she was holding. The clan's stability is finally secured. Excellent. Now our only concern is the trade negotiation for the tools and spices. Then, he drops a bombshell. From this moment, I entrust the full administration of Heterosis to you. Fear flickers in her eyes. My lord, can I truly lead the clan alone? I lack experience. The vampire lord cuts her off firmly. Jin Saran, you are competent. You are the one I chose, the one I trust. I know you will succeed. Her heart swells at his unwavering faith. Bowing deeply, she vows, you can leave everything to me. The vampire turns, striding toward the exit. Internally, he sighs. I'm throwing out dramatic lines like a CEO of a startup. Now, shall we begin the true conquest, using Diana's intel? He tracks the source of the blood resonance to a specific city. His gaze locks onto a structure. That is it, the stronghold of the Droslak clan. At the entrance, a guard collapses silently. The heavy doors creak open. His partner stares in confusion. Why did you fall? Inside, Rosalika drains a goblet of crimson liquid. She exhales with satisfaction. Ah, now this is the life. But a shadow crosses her face. How much longer must I drink in solitude? She slumps onto the table, weary. Heavy drinker, aren't you? A voice echoes. She snaps her head up. The vampire materializes from thin air, dropping his concealment. He scans the room. So many familiar faces here. Rosalika glares. Excuse me, who do you think you are? I am Hines. She giggles, feigning politeness while refilling her glass. Oh, my apologies for my poor memory. Since a guest has graced us, I must show proper hospitality. She offers a cup of fresh blood. He stares at it coldly. I pass. The air pressure drops instantly. He senses the high-tier blood magic radiating from her. How dare you invade the sanctuary of the Broklak? She lunges, murderous intent exploding. I will make you pay for this transgression. But the vampire merely smirks at her ferocious charge. With a flick of his finger, he seizes control of her own blood spell. Shock paralyzes her. Her own attack twists midair, turning its fangs against its master. She realizes the terrifying truth that he can't command blood that has already been spilled and bound. You violated the treaty by invading Broklak territory. He decides to twist the narrative. Violated Nome, I, too, am of the indirect lineage of Broklak. Do not lie to me, she screams, though doubt creeps in. A memory surfaces. Rumors of a persecuted branch clan from the past. Could the legends be true? He reveals his true lineage and demands her cooperation. But Rosalika scoffs at his authority. I have no reason to obey a dog like you. Suddenly, his hand clamps around her face, silencing her defiance. Do not misunderstand your position. A chilling smile spreads across his lips. Refusal was never an option. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the building. The scene shifts back inside. Rosalika trembles, crushed by an overwhelming pressure she has never felt before. She realizes with horror her master has changed. The hierarchy has shifted. He demands to know every secret she holds. Unable to defy the absolute command, the vampire breaks. She reveals the truth. The true blood ruling the area is none other than Lady Frisia. She adds with a shudder, Frisia possesses the dreadful demonic eyes. Meanwhile, Frisia sips her tea with elegance. Her butler asks if the human world pleases her. She muses. It is always amusing to watch. She gazes down at the city like a god watching ants. How they struggle in such fragile, inferior bodies. The butler reports that the Protestant sect is spreading its influence through Raffloshi. She smiles, completely unbothered. The kingdom is already in the palm of Brokoslak, hiding among the human nobility. Frisia commands. Just apply a little pressure, and the kingdom will crumble on its own. But suddenly, a cough escapes her lips. A voice cuts through the air. Are you Frisia? She spins around to face the uninvited guest. The vampire steps from the shadows. I've never seen your face before. He licks fresh blood from his hand, a predator savoring the hunt. Frisia narrows her eyes. That scent. It isn't true blood. She sneers, dismissing him as a mongrel branch bloodline. You are an inferior breed. She spits. How dare you stand before me without knowing your place? I will make you kneel, she shrieks. Frisia lunges with terrifying speed, but he stands there, completely motionless. Shock floods her mind. How did he evade my demonic eye? He steps closer, his presence suffocating. I already know your tricks. He questions coldly. Why are you surprised it doesn't work? Then he mocks her. Now tell me. Who is the one who doesn't know their place? Frisia realizes this intruder is no ordinary pest. You are truly a pureblood. What were you thinking? Attacking the heart of Brockoslack's territory. The vampire's eyes glow. The answer to that is simple. I am here to devour everything Brockoslack owns. She laughs, calling him a fool. You are bold, but there is one fatal flaw in your plan. Her aura explodes. I am also a pureblood. The revelation strikes him with surprise. He widens his eyes. She moves faster than sight. Did you think your petty schemes would work against true power? Blood coalesces in her hand, forming a deadly weapon. With a thunderous kick, she blasts him backward. He crashes down, coughing up blood. He wipes his lip, analyzing. A physical combatant type. She looms over him. Can you block the next one? He notes her stance. Her swordsmanship is flawless. That umbrella conceals a deadly blade. He barely evades the razor-sharp strike. Running will not save you, she roars. She channels her energy, preparing a catastrophic bloodblast. This ends now. The vampire steels himself against the oncoming storm. I'll cut right through it. But in a blink, she vanishes from his vision. Where did she? She materializes beside him. A brutal impact shatters his defense. He is sent flying. Frisia turns away, bored, disappointing. It is over. But he appears right behind her. What are you mumbling about? With his neck twisted at a grotesque angle. He whispers, who decided that? Snap, with a sickening crunch. His body regenerates instantly. For me, the fun is just getting started. Impossible, she gasps. How can you heal a broken neck instantly? He smirks. It is called hybrid evolution. Frisia steps back in disbelief. Only a handful of purebloods in history could survive that attack. The vampire nods. You have talent, he admits, but you are still full of flaws. He begins to chant, leaving her confused. He extends a hand, his aura shifting. I can make you stronger. Follow me. She grips her umbrella until her knuckles turn white. What nonsense are you spouting? Enraged by the insult, she screams, I will turn you into a pincushion. She tries to charge, but suddenly her body freezes. A crimson magic circle ignites beneath her feet. You have no choice, he states coldly. Force it is. Then, blood spikes erupt from the earth, caging her in, when did you cast this spell? I am not a martial artist, he reveals with a smirk. I am a grandmaster blood mage. He forms a construct from the very air. A needle of crystallized blood forms. With surgical precision, he drives it into her neck. He injects the Rafalashi serum directly into her bloodstream. Frisia gasps in horror as the foreign power invades her veins. He sneers, his eyes glowing with malice. For a creature of your rank, a mere drop is an insult. Suddenly, he unleashes a torrent of dormant power directly at her. The pressure crushes Frisia to her knees, trembling. She forces herself up, rage burning in her eyes. You dare violate my body without consent. This I will never forgive. His voice dripped with disdain as he called her ungrateful, questioning her inability to grasp the gap between them. But then, a realization struck. He sensed the shift in her senses, the evolution of her physical stats ascending to a whole new realm. The vampire lord smirked, his eyes glowing with malice. Do you finally feel it? He asked, his aura flaring. I now possess enough power to end your miserable existence right here and now. Frisia lunged, desperation fueling her strike, but her fist froze in midair, halting mere inches from his face as if hitting an invisible wall. Panic surged as her body refused to obey. It wasn't just fear. Frisia felt as though heavy, unseen chains were binding every muscle, locking her in place. A dark smile played on his lips. He explained that this was the absolute authority of blood domination. From this moment on, her body would move only according to his will. Denial flashed in her eyes, but for the master of blood, such control was child's play. With the music of battle fading into tension, he demanded the answer to one burning question. Tell me, where is your clan lord hiding? Frisia grit her teeth, straining to keep her silence, but her traitorous lips moved against her will, spilling the secret. He is, at Duke Bright's manor. Horror washed over her as she realized her own voice had betrayed her. The vampire praised her like a well-trained dog, his condescending tone igniting a fire of humiliation and fury within her. He calculated quickly. Surely the clan chief had already sensed the capture of a pureblood. There was no time to waste. They had to end this charade immediately. Moments later, standing before the imposing mansion, Frisia called out to her master, My lord, please grant me entry. I bear urgent news that cannot wait. The heavy doors creaked open at the lord's command. As she stepped into the abyss, She feigned annoyance at the gloom, muttering, "We have no need for light in this place." The Lord's voice echoed from the shadows, demanding brevity, but before she could utter a syllable, he cut her off, his presence looming. "I already know why you are here, and it is because of the filth standing behind you." Concealed within the shadows, Hines raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by the clan lord's sharpened perception. Shimmering into existence, he dropped his camouflage. "It would have been truly shameful," he scoffed, "if a clan leader failed to notice an intruder on his own doorstep." The Lord's gaze bypassed the intruder, fixing purely on Frisia with chilling disappointment. The weight of his stare crushed down on her as he labeled her with the ultimate sin traitor. Lord Molo's voice was ice cold. "I expected better, Frisia," he spat, condemning her for the disgrace of bowing her head to a new master. Desperate, the real Frisia stammered, "No, it's a mistake." But Molo silenced her excuses. He had smelled the subtle, undeniable alteration in the very essence of her blood. After 100 years of service, this is how it ends. With a roar of betrayal, Lord Molo launched himself at her, intent on execution. "Die, traitor," he screamed, but in a blur of motion, Hines intercepted the death blow with a single hand. "I don't think so," he declared, forcing Molo to skid back. Molo's eyes widened, shocked that his strike was halted so casually. Hines dusted off his hand, sighing. "And here I was, hoping we could settle this like civilized monsters." "You arrogant bluffer," Molo snarled, his killing intent spiking. "I will carve that tongue from your mouth right after I butcher the traitor." Crimson energy swirled across the floor as a massive magic circle ignited. He summoned the children of Broklak, commanding the horde, feast, drink their blood, and devour their flesh until nothing remains. Frisia didn't hesitate. She crystallized her own blood into a deadly blade, standing firm. "This domain," she declared, "is no place for intruders to tread." But Molo paused, sensing a disturbance in the flow of battle. Why were there only a dozen subordinates? As he watched his henchmen fall one by one, confusion clouded his rage. "Are my followers not in the capital?" he questioned. Panic setting in, he lunged, grabbing Frisia by the throat to demand answers. "What have you done with my army?" he roared. The shock was so great that Frisia's umbrella clattered to the floor, echoing in the silence. "Forgive me, my lord," she whispered, "but the majority have already pledged their loyalty to Lord Hines." Molo was baffled. How could his kin accept alien blood without a fight? Hines chuckled darkly. "Is it so surprising? It is hardly different from the cannibalism you lot practice." Molo clutched his head, the reality of the situation driving him to the brink of madness. Frisia delivered the final blow to his pride. "It was only possible because Lord Hines possesses the blood of the collateral lineage of Broklak." "Preposterous!" Molo shrieked, refusing to accept defeat. He unleashed the forbidden Broklak blood magic. "Witness the true power of a High Lord," he bellowed. Hines narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing the technique. "The barrier of a true Broklak sorcerer," he muttered. This was no parlor trick. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. Hines felt gravity double, his limbs heavy as lead under the crushing weight of the enemy's dominion. "Do not despair yet," Molo laughed maniacally. "My servants answer my call, no matter the distance." A pool of blood boiled, and a sinister staff rose from the depths. "Come forth, Obor." At his command, a shadowy figure emerged from the crimson liquid, looking annoyed. "Why have you summoned me so suddenly, master? What in the hell is going on here?" Hines wondered, assessing the new threat. Molo wasted no breath. "Kill the traitors, Obor. We have no time for pleasantries." "Give me a second." The newcomer sighed, shifting his stance. Then boom! In a literal blink of an eye, Obor vanished, reappearing instantly behind Hines and Frisia. Hines' instincts screamed, "Obor." He recognized the threat immediately. I knew the rumors of his speed were not exaggerated. The assassin targeted Frisia first. Hines analyzed the movement instantly, a pureblood assassin class, using an acceleration ability. "I won't let you pass." Hines surged forward, refusing to be outpaced. Clang! The blood weapon intercepted the attack. Obor clicked his tongue. "What is this? How can an outsider wield such power inside the Lord's dominion?" Obor questioned, genuinely shocked. Hines gritted his teeth, pushing his limits to advance against Molo's crushing pressure. "Do you really think you can escape?" Obor sneered. Catching Hines distracted, he landed a vicious blow. Hines tumbled but recovered instantly, skidding across the ground. Hines wiped blood from his lip. surprised by the sheer impact. Fine, he decided, his eyes narrowing. I have no choice but to match him. Acceleration. He would deal with Obor first. Lord Mullo watched in disbelief. This outsider's speed. It wasn't just human. It rivaled the agility of the most ancient vampires. He stood frozen, witnessing the intruder fight his elite servant on equal footing. Seizing the chaos, Frisia saw her opening. She synchronized her attack with Hines. Now, the combined blow slammed into Obor with devastating force as she pinned the fallen assassin. She whispered coldly, I never did like your disrespectful attitude, Obor. Frisia grits her teeth. Instead of rushing to your doom, you should have savored the despair. Lord Mullo watches in shock. How could that woman's speed rival his own? Mullo surveys his fallen elites decimated in seconds. Where did this monster find such strength? A shadow flickers, and the intruder stands right beside him. The intruder whispers, It seems the great lord left his guard wide open. Mullo curses under his breath. You arrogant fool. Hines steps into the barrier with terrifying confidence. Mullo laughs. Inside this domain, evasion is impossible. Hines merely smirks. Who said I intend to dodge? I never plan on retreating. With a sickening crunch, Hines plunges his own arm straight through Lord Mullo's chest. Mullo gasps, gripping the limb, impaling him. Mullo's eyes widen in horror. Did you sacrifice your own arm just to land a hit? Hines laughs darkly. Do you have any idea how economical my body is? Blood sprays and instantly reforms into flesh and bone. The Lord recoils at the sight of instant regeneration. Hines grips him tight. Peace. I do not intend to kill you. Your death serves no purpose. Mullo chokes out. Then, what is your objective? The vampire leans in, his voice dripping with ambition. I am here to inherit your throne. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, a spiral staircase winds down into the infinite darkness. At the very bottom, a solitary, ornate coffin dominates the circular chamber. Slowly, the heavy lid begins to creak open. A vampire with hair like the midnight sky sits up, yawning deeply. She raises a hand, rubbing her eyes. So sleepy. She leans on the coffin's edge, groaning. I just wanted 5 more minutes. She stretches her stiff limbs, realizing her slumber is broken. Guess that's not happening. Her crimson eyes snap open. Something has shifted. My children are in danger. Back at the mansion, a cold voice commands, Next, step forward. The atmosphere is industrial. Remain still. A needle plunges in as the vampire injects the reflashi serum into the kneeling subordinate. The procedure finishes. Leave. Send in the next vessel. The conquest is systematic and ruthless. Hines wipes sweat from his brow. Finally done. He turns to his new puppet. Have all the remaining survivors been processed? Mullo bows. Yes. This method is far more efficient. Hines scolds him for his tone, and the terrified lord immediately corrects his posture. Hines smirks. Having a lord as a figurehead makes logistics so much simpler. He walks away, leaving an unsettled Mullo in his wake. My hypothesis was correct. Hines reveals his master stroke. He drained Mullo's blood to lower his level, allowing the reflashi to take hold, finally securing the prize. The ultimate treasure is the Brokaslak, the very essence of vampiric blood. Flashbacks flood his mind the moment the fangs pierced his skin. I have ascended from prey to the absolute apex of the hierarchy. Hines reflects. A monumental shift. He snaps his fingers. Lord Mullo. The Lord responds instantly. Sir, Hines commands, gather the remaining Brokaslak from every region. Scour the lands. The Lord agrees without hesitation. Hines beckons him closer for the next phase of the plan. We need eyes everywhere. Gather intel from across the continent. Build a spy network, or force an existing one to serve us. Hines' eyes narrow. This is a critical mission. Do not fail me. Mullo recalls Frisia's words, the grand ambition to unite the clans and crown a new king. He bows low. Lord Hines has proven his dominance. I pledge my life to support your reign. Hines turns with a satisfied smile. I am sure you will. He vanishes into the shadows. Now alone. He pauses, a thought striking him. Did I really say that out loud, King of Vampires? He chuckles nervously. Must have been the heat of the moment. But the idea takes root. Though, Having an army of immortals under my command isn't a bad destiny. Striding down the corridor, his resolve hardens. Perhaps I will take the throne myself. Oh. Reality shifts. In a dark room, Han Sang-hyun nods at his computer screen. His focus is absolute as he tweaks a 3D model. Thinner jawline. Yes. He adjusts the wireframe. Accentuate the orbital bones. Make him look lethal. Design complete. Perfection. This is exactly how the immortal king should look. Han Sang-hyun pushes his chair back from the desk. He stands, stretching. Has the avatar completed the quest? A system notification pings, Broke a Slack Vampire Saga complete. A grin spreads across his face. Their long wait is finally over. Time for a shopping spree in the Karma shop. The interface opens, displaying a staggering balance over 1,300,000 points. What power awaits me this time? He selects Unique Skill Enhancement. Evolve. Boom! A shockwave of energy blasts from the screen, throwing him backward. He shakes his head, dizzy. 2 system windows. Did he trigger a double reward? The first window displays the results. He scans the options. Wait. Where is the avatar slot expansion? The option to control more races is missing. That enhancement costs 900,000 points. This has to be a bug. He sighs. I was really looking forward to collecting a new race. What is this? He squints at the second window. Entity projection. What kind of god tier ability is this? He scanned the system window, his eyes locking onto the new ability description. Avatar projection. A limitation existed once every 24 hours, but the potential was limitless. He could now project his own clones directly into reality. Staring at the shimmering avatars, he blinked in disbelief. He had to reread the text just to be sure he wasn't hallucinating. The true nature of the skill finally clicks into place. He isn't just creating copies, he can now wield the hard-earned powers of every clone as his own. The abilities he cultivated in them now flow through his veins. Sung-hyun gazes upon his legion of avatars with a conqueror's eye, from Hans and Heinrich to Hines, Harley, and Harris. Seeing the full lineup assembled before him, a smile of immense pride touches his lips. Then, a spark of inspiration strikes like lightning. If he combines this with the immortal king's authority, he could manifest 2 avatars simultaneously. The strategic possibilities are absolutely godlike. However, he knows that arrogance breeds destruction. One wrong move with this much power could lead to a total catastrophe. Deciding to play it safe, he unsummons Hans. For this first test, he chooses the Holy Knight. It is time for Heinrich to take the stage. The transformation takes hold to his shock. Even the divine armor and legendary weaponry are perfectly replicated in reality. But there is a catch. Sung-hyun realizes his divinity is restricted to 50% compared to when he is in the other world. Is this the penalty for an awakened being returning to Earth? He calculates the duration. The effect will only last 10 minutes. Eyes narrowing with determination, he declares, I am stepping out. 10 minutes is more than enough time. The scene shifts to the sterile cold of a hospital at night. A dark shadow flickers across the corridor floor, moving with silent purpose. Clad in a mask to hide his identity, the figure carries the weight of a secret mission. He wonders if it is time to unleash the miracle. He lands silently, the mask shielding his emotions. Standing beside a lonely hospital bed, Sung-hyun whispers softly to the sleeping figure, Grandmother, I am here. He gently clasps her frail hand, seeking a connection. It is me, Sung-hyun, Tae-yun's friend. I hope you can hear me. Turning his back to hide the tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembles. I am so sorry I could only visit you now. The projection of Heinrich glows as he vows, I promise, I will come back more often. He pleads with desperation. Please, just hold on a little longer. Raising his hand, he prepares to invoke the ancient power of the divine spell of Uteka. Sung-hyun pours every ounce of his mana into the spell. Recovery, regeneration, detoxification. He commands the holy energies to cleanse her body. A soft light envelops her. Color begins to return to her pale cheeks as her condition shows slight signs of improvement. He knows that even divine power cannot fully reverse the natural aging process, but this should alleviate her pain. Now, everything depends on her own will to survive. Stay healthy, grandmother, he whispers into the silence. Next time, I will bring Tae-yun with me. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, an elf questions Harris. Are you a comrade of Harley? Harris nods solemnly. He explains that while their meeting was brief, their souls resonated instantly. They are brothers in arms now. Cecily sniffs the air, intrigued. I sense a familiar aroma on you, she murmurs. It smells of the world tree's sacred branches. Harris nods in understanding. Cecily beams with a bright smile. Then we shall get along perfectly. I will look after you myself. He thanks her for the kindness. Rayfrey, ever the stoic observer, watches the group with a faint smirk before commanding, let us take a rest here. Cecily points out a critical flaw. You haven't formed a spirit contract yet. She notes, shall we practice some summoning techniques while we wait? The two find a quiet spot in the woods. Cecily closes her eyes, gathering pure nature mana into her palms. A tiny glowing spirit manifests from thin air. It worked, she cheers, eagerly waving Harris over to witness her success. But Harris looks defeated. Are you all right? She asks gently. He stares at his hands, frustrated. Why, my affinity is maximized, yet the spirits refuse to answer my call. He starts to panic, believing something is fundamentally wrong with his system. Rayfrey approaches to guide the novice. Mages and spirits are not master and servant, he explains. They are companions who grow together. You must forge the bond before the summoning. He instructs sternly, use the power of nature. Introduce your soul to the spirit first. Realization hits Harris like a truck. He had the order completely backwards. A grin spreads across his face. I am glad I followed the elves. This advice is priceless. He closes his eyes, focusing on his high affinity stats. He gently releases his nature power, letting it flow into the surroundings. Radiant energy swirls around his hands. Cecily gasps at the intensity, while Rayfrey nods approvingly. The boy learns at a terrifying speed. I can feel it, Harris whispers. Suddenly, a system window pops up, enlightenment achieved, new ability unlocked. Victory is his. Rayfrey is impressed. At this rate, you will rival us in no time. Cecily pouts playfully. You grow so fast it almost feels like a betrayal. He thanks his mentors with a bow. With this, I have finally taken the first step into the realm of spirit magic. Harris gently touches the small creature that appeared. I have decided, he declares with a straight face. Your name shall be Pikachu. Rayfrey takes the lead. I will open the path now, he announces. All forests are roots of the world tree. They are all connected by the veins of nature. We high elves can traverse these connections, opening portals to travel between forests instantly. He looks at the girl. I believe Cecily is ready to perform this feat as well. She blinks in shock. The path to the heart of the forest opens before them. Harris analyzes the magic with modern logic. In simple terms, it is a global mass teleportation network. As they step through, he marvels at the efficiency. It puts the Divine Order's portals to shame. Is this the true majesty of the World Tree? He asks. We are here, Rafferty announces. Harris looks up, and his jaw drops. The sheer scale is incomprehensible. Is that the real World Tree? It is colossal, even bigger than I imagined. He turns to his companion. Cecily, is this your first time standing before the great tree as well? But before she can answer, a mysterious energy engulfs her. She begins to levitate, rising into the air against her will, while the others scream her name in panic. Rayfrey's voice cut through the silence. Behold, Harris, this is likely the first time a mortal like you has witnessed such a miracle. Before them, the majestic world tree unveiled its true form, towering over the forest with ancient grace. At its base, Cecily began the final rites of the Eye Awakening ceremony. It was a sacred ritual few elves ever lived to see. Harris watched in awe, chanting the ritual's name under his breath. Suddenly, a wave of life force exploded outward, instantly rebirthing the surrounding flora in a vibrant display of green. The world tree responded. A manifestation of its will appeared, cradling a single, radiant fruit. Slowly, the divine offering drifted down, materializing into Cecily's waiting hands. She took the bite that would seal her fate. Watching the aura wrap around her, Harris knew one thing for certain. Cecily was no longer just an elf. She was ascending to the elite, but Harris wasn't about to remain a mere spectator. I can't let this divine energy go to waste. He sat in the lotus position, forcing his pores open to devour the overflowing mana. Referee watched, stunned, as a visible vortex of energy began swirling into the human. System notification enlightenment achieved. Affinity with nature acquired. A grin spread across Harris's face. Success. With this new affinity, he could grow stronger simply by breathing in the mana-rich atmosphere of this world. Referee called out to him, and Harris scrambled to make an excuse for his behavior, but the elder elf simply pointed forward. Look to the side, boy. A massive branch was extending slowly in his direction. The world tree seems to have taken an interest in you, Referee murmured. Harris's eyes widened in shock. Is that branch really for me? Referee nodded solemnly. Harris reached out, grasping the wood. That is a raw divine relic, the elf explained. In the right hands, it can be forged into a legendary weapon or an accessory of immense power. Harris looked at the old master, realizing the weight of this gift. I assume you also received a sacred relic during your own ceremony, Referee. He held it out hesitantly. I can give yours back if you want. But Referee shook his head gently. That is not necessary. The elf's gaze softened. I used my relic long ago to forge a wedding ring for my wife. It now rests with our daughter, a family heirloom. Harris smirked, impressed. Proposing with a world tree relic, you're a hopeless romantic, old man. Referee turned away to hide a smile. Enough chatter. The ceremony is complete. An attendant stepped forward, informing them that Cecily had entered a deep meditation to stabilize the overwhelming power she had just absorbed. Referee let out a heavy sigh of relief. With the new elite risen to protect us, perhaps I can finally consider retirement. Harris raised an eyebrow at the comment. The elf quickly clarified. I do not mean immediately, of course. But Harris chuckled, shaking his head. That wasn't what I meant. Harris grinned mischievously. Are you even old enough to claim a pension yet? Referee stared at him blankly, the joke flying completely over his ancient head. Welcome to Dasha, the glimmering capital of the Elven Kingdom. Thanks to Referee's influence, Harris had secured a coveted spot within the prestigious academy, but reality hit him hard. The atmosphere was suffocating. He expected whimsical fairies frolicking in the woods. Instead, he found a rigid, high society civilization far sharper than he imagined. His presence drew immediate attention. The other students swarmed him, hungry for tales from the outside world. Is it true? One student whispered fearfully. I heard the continent is a savage wasteland. Another chimed in. Did those filthy humans really kidnap Lady Cecily? They must be monsters. Harris trod carefully, knowing one wrong word could make him an enemy here. Humans can be dangerous, he admitted smoothly. But I had loyal companions who fought by my side. A gasp rippled through the room. Wait, you are a traveler. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto a desk. I cannot concentrate with this incessant chatter. It was Saffron. She glared at the group with eyes like ice. Silence. The students scattered in fear, apologizing profusely. They bowed quickly to Harris, retreating to their seats. We were making too much noise. Sorry. With the room finally quiet, Harris let out a breath. He turned to thank the girl for the save, but Saffron cut him off cold. Don't misunderstand me, mediocre mercenary. Her eyes burned with disdain. A stray dog of unknown origin has no place here. Harris watched her storm off, baffled. What is her problem? Can I really survive in this snake pit? He wondered. Meanwhile, deep within the royal palace, the atmosphere was far more grave. Referee stood before the council, his report finalizing. The rumors are true. We have confirmed the rise of a new immortal king among the other races. A female voice pierced the tension. An immortal king. If such a monster moves freely, they could easily cross into our territory. Referee tried to lighten the mood, mentioning his relief at Cecily's awakening and his desire to retire. But the high elf with golden eyes turned sharply. Because of you, one of my biggest concerns has returned. She leaned forward. I heard the outsider who came with Cecily was talented. Referee bowed low. He is exceptional, Your Majesty. The World Tree itself offered him a branch. His potential is limitless, Referee affirmed with conviction. With the proper education, that boy will achieve feats that will shake this world. The High Elf noted Rafferty's unusual excitement. He simply laughed it off. But she saw through him. He was grooming a successor before his time was up. "I hope you are right," she murmured. "If war comes, Harris will be a vital weapon for our kingdom." Back at the academy, the sun shone brightly on a peaceful afternoon. Harris stretched his limbs, letting out a long, satisfied yawn. Sitting on a bench, he inhaled the crisp air. Beautiful weather, mana everywhere. This is the blessing of the world tree. Somewhere nearby, an elf sang a hauntingly beautiful melody. Harris closed his eyes, admiring the perfection of the song. Maybe I should just give up on the chaos, he thought. Maybe I should just live here as Harris and forget the rest. Whack! Suddenly, a heavy object collided with his face. He looked up, dazed and confused. A thick book lay on his lap. Saffron towered over him, her shadow blocking the sun. "You do not have the luxury of slacking off. Outsider, do not let the world tree's favor go to your head." Harris stared at her, completely lost. She scoffs at his ignorance, assuming a mere mercenary couldn't possibly grasp the concept. She explains that this sanctuary stands as the very heart of nature itself. Siren reveals a dangerous truth. Elves with high spiritual sensitivity are vulnerable here. They risk becoming intoxicated by the overwhelming harmony radiating from the earth. Harris realizes that his current condition stems from his overwhelming affinity with nature itself. Suddenly, Saffron's voice cuts through his thoughts like a blade. "Are you even paying attention to me?" "Loud and clear," he confirms instantly, snapping to attention. Music. She shoves a notebook into his chest. "I reorganized the curriculum so that even a simpleton like you could grasp it." Her eyes narrow dangerously. "But hear this: if the class average drops because of your incompetence, I will never forgive you." Zephyron spins around and storms off. Watching her retreat, Harris concludes that despite her icy exterior, perhaps she is not a bad person after all. His gaze catches the glimmer of a ring on her finger. Pure energy from the world tree pulses from the object. Harris freezes. Would a sacred relic truly be worn so openly? She must belong to a high-ranking noble house. Suddenly, a memory of Rafferty flashes in his mind, the high elf mentioning he had gifted that very ring to his own daughter. The revelation hits him like a thunderbolt. Meanwhile, Saffron grinds her teeth in frustration. Why on earth does my father place such trust in this utter idiot? Harris stands in stunned silence. He glances away, unable to look her in the eye as he mutters, "This entire situation is absolutely ridiculous." He struggles to reconcile the connection. How can this fiery, aggressive girl possibly be the daughter of the calm and composed Rafferty? They are worlds apart. Opening the notebook, he begins to read. He has to admit, despite her disdain for him, her notes are flawless, breaking down complex theories with masterstrokes. A confident smile spreads across his face. It is time for practical application. He raises his hands, summoning a flickering fire spirit in his left and a flowing water spirit in his right. "I will name you Kia, and you Pascal." Now that he grasps the essence of the mana flow, controlling them is child's play. Harris notes that even Pikachu, the lightning spirit he summoned previously, has already stabilized at low rank. "Their growth rate is insane," he whispers. Coming to the Elven Kingdom was the best decision of his life. He resolves to keep a low profile, cultivate quietly, and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. His only rule was to steer clear of Saffron. Yet, fate has a twisted sense of humor. He's currently sitting right next to her in dead silence. He sighs internally, wondering how his life spiraled into this predicament. 10 minutes prior, the instructor was lecturing on the vital bond between caster and spirit. She hinted at a secret technique to maximize the spiritual resonance. The deepest connections are forged through the rhythm of dance and the harmony of music, the teacher declared. Harris echoed the words, intrigued. She reminded them of the upcoming festival honoring the new elite elf, Cecily. On the day of the celebration, the Academy will secure the central stage for their practical evaluations. Harris realizes the gravity of the event. Even the renowned Cecily will be watching the performances. He straightens up. If that is the case, he needs to discard the fool act and show off his cooler side. The teacher clasps her hands excitedly. Since we have a unique transfer student, we will be organizing a special group project. She explains that each team must craft a presentation demonstrating their synergy with the spirits, to be judged live on the main stage. Back in the present, Harris is stuck with his assigned team, still processing the shock. A teammate speaks up. "I am Timer Coffin," followed by another, "and I am Curie." SUPERHUMAN takes command immediately. "Everyone needs to pull their weight. We are not leaving until we have a productive plan." "Music." She turns her sharp gaze to Harris. "Do you know how to sing or dance? If you have no talent, we will find some menial task for you." The others nod in agreement, and Saffron seems pleased with their compliance. But Harris calculates rapidly if the goal is spirit connection. He is not bound to traditional elven styles. He stands abruptly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. "Thank you all for your concern, but I have an idea. I just recalled a melody I used to sing back in my hometown." Timer raises an eyebrow. "Is it a folk song from another continent?" "Something like that," Harris confirms. "My parents loved it, so the lyrics are etched into my soul." Saffron scoffs at his sudden change in demeanor. "Music. I am certain I can pull this off." After all, back on Earth, his karaoke scores never dip below 80 points. SUPERHUMAN crosses her arms, her silence heavy with judgment. Finally, she speaks. What would a lowly mercenary know about the intricacies of elven music? She whispers to herself, struggling with the unfairness of it all. How can a brute like him receive the teachings of my father in the World Tree? She slams her palms onto the table, eyes blazing. "I will never accept you." She glares at him. "But go ahead, try it. If your performance is trash, you take full responsibility," she demands. Harris nods calmly. "Agreed. But I have one condition of my own." Saffron blinks in surprise. Harris leans in. "If we succeed, you must teach me the deeper secrets of elven culture." Saffron hesitates, then accepts the wager. "But only if you are flawless." The agreement is struck. The group takes their positions, and the melody begins to rise. Harris pours his heart into the song, his fingers dancing across the lute strings. As he plays, the spirits begin to swirl around him in delight. A system window pops up, skill acquired Melody of Harmony. "Melody of Harmony," he repeats, feeling the new skill settle within his core. His mana stabilizes instantly. It feels as if the raw power of nature has infused his very vocal cords. Timer and Curie watch in awe, their jaws dropping. Music. "We have never witnessed a resonance like this." Saffron turns her head, trying to hide her flush. "Ridiculous," she mutters, even as her own spirit dances uncontrollably to his rhythm. She thinks, perplexed. Do the high spirits actually enjoy this foreign barbarian music? Timer notices her strange expression. "You were dancing just now, weren't you?" he asks slyly. Saffron's face turns red. "I certainly was not," she vehemently denies. Suddenly, Harris notices a transformation. His spirits are evolving in perfect sync with the melody. Both Key and Pascal ascend a low rank instantly. Just like Pikachu before them, they have grown stronger. But then, a mysterious circle of energy manifests in the air above him. Harris looks up, his celebration cut short by confusion. Harris watches as raw energy swirls around him in a vortex. Saffron and Curie gaze upward in awe. She realizes what this presence is. A legendary spirit of sound. Without hesitation, he raises his hand toward the swirling mana circle. Harris steps boldly into the center of the phenomenon. Suddenly, a sharp burst of dark energy slams into him. Timer gasps, shocked to see the spirit manifesting a physical form right before their eyes. SUPERHUMAN cannot believe it. Did their music truly resonate deep enough to summon a spirit? Harris smiles, accepting this new entity into his fold. The contract is sealed. He bestows a name upon the little creature. From this day forth, the spirit of sound shall be known as Desib. Harris cradles the tiny spirit in his palm. He recognizes this as a massive windfall, a treasure from the phenomenal realm itself. He recalls the ancient text in Saffron's library. Phenomenal spirits are the ultimate asset for high-level missions. Timer steps forward, marveling that their melody touched a spirit's heart. With absolute confidence, Harris declares, "This performance is going to be a legendary success." Curie nods in agreement. Spirit melodies are peerless in this world. With a smirk, Harris turns to the skeptical elf. "And what does Miss Saffron think now?" The young woman crosses her arms, her pride still intact. It might be acceptable. Seizing the momentum, Harris commands, "Let's prepare the stage. It is time to make history." But just as he turns to leave, Saffron's voice stops him. The Ice Queen hesitates. She asks softly, "Can I learn to play that instrument? It seems intriguing." The young man looks back with a knowing grin. Of course. Later, the team gathers to assign roles, but a flicker of doubt still lingers in her eyes as the pressure mounts. The scene shifts to the grand amphitheater. A massive crowd waits for the festival to begin. Cecily whispers to Rayfrey, "Your daughter is performing with Harris, isn't she?" She teases, "Look at him. The mercenary must be trembling with fear." But Rafferty shakes his head. "No, not him." Cecily laughs, convinced of his nerves. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms. "It is time to witness what Harris has prepared." The band strikes their first note. Magic fills the air. Spirits begin to dance around the stage. Harris unleashes the melody from his instrument. Timer lays down a thunderous rhythm on the drums. Curie adds depth with the percussion. Sapphira joins in, her melody perfectly weaving into Harris's accompaniment. In the audience, Rafferty and Cecily gasp. This sound, it is unlike anything they expected. The vocalist grabs the microphone and sings from the soul, "If you run together, the spirits will guide your path." Cecily clutches her chest. "I've never heard this song before, but my heart is racing." The lyrics speak of forging a new destiny together. Rafferty stares at the stage in shock. He wonders, was his daughter always capable of making such a radiant expression? Even a random elf in the crowd is mesmerized. She has never heard music that resonates with her very soul like this. Another student chimes in, "My ears are sensitive, yet this sound, it is perfection." Cecily nudges Rafferty, pointing excitedly. She is floored by their mastery over the spirits. But when she turns back, Rafferty is gone. Where did the protective father disappear to? On stage, Harris pours his emotion into the song. Saffron isn't just playing, she helped build this entire stage and tuned every instrument. Suddenly, Rafferty stands up in the middle of the crowd, bursting with pride. He yells to a stranger, That is my daughter up there." Harris and Saffron harmonize perfectly. He notices something shifting in her. Even though she tries to look annoyed, she is genuinely having the time of her life. The musician taps his feet to the infectious beat. The entire band is locked in, radiating an energy that captivates the entire hall. The final cymbal crashes, the song ends, the audience erupts, screaming for an encore. Sapphira realizes something amazing. Her breath is flowing effortlessly. She turns to the group, a brilliant smile breaking across her face. I was completely lost in the performance. A system window pops up. The melody of harmony is taking effect on Saffron. Harris grins. His ability buffs everyone around him. The young elf looks out into the sea of faces. She spots her father and realizes he was watching her triumph the entire time. Harris walks over, wiping sweat from his brow. "So, how was the show?" Saffron bows her head humbly. I misunderstood you all this time." She smiles, a genuine warmth in her eyes. She apologizes for her stubbornness. "I admit it, I lost the bet." Rafferty approaches, deeply moved. "The music, it calmed my spirit. You moved the hearts of so many." He looks at the mercenary with new respect. "Harris, you will change the Elven Kingdom forever." The scene shifts to a majestic white citadel, the seat of power. Inside her office, Saintess Rar sits amidst piles of paperwork. She reviews documents with a cold, analytical gaze. An aide announces Heinrich's arrival. The visitor stands at the door, awaiting the signal. The Saintess beckons him in. Her expression is grave. "Sit down. We have urgent matters to discuss." The atmosphere grows heavy. She leans forward. "Tell me, have you ever heard of the Holy Sword?" Heinrich's mind races. The Holy Sword, the weapon from the legends. I know only what is in the stories. The traditional weapon of the chosen hero. The Saintess nods slowly. A decree has been passed by the entire church council. She looks him dead in the eye. She asks him to walk the path of the Holy Sword. Heinrich is stunned. Me, am I truly worthy? of such a destiny. She reveals the grave truth: the decision was inevitable. For the immortal king has risen once more, and you are the chosen hero of the great divine order. Heinrich receives his new directive. His destiny lies within the legendary Great Temple of Pakal, deep in the western continent. The coordinates pointed to the ruins of the ancient Sal Empire, a glorious dynasty obliterated 300 years ago by the tyranny of the second immortal king. From those ashes, 4 nations rose to claim the imperial bloodline, forging a desperate alliance to hold the crumbling world together. In the southernmost kingdom of Lika stands the Great Temple, a sacred monument erected over the very earth where the legendary hero once brought the immortal king to his knees. The Saintess's voice trembles with the weight of history. The hero struck down the king, yet the monster's heart could not be destroyed. The abyss leaked from that cursed organ, she whispers, spreading like a plague to corrupt the very soil beneath us. Only one act halted the darkness. The hero drove his blade into the earth, creating a seal that waits for a successor with the strength to claim it. Heinrich frowns, sensing the danger. But if I draw the blade, won't the seal shatter? Her gaze is steel. 3 centuries have passed. The corruption must be purged. The era of waiting is over, she declares. You must inherit the weapon of heroes. A confident smirk cuts across Heinrich's face as he accepts his destiny. Consider it done. When do I move out? Her answer allows no delay. Right now, fate will not wait. He arrives at the Grand Temple of Pikul, and the atmosphere is suffocating, a stark contrast to the gentle sanctuary of Rosalia's temple. Heinrich gazes up at the towering architecture. Massive. Before him stands a figure radiating authority, Cardinal Donovan. The cardinal's eyes narrow, assessing the young man's worth. So, you are the challenger seeking the holy sword? A heavy hand lands on Heinrich's shoulder. The Saintess herself vouched for you. It is only fitting I welcome you personally. A shadow crosses the cardinal's face. He mutters a regret. Had he known his office would separate him from the Saintess, he might have chosen differently. His grip tightens slightly. I worried pests might bother you. Know that I deal with interferences permanently. He steps back, his tone turning grave. Listen well. The path of the sword opens but once a year. Legions of elite paladins have entered and failed. He leans in, his voice low. Do you truly believe you have what they lacked, Heinrich? Heinrich's expression remains calm. Worry not. I am ready to face the destiny the heavens have carved for me. He clasps his hands in a show of faith. I trust in the divine. As they descend the spiraling stairs into the earth, the air grows heavy. This goes deeper than I anticipated. The cardinal probes his knowledge. Heinrich nods. I know the nature of the trial. The dungeon shifts, tailoring its horrors to each challenger. Precisely. Donovan warns. Some return in hours, others in weeks. There is no guide, no map. You are on your own. At the massive gates, one final chance to retreat is offered. Heinrich doesn't blink. Failure is not an option. That blade belongs to me. The cardinal blinks, stunned by the sheer arrogance. Are you truly serious? His face hardens into a final warning. The moment you cross this threshold, the trial begins. As the heavy gates groan open, Donovan offers a silent prayer for the boy who walks into hell. Darkness swallows Heinrich. The first trial of the Holy Sword commences. Objective: reach the goal before the clock runs out. But the pressure is instant. He can feel the crushing weight of the trial immediately. He activates the blessing of the jump. This isn't just a run, it's a war against time itself. He launches forward like a bullet. Miles fly by, enough distance to span several cities, yet the horizon remains empty. A memory flashes in his mind, the Saintess's voice echoing. The path reflects the divine will, a unique hell for every soul. Back in the endless corridor, a seed of doubt sprouts. Something feels off. The gods do not set impossible tasks. They watch and they challenge, but they always leave a path to victory. Heinrich skids to a halt. This isn't a marathon. It's a test of perception. The goal isn't the finish line. It's to break his own limits. Simple running won't trigger the breakthrough he needs. He drops into a stance. Time for the ultimate conditioning. Rabbit jumps. He grunts. It feels like boot camp all over again. 40 days of hellish repetition pass. Heinrich collapses, sweat pooling around him. This is absolute madness. His muscles scream in agony. He's hit his absolute limit. 40 days for a single trial, that can't be right. Then it hits him. Time dilation. Time flows 10 times faster here than in Outerica, and 100 times faster compared to Earth. He crawls, momentarily broken. He only realized the truth thanks to his connection with his avatars outside. His mind almost snapped weeks ago. Without that external connection, his willpower would have crumbled into dust. But he stands back up, eyes fixed on the next gate. He steels his resolve, onto the next hell. A sudden warmth floods his veins. His fatigue vanishes. By shattering his limits, his body has evolved. A grin spreads across his face. This time dilation isn't a curse. It's the ultimate training ground. Adrenaline spikes. I'm not leaving yet. Let's go for 2,500 reps. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a hooded figure whispers, "Is the ritual prepared?" "Almost," comes the hissed reply. "Soon, darkness will swallow this continent whole." The scene fades on a chilling image, a skull, drenched in fresh blood. Meanwhile, a hooded figure whispers into the shadows, "Now that the immortal king walks among us, we need only light the spark, and he will incinerate the rest." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares that the abyss will soon swallow the world. As the ritual begins, he chants, "All glory to the one who defies the very heavens." Heinrich clenches his fist, wondering if this surging energy truly places him on par with a high-ranking archbishop. Suddenly, a blue system window flashes, "Second trial cleared." As the notification fades, a massive gate creaks open before him. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned, he mutters with a confident smirk. Stepping boldly through the swirling portal, he materializes in a desolate, pitch-black void. The mission objective demands he exterminate the enemy, but he scans the empty wasteland in confusion. High above, a menacing silhouette descends from the sky. The aura feels strangely familiar, triggering a distant memory in the back of his mind. The enemy steps into the light, revealing itself as an archlich, a high-ranking subordinate of the ancient immortal king. The skeletal monster glares down, identifying him immediately, a church hunter. How did a mere mortal survive long enough to reach this domain? Heinrich narrows his eyes. The creature's presence mirrors Hans from before his awakening. He tightens his grip, knowing that even a paladin would tremble before an archlich. Silence hangs in the air until the skeletal being raises a hand. "Die, you filth of the church," it screeches, unleashing a wave of killing intent. Dark energy erupts, summoning a massive legion of the undead. Heinrich grimaces. An archlich is a calamity on its own, but an entire army is a catastrophe. Yet, a calm smile returns to his face. "I suspect the architect of this trial anticipated I would be overwhelmed with fear. Unfortunately for them, I am always prepared." The archlich pauses, confused by the human who dares to monologue in the face of death. The monster raises its staff, eyes glowing with malice. "Save your breath. For a corpse, the conversation ends now." "Devour him," the lich commands. The horde of rotting corpses surges forward like a tsunami, but Heinrich weaves through the chaos with supernatural grace. He sidesteps a claw from behind, fluidly pivoting to deliver a crushing kick that sends an undead soldier flying into pieces. The archlich watches in disbelief. How is he evading every strike? Furious, it roars. "Stop playing, tear him apart." "Don't mistake efficiency for cowardice," Heinrich warns. In a flash, he draws his blade, unleashing a blinding arc of power that cleaves through the surrounding mob. The archlich recoils, sensing the holy energy. That radiance. "Do you possess the divine authority of an archbishop?" Heinrich chuckles coldly. "You sound nervous." The lich hisses back. "Nervous, I am merely ecstatic to finally unleash my full destructive potential." Dark magic gathers at the tip of its staff. "Witness your demise. Human, this is the end of the line for you. Try to block this if you can," the creature screams, launching a devastating blast of necrotic energy. Heinrich doesn't flinch. He steps into the blast, dispersing the attack with a single, precise slash. The lich gasps. "Impossible! You nullified my magic with one swing." The young hero stands tall, weapon steady. The archlich trembles with rage. How can you predict my entire arsenal?" "I possess no unique gift," Heinrich replies calmly, pointing his blade at the monster. "I simply had a hell of a teacher." A spectral image of his master, Hans, flickers behind him. "And that instructor," Heinrich adds, "didn't train me to die in a place like this." The archlich scoffs at the sentiment. Sentimental garbage. Your training is meaningless before true power. Heinlich's eyes sharpen. The creature taunts. How long can a rat keep swimming before it drowns? The lich begins incanting a forbidden spell, the air vibrating with doom. Let's see you dodge total annihilation. A colossal pillar of dark energy obliterates the area where Heinlich stood. Dust and debris cloud the battlefield as the creature surveys its handiwork. No one survives my secret technique. The lich declares triumphantly, "Rest in pieces, holy night." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the smoke. Was that truly your ultimate attack? The lich's jaw drops in horror. Heinlich steps out of the dust, not a scratch on him. He grins dangerously. Because you missed. Lies. This is a nightmare, the creature screams, losing its composure. A mere night cannot defy death itself. Heinlich braces himself as another wave of magic crashes down. He admits internally that blocking these attacks head-on is taking a toll. But armed with Hans's knowledge, the enemy's patterns are clear as day. He lunges forward, shouting, "Checkmate." The blade connects, but the lich cackles maniacally. "You fool, you cannot kill death." Its bones snap back together, regenerating instantly. As long as my core remains hidden, I am eternal. The lich's voice drips with venom. The order trained you well, but when I return, I will make you beg for oblivion. You will pay for this insolence, it shrieks. But suddenly, Heinlich appears right beside the glowing core, whispering, "Hello there." As he drives his weapon into the pulsating heart, he asks, "Did you really think I couldn't sense the mana leaking from your phylactery? I was just waiting for the right moment," Heinlich explains. With a final strike, he shatters the core, ending the trial instantly. The third trial is complete. A system notification flashes, guiding him toward the portal where the legendary holy sword awaits. Music, slaying monsters and reaping rewards. That is the law of this world. The young man steels himself, stepping into the gateway. A solitary figure stands vigil on the other side. He traverses a long corridor lined with silent stone sentinels until his eyes lock onto the prize, the holy sword resting upon its pedestal. This domain is the very abyss forged by the immortal king himself. The final trial is simple yet deadly. Pull the blade from the stone and be recognized as its true master. His fingers coil around the hilt, steeling his soul for the ultimate test. The moment he pulls, a torrent of raw power explodes outward, but he senses something else, a strange resonance pulsing from the steel. Visions of ancient warlords and their blood-soaked battles flood his mind. The martial arts and wisdom of every previous wielder flow into him like a river. However, there is more than just skill here. The sword holds the raw, chaotic emotions of those who came before. He activates his mental cube skill to shield his mind. Others might crumble under this weight, he declares with cold confidence, but I will not. He knows his will is absolute. He exerts more force, his aura crushing the blade's resistance. With impatient authority, he commands the weapon. Don't throw a tantrum now. Raising the blade high, he claims it as his partner, shattering the final seal. In that flash of enlightenment, the system responds he has acquired the holy sword's blessing. A glowing crest brands itself onto his hand, leaving him stunned as the physical sword vanishes into thin air. He realizes the sword now resides in a subspace, ready to be summoned at will. His powers fuse together, birthing the ultimate technique, Logic War. With a thought, the shining blade manifests in his grip once more. Heinrich marvels at the surge of strength. To inherit the techniques of heroes, my precision is unmatched. He stares at his reflection, triumph burning in his eyes. Finally, the holy sword is mine. Meanwhile, far to the west of the Ion continent, amidst the jagged peaks, inside a secluded cabin, a presence looms over the dark mage of the mountains. The immortal king speaks, his voice like grinding stones. "What is your name?" Trembling, the man falls to his knees. I am Victor Nolan." The intruder replies, "And I am Hannibal Strauss." Victor freezes, recognizing the legendary immortal king, and begs for mercy. Hannibal smiles coldly. "I came only to recruit talent." Shadows begin to coil around him as he activates his power. Suddenly, Hannibal's aura spikes. He snaps his head toward the window, sensing a disturbance. Victor stammers, Did something happen?" Hannibal's eyes narrow. Someone has triggered simultaneous sacrifice rituals in the west and south of the Lee Kingdom. Victor leaps to his feet in shock. Those fools! They acted without the Immortal King's permission. He asks, "What will you do?" Hannibal vanishes into a blur of speed. I intend to hear their excuses. Personally. Indeed, at the ritual site, a cultist in black robes raises his arms. This is the moment we have bled for. The circle of sorcerers pours their mana into the forbidden formation. The leader watches with glee, believing their dark work is flawless. The High Sorcerer grins, revealing, 30 long years of preparation have led to this very instant. But suddenly, his smile falters. What? The magic circle begins to fracture, the spell destabilizing before his eyes. He refuses to accept failure, desperate. He grasps the cursed amulet hanging from his neck. He unleashes the artifact's full power. A shockwave of corrupted energy blasts outward, consuming his fellow cultists in an instant. The spell detonates from the center. As the leader basks in the destruction, he proclaims, the seed of madness has finally taken root. As his body disintegrates, he bids a twisted farewell to the greatest wizard he ever knew. I shall remember you in the void. Now, let the world crumble to ash. Far away, the Immortal King watches a pillar of apocalyptic light pierce the heavens. Hannibal's expression darkens. Unbelievable. The abyss. That box of world-ending calamities has been pried open once more. He clenches his fist. I never calculated for this variable. By the time we arrive, the damage will be irreversible. He sighs. The time has come to settle the vow of challenge. Suddenly, a sharp pain throbs in the Immortal King's chest. The voices of the past awaken the ancient immortal kings who once ruled the abyss. A spectral voice echoes in his mind. What do you think you are doing? The entity beckons the first and fourth kings to join him. Come, let us plunge this world into eternal despair together. Hannibal scoffs at the intrusion. Do you really believe a ghost from the past can command me? The entity taunts him, but Hannibal's will is iron. I have no intention of obeying a loser. The voice merely laughs. We transcended death itself, the entity hisses. How do you still cling to logic even after becoming a king? This newcomer is arrogant, the sovereign muses. I feel such envy. The voice growls. My blood boils, for we are still shackled by the concept of death. Hannibal grips the metaphorical heart of the corruption. He finally understands that the impurity he always sensed was the lingering resentment of these spirits. The voice wails. We are bound by remorse. We desire only freedom. As the entity screams for emotional liberation, Hannibal looks on with disdain. You are noisy. Is there no peace in your death? He realizes the truth. In the end, you are all just prisoners trapped by the fear of dying. The entity bargains. Grant us eternal death, and we will give you power beyond measure. Hannibal silences the voice with a single command. Shut up. He made a vow to grant its desire for oblivion. He mutters the ancient words to himself. Speaking of a treasure he was destined never to hold. His resolve is set. I will uncover the truth soon enough. He activates his innate skill, persona. This ability grants him absolute dominance over specific emotions, directly targeting the memories etched deep within the heart. He reaches out, extracting the turbulent emotions from his very soul. The entity's voice echoes, I am fading, finally attaining the sweet release of eternal death. The Immortal King watches impassively. Rest in peace, he whispers into the void. Levitating in the air, he scoffs at the ancient masters. Damn old geezers. Mystical runes suddenly blaze into existence above his palm. He admits, this is a magnificent reward. A realization strikes him. The legacy of the immortal kings was never lost, but hidden all along. The tyrants of old required legions, armies vast enough to crush empires and bring entire continents to their knees. Though the Order purged most of their forces, the elite commanders survived, choosing to slumber in the deepest pits of the abyss. Han Seong-hun declares with a dark smirk, the first of these ancient legacies has finally begun to awaken. Meanwhile, his avatar steps into a colossal chamber. Confusion flickers in his eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shatters. Rising from the debris is a terrifying presence, the royal guard of the immortal king. Archlich Dwell McCain. The undead monstrosity roars, cursing the fools of the divine order. I cannot let this stand, he bellows. But then, he freezes, sensing the avatar's aura. Music. The avatar tilts his head, his voice calm. Have we not met before? The Archlich falls silent. The Avatar sighs. Sorry for dragging you back to the land of the living, but you really have terrible luck today. In a flash of steel, the knight surges forward with a single devastating strike. The Archlich is obliterated. Where the monster stood, only a dark crystal remains. Picking it up, he realizes the truth. The sacred spring was sealed between the holy sword and the abyss itself. He examines the core. Normally, I would crush this instantly, he muses, but I'm feeling generous. I will leave this task to Han. He tosses the crystal, his voice echoing with authority. Serve your new master well. Back at the ritual site, the immortal king descends. He surveys the desolate courtyard. The cowards known as the Vow of Defiance have already fled like rats. He identifies the epicenter. This is the source where the abyss erupted toward the sky, now thick with concentrated malice. He gazes up at the gaping hole in the ceiling, a tear in reality capable of piercing the very heavens. But then, a glint on the ground catches his eye. He crouches, retrieving a jagged fragment of metal. Was this left by mistake? The energy is too chaotic to track. He shakes his head and discards the useless scrap. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The madness radiating from the abyss begins to resonate violently. Even in this unstable state, this power could devastate the entire continent. There is only one choice. He activates his ultimate skill Eye of Darkness. He peers into the void. This is the true origin of black magic, resonating with his immortal king's heart. Han Seong-hun grins. If I play this right, I can master it all. He focuses his will, condensing the chaotic mana into a singularity. He raises his hand to the heavens. Come to me, clenching his fist. He decides to devour every drop of this power. The raw energy of the abyss surges directly into his body. A smile spreads across his face. Yes, I can feel the flow. He laughs maniacally. The abyssal energy. It is coursing through every fiber of my being. His power level skyrockets. Those idiots actually did me a favor. But suddenly an explosion of force blasts him backward. He skids across the ground as the earth splits open. Something colossal is rising from the crater. A bone dragon, Entrazio, fully emerges from the depths. The undead beast reassembles its massive form and unleashes a terrifying roar. Magnificent, he whispers, awestruck by the sight. But the dragon whips around and roars directly in his face. Han Seong-hun narrows his eyes. Does this beast not know its own master? He calls out the true name, Entrazio. Instantly, the dragon's eyes shift. The immense creature lowers its head in submission. Good. It finally recognized me. He steps toward the bowed behemoth. Up close. He is actually quite cute. His expression hardens. But this is not the end of the immortal king's legacy. I stand now at the beginning of a new era. Suddenly, music. A sharp presence pierces his senses. He glances at the bone dragon. Do you feel that too? On the horizon, knights clad in gleaming armor appear. Han Seong-hun chuckles. Looks like we have visitors. Normally, fighting the Great Divine Order right now would be foolish. He has not fully grasped the depths of the abyss yet. But then, a wicked thought crosses his mind. It is like inviting friends over to take a spin in a brand new car. With a bone dragon at his command and the abyss open for the first time in centuries, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to test his power. He climbs onto the behemoth's back, eyes gleaming with ambition. This is my chance. I will harvest a massive amount of karma right here. The immortal king turns to his servant. Entrio, you have been shackled for far too long. Go now. The skies are yours to conquer. The massive skeletal wings of the dragon unfurl, ready to conquer the skies. The king commands his beast to reveal its true terror to the world. As its wings cast a colossal shadow over the desert sands, a squad of holy knights charges forward at breakneck speed. The commander roars for more speed. He screams, I can still sense the vile energy of the abyss. His vice captain grits his teeth in agreement. Even as elite soldiers, they must steel their hearts. The enemy ahead is radiating a level of power that defies logic. Suddenly, the heavens themselves begin to blacken. One soldier stammers, Is this the corruption of the abyss? The leader's eyes snap upward in shock. No! The commander bellows, his voice shaking. Brace yourselves for impact. From the swirling darkness, the bone dragon erupts. Perched upon its skull sits the immortal king himself. He looks down and sneers. What business does the Holy Order have with me? A brave knight shouts back. We are here because the abyss has been torn open. The king smirks, fully grasping the scenario. He taunts them coldly. And tell me, what exactly do you intend to do about it? The blame for the coming apocalypse and the blood of thousands of sacrifices is placed squarely on his shoulders. Internally, the king scoffs, thinking, these fanatics are even crazier than I thought. But the knight screams, the destruction of the continent will be absolute. They pin every tragedy upon the immortal king. A young soldier nearby looks bewildered, unsure why the blame is being cast so quickly. Regardless, the sovereign decides to play his part perfectly. There is no point in arguing with zealots. He must become the villain they fear. He steps onto the dragon's snout, spreading his arms wide. Who else but I, he booms, would possess the power to commit such a feat? A knight unsheaths his blade, the steel ringing out, just as expected. He spits. Today, you face divine judgment. The king looks down at the order's lackeys with pity. Calm yourselves, he commands. I am not here to fight. I am merely delivering a warning. Lies. The knight roars, charging forward to silence him, but Archbishop Latius intervenes, his voice cutting through the chaos. Halt. The knight freezes, confused. Latius glares at the sky. You fool, he hisses. Have you not noticed the enemy is maintaining a specific distance? The archbishop knows a monster like this wouldn't appear just to chat. His eyes widen as he realizes this is a trap. The immortal king raises an eyebrow, impressed by the old man's sharp instincts. Latius shouts, Speak, master of the abyss. What is this warning you deliver? The king's voice drops to a chilling whisper. My message is for the holy knight, Heinrich Langard, the man who once pierced my heart. He lets out a low, sinister chuckle. The archbishop frowns, unable to decipher the cryptic threat. What are you implying? But the immortal king simply smiles and declares, This is my victory. Latius repeats the words slowly. You claim victory over Sir Heinrich. The king nods, confirming their worst fears. Rage consumes one of the paladins. I will hear no more, he screams. I cannot tolerate such blasphemy against the hero of the gods. To sell the performance, the king knows he must emphasize Heinrich's name. He wonders if he should bring the curtain down on this act right now. And Trio, he commands softly, show them true power. The bone dragon opens its maw, mana gathering in a terrifying vortex. The archbishop and knights join hands, chanting, Our faith shall not shatter before evil. The dragon unleashes a breath of pure death, slamming into their holy barrier with a thunderous boom. Hold the line, Archbishop Latius screams to the knights of the gods. He pours every ounce of his mana into sustaining the shield. My lord, the barrier is fracturing, a knight cries out, but just as death seems certain, the bombardment suddenly stops. Two young clerics gasp for air, stunned to be alive. Latius barks, do not lower your guard back into formation. A soldier points a shaking finger upward. The enemy. He's gone. The sky is empty, leaving the archbishop completely bewildered. One knight scoffs, brushing off dust. Did that monster truly think a single attack would finish us? He underestimated our faith, the knight boasts. But the archbishop remains deadly silent, staring into the void. Latius narrows his eyes. What are you plotting, immortal king? He whispers. What is your true design? Miles away, the immortal king coughs, waving his hand. In Trio, that breath attack left way too much smoke. He complains to his mount. Still, he pats the dragon's skull. Good work, though that smokescreen was the perfect distraction to sell our escape. Han Seong-hyun grins. I deserve an Oscar for that performance, he thinks, proud of playing the villain who opened the abyss. Suddenly, his instincts scream. He realizes another ancient legacy has awakened. Deep in a distant forest, a vile, corrupted energy begins to pulse. I can feel them, he murmurs. The aura of my comrades is spreading across the continent. In response, skeletal hands claw their way out of the forest floor. The Donegan Iron Troop rises from their graves. He commands the undead legion to march. Meanwhile, In the western lands of the Reinhard Kingdom, the sky tears open. A massive portal rips through reality. Kingdom soldiers scream in terror, ordered to flee for their lives. An officer freezes, eyes darting around. Skeletons are emerging from the very earth on all sides. "It's a trap," he yells. "We are completely surrounded." He trembles, unable to comprehend. Since when do the undead possess such intelligence? Suddenly, a chilling sound cuts through the air. A scream is cut short. A towering dark knight steps forward, and the officer realizes with horror, these monsters are moving as a single unified army. The knight charges, his blade striking a soldier with brutal force. The officer screams in panic, "Alert the Viscount! A Death Knight has breached our lines." Chaos erupts as the Death Knight reveals his terrifying presence to the kingdom. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of the moon, a dark mansion looms in silence. Seated at his command table, the vampire lord demands a situation report. His subordinate bows, voice trembling. "My lord, the entire continent of Outerica has fallen into a state of emergency." Lord Mullo explains the catastrophe. The abyss has torn open across the lands, vomiting forth endless armies of the undead. The vampire lord narrows his eyes. "In our base, what of the Thalia kingdom?" Mullo replies. "Miraculously, the region remains untouched." "It is because of Hines," Mullo adds. "He is single-handedly slaughtering every undead that dares to appear." The vampire lord leans back, deep in thought. Mullo notices the shadow over his master's face. "My lord, is there something troubling you?" The dark noble voices his concern. "This insanity flowing from the abyss. Do we know its true nature?" Mullo shakes his head. "No one has identified the source." Lord Mullo continues. "However, violence is escalating. Allies are turning on each other over trivial matters. The insanity is corrupting their minds." The vampire lord remains skeptical. "Everyone is on edge because of the war. Isn't that just natural stress?" "I wish it were," Mullo counters, his expression grim. The vampire lord presses him. "How can you be so certain, Mullo?" Lord Mullo hesitates before dropping the bombshell. "It is not just humans. Even the monsters. Their movement patterns have changed. They are frenzied." The realization hits the vampire lord. So, even the beasts are succumbing to bloodlust. He understands now. This corruption discriminates against no one. The insanity is a plague affecting all life forms. Hines stands abruptly from his desk, decisive. "Our priority is intelligence. We must understand this influence." Lord Mullo nods in agreement. Hines calculates his next move. Hans is occupied commanding the Immortal King's army. He cannot leave the front lines. I will handle the data collection personally. The scene shifts to the sacred halls of the Grand Divine Order. Whispers fill the air. Fate dictates that Heinrich must finally intervene. The paladin kneels before the holy throne, presenting the sword. The saintess smiles gently. "I never doubted you, Sir Heinrich." He bows his head in gratitude. "Your trust honors me." The saintess's expression turns serious. "I hear the world has changed greatly during your absence." She locks eyes with him. "They say a strange power has crawled out of the abyss." Heinrich confirms it. "It is true, Your Holiness." "Insanity," she whispers. "A formless, unstable corruption. It is infinitely dangerous simply because we do not understand it." Heinrich grips his sword. "Then I should investigate it personally. The Divine Order's reconnaissance force is ready." Saintess Resta raises a hand. "You should rest." But the knight shakes his head, burning with righteous duty. "I must fulfill my oath immediately." The saintess falls silent, overwhelmed by his unwavering determination. She sighs, yielding to his will. "I cannot stop you." Suddenly, her eyes widen. "Wait, there is something we must do first." "A ritual," she declares. "Now that the holy sword has returned, it is time." Heinrich looks up, confused. She extends her hand, mana surging. "Sword of the Divine, reveal your true form." She looks at Heinrich. "Promise me you will uncover the truth behind this chaos." And servants enter, carrying a covered object on a velvet cushion. The air grows heavy with power. Two knights whisper in awe, "That holy sword. The pressure is monstrous." Saintess Resta places a necklace around Heinrich's neck. "Heinrich Langard, you who have proven yourself above all others." Her voice echoes through the hall. "I hereby name you the Grand Paladin of the Divine Order." Suddenly, the medallion on his chest erupts with light. A wave of pure, golden energy swallows him whole. Heinrich grits his teeth. My mental sphere. It nearly shattered. The divine power floods his veins, threatening to blow his head apart. What is this force? He gasps as his very biology shifts. My body. It is being reconstructed. The light fades, revealing him standing within a sacred magic circle. Saintess Resta and the clerics watch in reverence. The grace of the divine is with you, she whispers. A system message flashes. Conditions met. Enlightenment obtained. Acquired special ability. Grand blessing night. Heinrich reaches up, touching his hair. He pauses. It has turned pure, snowy white. Saintess Resta steps forward. He begins to greet her by title, but she cuts him off. No, you are no longer just Sir Heinrich Langward. She bows her head. You are now the sacred. Heinrich stares at her, stunned by the title. The grand blessing is the will of the gods. She explains, it is the ultimate mark of sanctity. Heinrich realizes the weight of her words. He now stands as an equal to the saintess herself. Bring out the preparations, she commands. Two men approach. Heinrich's eyes widen. Before him lies a masterpiece, the Guardian of Glory. An elite armor set forged by the legendary artisans of the Order. The clerics assist him, fastening the plates, forged from pure mithril and orichalcum, they explain. This is no mere armor. With sacred enchantments and divine barriers woven into the metal, Heinrich has transformed into a walking, invincible fortress. He marveled as the legendary set locked onto his body, fitting like a second skin. The moment it clicked into place, a torrential river of divine power surged through his veins. With the holy sword in his grip and the Guardian of Glory equipped, his ultimate armament was finally complete. Saintess Ryer turns to him, her voice filled with purpose. By all indications, their fates were now intertwined. Heinrich bowed, accepting the duty as a supreme honor. Yet, internally, doubt gnawed at him. He felt unworthy to stand beside such radiance. But the saintess suddenly sighed, her demeanor shifting. She was just happy to finally share the burden. Working until dawn had been a nightmare. Heinrich stared blankly at the two mountain-sized piles of paperwork. Was this a partnership or a cruel punishment? Saintess Ryer's expression hardened again. The Continental Committee was about to convene. The agenda, a plan to eradicate the undead scourge once and for all. She looked him in the eye. I am counting on you, Sir Heinrich. He placed a hand on his chest, swearing to give his absolute best. Then, she gestured to the paperwork. They would both do their best. Until the meeting arrived. Suddenly, the heavens split open. The immortal king descended like a god, landing before Karam, the Death Knight. I seemed to be late. Boom! His aura exploded outwards, crushing a nearby warrior into submission with sheer pressure. Karam trembled, recognizing the apex power standing before him. The immortal king touched down, facing his subordinate. The declaration was made. The new sovereign of death had arrived. The Death Knight bowed low, repeating the title. The hierarchy was absolute. The king's gaze was sharp. Karam was not merely a swordsman. He was a general capable of commanding legions, a master of necromancy. He formally acknowledged the warrior. Rise, Death Knight. Karam's voice shook with pride. It is an honor to be recognized by you. The king smirked slightly. You seem to have had your fun. Karam flinched, begging for forgiveness. I awakened too close to the living. The deed is done, the king stated coldly. Now, it was time to gather their strength, time to amass true power. Retreat. The order was absolute. Karam did not hesitate. I shall comply. Like smoke. The Death Knight and his soldiers dissolved into the shadows. The immortal king remained, analyzing the dark energy swirling in his palm. Destruction lay everywhere. He could not leave things like this. Saint Ryar's warning echoed in his mind. Forces that are dispersed are picked off one by one. If that was the truth, he had to act now. Music. The land cried out in pain. The damage here was catastrophic. He hated this method. The side effects were risky, but there was no other option. He cast his voice into the void. Listen to me. My children, your Lord is here. The call rippled through the spiritual realm. I am present, I stand here in bone and flesh. Music. He knew this flared his position to the enemy, but the order would take time to analyze his magic signature. As long as they gathered and vanished, the risk was acceptable. He commanded the abyss, "Respond to my call." A pillar of energy blasted skyward before him. The shadows warped. His commanders materialized, one by one. They fell to their knees, declaring absolute obedience. They stood before the true Lord of the Dead, promising to march instantly. The immortal king looked upon his army. "I will guide you to a future this world has never seen." He spread his arms, embracing his destiny, but elsewhere, two men walked through the suffocating darkness of the forest. Mike trembled. Is it safe? He spoke of rumors about the undead. His companion laughed him off. Those are just ghost stories. Thwack! Something struck Mike's hand. He jumped, but his friend sneered. Coward. It was obviously just an animal. The undead don't move silently, he scoffed. A rabbit hopped away. The man pointed, unaware of the nightmare rising behind him. What is it now? Mike asked, but the man froze. A creature lunged from the blackness, striking with lethal force. Mike watched the body hit the floor. He stammered, paralyzed. "I'm a monster." He looked up. They were surrounded. Another survivor sprinted toward him. What the hell are those things? These were deep mountain horrors. Why were they here? Mike scrambled back as the horde advanced. He fell into the dirt. I've never heard of this. Different species united. How are monsters joining forces? Chaos was spreading. All eyes turned to the situation at the Hubert Trading Company. Inside, Hubert scanned the reports. Monsters from the northern mountains attacking caravans. It was madness. Music. If this continued, even the city of Tar would be in grave danger. He had supplies, yes, but this wasn't the time for business as usual. He stood up. Small merchants hunt for pennies. The Titans hunt for hearts. And he turned to the tactical map on the wall. Moments like this demand companionship. His eyes locked onto Aeonia County and the Iron Fortress. Intelligence reports said the fortress was recruiting mercenaries. Hubert adjusted his monocle, a sharp glint in his eye. That was the information he needed. In a tavern, the mood was grim. The fortress was in trouble. The northern monsters were migrating south. A man slammed his mug down. These aren't normal beasts. They breed like rabbits and kill like demons. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit tavern, a group of mercenaries sat around a wooden table, the air thick with tension. One of them turned to their leader. Well, boss, what is the play here? Harley. Harley slammed his tankard onto the wood, shattering the silence. We move out, he declared with a feral grin. Do you really think I would let a golden opportunity like this slip through my fingers? A wave of excitement washed over the crew. That is the Harley I know, one shouted. Another leaned in, eyes wide. So, when is the departure? Harley scoffed, standing up abruptly. Is that even a question? He bolted for the door, shouting back, We are leaving right now. The table went silent for a heartbeat. Wait, one mercenary murmured. Did Harley pay the tab? Realization struck them all at once. Not a chance. They scrambled out of their seats, chasing their leader while the bartender yelled for payment. The scene shifted to the bustling mercenary guild. The receptionist looked up, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as Harley approached. Well, look who it is. Harley leaned on the counter. If anyone here does not know the name Harley, they must be a tourist. He tapped his fingers impatiently. Make this quick. He demanded to take the rank advancement test immediately, but the receptionist shook his head. It is not that simple, Harley. The process is grueling, even for you. Harley's men bristled with aggression. Are you joking? One growled. Does it make sense for a guild to block work for a top-tier mercenary crew? Another stepped forward, hand on his weapon, threatening the attendant, but the receptionist remained calm, sliding a sealed envelope across the desk. Put the steel away. His eyes locked onto Harley's. I have a special referral request here. Reserved specifically for you. Harley scoffed at the letter. I am already booked for the Iron Fortress. Tell them no. He tossed the envelope aside, earning a round of applause and cheers from his loyal companions. But the receptionist's expression darkened. I strongly suggest you do not refuse this one. He leaned in, whispering the name. The client is Lord Telmine Aeonia. The room instantly froze. The mercenary's jaw dropped. Even the warrior next to him looked pale with fear. The attendant repeated the full name, letting the weight of it crush their resistance. Before they knew it, Harley and his team were standing on the grounds of Lord Aeonia's territory. A stiff butler greeted them at the entrance. The Lord is waiting. Harley swallowed his nerves. Stepping into the grand hall. Is the big man inside? A figure clad in gleaming plate armor turned to face them. Harley paused, confused. You are not the Lord? Are you a knight? The armored man's voice was cold as steel. The Lord has no business speaking with a mere mercenary. He removed his helmet, revealing a stern face. I am Knight Robin. I am in charge of this operation. Harley's eyes widened in recognition. Robin, I have heard the stories. He looked the knight up and down. A warrior of your caliber is unique. Harley narrowed his eyes. So, what does a royal knight want with a guy like me? Robin did not mince words. There is only one reason. We need a guide for the northern mountains. He revealed the mission objective. We must rescue a IPMP named Jig Steelstone. Harley recoiled. The northern mountains? You mean the frozen hellscape crawling with monsters? The target is a master dwarf blacksmith from this territory. Robin explained. He is essential. The scene suddenly shifted from the fantasy world to a modern hospital room in Seoul. Han Sang-hwan stood by his grandmother's bed. We should go now, he urged gently. But she smiled. Her complexion healthy. Child, I am fine. I am. There is no reason to worry, she insisted. Han Sang-hwan felt a lump in his throat. I am just happy you are better. His friend, Tyson, chimed in. Man, even the doctors are freaking out about her recovery. Tyson frowned, rubbing his chin. But there is something strange about it. Han Sang-hwan glanced sideways. What would that be? Tyson lowered his voice. The doctor said it was like a high priest poured S-rank divine power into her for 4 days straight. How would we even have a connection like that? Tyson asked, bewildered. But Han Sang-hwan stayed silent. He knew exactly how. It was him. As they walked down the sterile corridor, Han Sang-hwan deflected. Grandma just recovered on her own. She is strong like that. Tyson shrugged. Maybe it is a reward for a lifetime of kindness. He looked at his friend. So, what is the plan now? I found a safe house in the suburbs. Han Sang-hwan revealed. It will be peaceful. Tyson looked concerned. Is it not bad to be so far away from Seoul? It is a necessary sacrifice, Han Sang-hwan replied, though his smile did not reach his eyes. Later that night, guilt washed over him. I am sorry for worrying you, Tyson. He clenched his fist. But now, I can traverse the dimensions freely. The next day, the scene returned to the biting cold of the northern mountains. Harley led the vanguard, his face grim against the howling wind. One of the knights shivered. Everyone is on edge. The request came directly from the Lord, another whispered. Harley glanced back. Knight Robin was impressive, marching in full plate without slowing down. He wasn't just assigning the mission, he was leading the charge. Robin raised a gauntlet. Halt. We are near the location where Jick left a transmission. Harley frowned. How did he contact you from out here? The dwarf noticed that the local monsters were acting strangely. Robin explained. He went into hiding and used a mana device to signal us. A mercenary groaned, rubbing his frozen arms. Did the short stack really have to climb a mountain like this one? Dwarves would climb into a volcano if they smelled rare minerals? His companion joked. Harley said nothing, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. As he scanned the path, he realized every man here was an elite veteran from the Tar Guild, but suddenly, a chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran down his spine. Murderous intent. Ambush! Harley roared. Watch your six. The warning came exactly as monsters erupted from the snowdrifts. Two mercenaries stepped forward, blades drawn. Leave this trash to us. An enchanted arrow whistled through the air, striking a beast and detonating in a massive explosion. But as the smoke cleared, the creature stepped out completely unharmed. The mercenaries' eyes went wide with horror. You have got to be kidding me. The deeper they ventured into the dungeon, the deadlier the beast became. Even his companions felt the shift in the atmosphere. Sensing the rising danger, Harley stepped forward, his eyes sharp. It seems the time for talk is over. I will handle this myself. Mana surged through his veins as he readied his stance. With a burst of speed, he launched himself into the fray. Steel flashed as the warrior struck down two monstrosities in a single, fluid motion. He clutches two massive orcs by their throats, eyes blazing as he demands, Are you ready? Meanwhile, as night descends upon a desolate mansion, the vampire lord sits in silence, reviewing documents at his desk. A sudden realization strikes him. Hans has successfully extracted vital intelligence from the Banshee Queen herself. Beyond the political turmoil of the Veroslak clan and the secrets of the Banshee underworld, he knows he has another trump card. For anything involving insanity, he can rely on Harley. Yet, a sudden chill runs down the vampire's spine. Why does he feel this encroaching dread? He lifts his head, bewildered by this foreign sensation of fear. Suddenly, Mulo bursts into the room, calling out to his master. The vampire lord narrows his eyes, demanding an explanation. Mulo reports a crisis. Monsters have launched a frenzy of attacks within the demon forest. The lord scoffs, confident that the 2 true bloods he dispatched will handle it. But Hines steps forward, grimly stating, "That is not the worst of it." Hines reveals a catastrophic development. The horde from the northern mountains has mobilized, descending toward the south with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, high in the mountains, Harley senses a disturbing energy rippling outward. He scans the terrain, his instincts screaming one word: madness. It is an airborne plague. Mere exposure to this tainted air is enough to corrupt every living creature in the vicinity. Anxiety flickers in the warrior's eyes as he worries for his teammates. Just then, Robin shouts to the group, announcing that their destination is finally within reach. Harley observes that this madness seems to have a limited effect on ordinary humans. However, deep inside, he feels the corrupting energy invading his own body. It is a double-edged sword. While his physical strength skyrockets, his control over his own limbs begins to slip away. Activating his mutation ability, he forcibly suppresses the transformation. He grits his teeth, realizing that without this skill, he would have already succumbed to total insanity. Suddenly, a knight signals for a halt. The mercenary grips his weapon, asking sharply, "Are there more beasts ahead?" Robin chuckles nervously, joking that Harley's appearance is wild enough to pass for a monster. The warrior smirks, replying, "Then this disguise is perfect for me." Suddenly, a figure camouflaged in foliage emerges from the shadows, whispering, "They are already here." It is the blacksmith, Geonic Steelstone, who has been awaiting their arrival. Geonic offers to lead them to his hidden underground shelter, but Harley shakes his head, stating firmly, "I cannot go." Robin looks at him in confusion. The warrior's expression darkens as he confirms their worst fears. "The horde is upon us," he warns. "We must descend immediately." Robin wastes no time, shouting orders for the squad to cover the rear. The group sprints down the mountain, desperate to outrun the avalanche of monsters, but in his panic, Geonic glances back. A beast lunges from the shadows. Geonic screams in terror, "Someone save me!" In a blur of motion, Harley flashes forward, cleaving the monster in 2 before it can land a lethal blow. As the creature falls, Harley wipes blood from his face, commenting, "There is a unique satisfaction in cutting down such massive prey." "This is no time for games," Robin snaps. "They are gaining on us?" Without a word, Harley scoops the dwarf up into his arms. As they flee, Geonic cries out about the merciless pursuit. The warrior grimly agrees that total annihilation is imminent. Desperate, the mercenary shouts, "Is there no other way to survive this?" Harley goes silent for a heartbeat. Then, he turns to Robin, demanding his share of the magic stones. He claims his energy reserves are depleted. The knight hesitates, but agrees, handing them over on the condition that it is absolutely necessary for the mission's success. Harley snatches the bag, offering a brief thanks. He then effortlessly tosses the dwarf into the arms of a nearby knight. The warrior skids to a halt, planting his feet firmly on the path. His companion screams back, "What are you doing? It is suicide. You need to move." Harley turns, a wild glint in his eye. "Wasn't it you who asked for another way?" He reaches into the bag, pulling out a handful of magic stones. Without hesitation, he tosses the entire handful into his mouth, crushing the solid crystals between his teeth with a sickening crunch. Instantaneously, a chaotic wave of madness explodes within him, far more potent than the air around him. He realizes the chaotic potential. By absorbing these varying intensities and subjugating them with his will, he can unlock a path to infinite strength. He roars, "I will devour every ounce of madness in this world. The conditions for growth have been met." His passive skill, savagery, evolves into the special ability Mad Beast. His muscles swell, tearing against his clothes as his body undergoes a monstrous transformation. The transformation completes. He opens his eyes, glowing with power, and lets out a satisfied, maniacal laugh, gripping his axe. He's ready for war. The horde charges. He grins, announcing that it is time for the carnage to begin. My blood, he growls, is boiling with excitement. With power searing through his veins like molten lava, he leaps into the fray, targeting the first monster foolish enough to approach. It is a massacre. Die, all of you, he roars, his axe painting the mountainside in monster blood. Moments later, he stands atop a pile of corpses. This is the true power of the Mad Beast. His companions watch in awe, unable to track his movements. One Knight whispers, trembling, the rumors. They were true. He really is TK's strongest. But Robin shakes his head, correcting him. No, he is not just the strongest in TK. He is the strongest warrior on the entire continent. A surviving monster attempts a sneak attack. The warrior does not even flinch, simply staring at the beast with a bone-chilling smile. With a single, casual blow, the creature is obliterated. Standing victorious amidst a sea of carnage, he dusts himself off. Well, he quips, that basically solves the problem. Robin rushes over, eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle he just witnessed. Harley, are you alright? Gionic? The dwarf nods in approval. You possess the bravery of a dwarf, lad. But Harley smirks, teasing. Rich words coming from the one who was just begging for his life. But then, a chilling pressure descended upon the battlefield. A chaotic energy made the very air tremble, and Harley froze, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. For the first time, a primal fear gripped his heart, urging him to flee. Robin sensed his hesitation, asking what was wrong. Harley's voice was grim as he replied, the situation is catastrophic. His gaze pierced the darkness as he warned them, whatever's approaching, it will wipe you all out instantly. I am the only one who stands a chance at survival. But Gionic refused to back down, his stubborn pride flaring. They had come too far to retreat now, desperate. The dwarf turned to his sturdy comrade, demanding a solution. Harley turned to the dwarf, an idea forming in his mind. He asked if Gionic could create a shelter. Can you dig a hiding spot for everyone? We have 10 minutes at most. Gionic scoffed confidently. 10, I only need 5. With a flourish, he drew his beloved pickaxe, a masterpiece he lovingly called Ellen. Harley's eyes narrowed, sensing the faint hum of mana from the tool. Was that a high-ranking artifact? Ignoring the stare, the dwarf shouted for everyone to brace themselves. With a mighty roar, Gionic drove the pickaxe into the earth. Boom! The ground shook violently, cracking open as if split by a god's hammer. Dust and debris flew as the dwarf worked with inhuman speed. Moments later, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the stunned group. Welcome to your new sanctuary. Comfortable enough? Huddled safely within the underground chamber, the knights looked around in awe. It was impossible he had carved out this entire cavern with just a few swings of his pickaxe. Harley settled beside the dwarf, his expression unreadable. You really are incredible, he murmured, though his mind was already scheming. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before Harley's eyes. A medium for ability selection had been detected. His pulse quickened as he searched for the source. His gaze locked onto the pickaxe. Ellen. The system confirmed it. That tool was not just a weapon, it was a treasure far beyond his expectations. A dark hunger rose within him. He stared at Gionic, his resolve hardening. I will devour that item, he vowed silently. But before he could act, the ceiling began to crumble. Do you hear that? One Knight whispered, trembling. A heavy thud echoed from above. His companion went pale. It must be the monster Harley warned us about. Robin's face twisted in horror. It is right on top of us, she hissed. It is feasting on the corpses we left behind. The tension in the cave spiked. We have to run, a knight cried out, but Robin grabbed his arm. Move, and you die. In the heavy silence, a low chuckle escaped Harley's lips. The warrior stood up, a reckless glint in his eyes. I will go, Harley declared. I will lure the beast away. Robin stared at him in disbelief. That is suicide. But Harley just smiled. I have to try. The mercenaries looked at each other, conflicted. "Are you insane?" they asked. "You are throwing your life away." Harley pointed a finger at the dwarf's prized possession. "I can survive," he said smoothly, "but only if you lend me that pickaxe." And he insisted it was his only insurance. But Jonik clutched Ellen tight, defensive. "This is a high-grade magic tool with limited charges. I cannot just hand it over." But as the ceiling shook again, Jonik realized he had no choice. Life was more precious than gear. Reluctantly, he extended the handle. Harley grabbed it instantly. "Thank you." But the dwarf would not let go. It turned into a tug-of-war. "Let go," Harley commanded. Jonik gritted his teeth, his heart breaking at the thought of parting with Ellen. "If you scratch her," Jonik warned with tears in his eyes, "I will make sure you only use a spatula for the rest of your life." Finally tearing the weapon free, Harley sprinted toward the exit. "I will bring it right back," he lied. "Ellen," Jonik screamed in despair, but as Harley raced into the darkness, a wicked grin spread across his face. "Return it, not a chance. Since I saved your life, we are even." With that, he believed the legendary pickaxe was finally his. He paused, his ambition growing. No, stealing the tool was not enough. "I have not just acquired a pickaxe," he realized. "I have secured myself a dwarf.